Chapter 140. My horse is gone. Where's my fleeting shadow stallion? Zhu Yuanbo froze on the spot. F***ck, my horse is gone. If those old fogies from the Elder Council find out, they'll definitely kill me. Zhu Yuanbao gritted his teeth and charged into the Rainstorm Tavern. Ning Tian followed him helplessly. Waiter! Waiter! Zhu Yuanbo shouted as soon as he entered the tavern. Sir, what's the matter? The waiter hurried over and looked at Zhu Yuanbo in confusion. Sir, what do you need? Don't be anxious. We can take our time. How can I not be anxious? My horse is gone. How can I calm down? Zhu Yuanbo gritted his teeth angrily. Ah! The waiter was stunned when he heard that. Then, he showed a sad expression. Sir, I sympathize with you. However, the dead can't be brought back to life. My condolences. But don't worry. Since you're a customer of this tavern, I know of a better funeral parlor. I'll make sure your mother passes away in a grand manner. The waiter said seriously. Zhu Yuanbao was stunned and confused. Soon, he realized what was going on. F***ck. You misunderstood me. What I mean is that my horse is gone. The horse that was tied outside is gone. The waiter's heart skipped a beat. Instantly, he looked at Zhu Yuanbao with a strange gaze. F***ck. How could this fatty be so inhumane? He slept in his room and tied his mother outside. Sir, don't you think it's inappropriate for you to do this? The waiter was furious. Your mother gave birth to you and raised you up. How could you treat her like this? What you're doing is a disgrace to human relations. The waiter rained curses down on him. Although he was just a waiter, he had a righteous heart. Zhu Yuanbo was speechless. Ning Tian couldn't help but laugh. He looked at the waiter and explained, Waiter, the horse he's talking about is his mount, not his mother. Ah! The waiter was stunned for a moment. Only then did he react and awkwardly scratch his head. Ah! I'm sorry. I didn't know you were talking about riding a horse. I thought you were talking about, cough cough, the waiter said apologetically. So, where is my horse? Zhu Yuanbo didn't care. He just wanted to know where his horse went. At the thought of losing these two flaming windchaser horses, wouldn't those old fellows in the Holy Land toy with him until he died? Zhu Yuanbo couldn't help but tremble at the thought of that scene. The waiter scratched his head awkwardly. I really don't know. But recently, there is indeed a group of horse thieves and horse hunters in Divine Land City. Horse thieves and horse hunters. Zhu Yuanbo's expression turned ugly. He prayed in his heart. His horse, please don't steal it, but please don't let it fall into the hands of the horse hunters. If it fell into the hands of the horse hunters, it would be a dead end. Sigh. You can lose your horse just by sleeping, Zhu Yuanbo sighed. Let's go. Ning Tian glanced at him. It's not a good idea to keep it here. Let's look around Divine Land City. Maybe we can find your horse. Zhu Yuanbo nodded helplessly. This was the only way now. The two left the Windrain Tavern and walked toward Divine Land City. Walking in the city, the two's current appearance, one ugly and one fat, attracted a lot of attention. People came and went on the streets. The peddlers' cries rang out one after another. While the two of them were searching for their horses, they also heard some voices. Hey, have you heard? The Wind and Thunder 9 Steps platform is open again. I heard that there are only 9 steps on the Wind and Thunder 9 Steps platform. But since ancient times, very few people have been able to reach the top. However, according to legend, every step on the Wind and Thunder 9 Steps platform has a great effect on one's cultivation. The 9th step is said to be the most mysterious of the 3,000 great paths, the Divine Thunder Path. This time, I heard that if you set foot on the 8th step, you will have the opportunity to have dinner with the princess. Princess? Could it be the Moon Spirit Princess of the Kingdom of God? It's the Moon Spirit Princess. Damn. Stop talking, I'm going. Hearing this, Ning Tian and Zhu Yuanbo were both stunned. Wind and Thunder 9 Steps platform? The Divine Thunder Path of the 3,000 Great Paths? Ning Tian's eyes flashed. According to Sansheng, The heavenly god constitution had an affinity with the Tao of heaven and earth and the law of heaven and earth. If he could obtain the divine thunder path, it would make a qualitative leap in his combat strength. Most importantly, when combined with the heavenly god constitution, the power of the divine thunder path would be completely doubled. He had a plan in mind. Since he saw the divine thunder path, he naturally would not let it go easily. Zhu Yuanbo, the wind and thunder 9 steps platform. Ning Tian looked at Zhu Yuanbo. Just as he was about to ask, he saw Zhu Yuanbo wiping his saliva. Ancestral Master, you want to ask about the Moon Spirit Princess, right? Zhu Yuanbo laughed. After all, if you reach the 8th step, you can have dinner with the Moon Spirit Princess. The Moon Spirit Princess is one of the 3 beauties of the Divine Land. No, I'm not asking about the Moon Spirit Princess. Ning Tian shook his head and said lightly, I want to ask about the Wind and Thunder 9 steps platform. Wind and Thunder 9 steps platform? Zhu Yuanbo was stunned. I'm not too sure about this. I only know that it was left behind by a great emperor in the kingdom of God hundreds of years ago. I don't know anything else. Left behind by a great emperor? Ning Tian murmured. Hehe, Ancestral Master, if you're interested in the Wind and Thunder 9 steps platform, let's go and have a look, Zhu Yuanbo said. What? Don't you want to look for a horse? Ning Tian glanced at Zhu Yuanbo. No, I'm not looking for one. Zhu Yuanbo laughed. How can a horse be more important than the Moon Spirit Princess? Oh no, Ancestral Master reaching the top of the Divine Thunder Path? Really? Ning Tian looked at him meaningfully and said lightly, then lead the way. Okay. Zhu Yuanbo laughed. The two walked toward the Wind and Thunder 9 steps platform. The Wind and Thunder 9 steps platform. It was located in a huge square in the east of the Divine Land city. The Wind and Thunder Square. It was famous in the Divine Land because of the Wind and Thunder 9 steps platform. In the center of the huge square, 9 huge bluestones of different heights formed the Wind and Thunder 9 steps platform. It looked ordinary, but it was full of heaviness. It was already crowded with people, but their eyes did not fall on the Wind and Thunder 9 steps platform. Instead, they were in a small building far away from the square. Covered by a thin veil, a beautiful figure could be vaguely seen. Although they could not see her face, her graceful figure still tugged at their heartstrings. And that beautiful figure was the Moon Spirit Princess of the Kingdom of God. Chapter 141. Under everyone's gaze. A pleasant voice came from the small building. It was as pleasant as a wind chime. The Wind Thunder 9-step platform is open again. I hope everyone can climb to the top. As soon as she finished. It was like listening to heavenly music. Hearing that voice, everyone around was excited. In the crowd, a foreign cultivator said excitedly, her voice is so pleasant. Princess Moon Spirit must be very beautiful. Nonsense, she's one of the 3 beauties of the Divine Land. How can she not be beautiful? A cultivator next to him rolled his eyes and sighed. It's a pity that we can't see the princess's true appearance. The foreign cultivator said innocently, won't you see it when you reach the 8th step? The cultivator rolled his eyes at him. Do you really think it's so easy to climb the Wind Thunder steps? With every step, the difficulty doubles. It's as difficult as ascending to heaven. As difficult as ascending to heaven, the foreign cultivator gasped. Let's wait and see. After all, because of the Sky Treasure Auction, many elites of the heavenly spirit realm have come. Maybe there's a chance. The crowd began to look forward to it. At this moment, Princess Moon Spirit's voice sounded from the small building. I wonder who would like to be the first to try the Wind Thunder 9-step platform? At first, everyone was still hesitating. But when they heard that, they all wanted to try it as if they had been injected with chicken blood. I'll do it. At this moment, a coarse voice rang out. A burly man walked out of the crowd. I'm Huang Jotian from the Broken Rock Sect. Huang Jotian smiled confidently. Everyone, Broken Rock Sect. Have you heard of it? No, I haven't. Maybe it's just a mediocre celestial venerable faction. Everyone around was discussing. Huang Jotian's face darkened, and he snorted coldly. You'll know later. As soon as he finished speaking, Huang Jotian strode toward the Wind Thunder 9-step platform. Everyone looked at him. Chimph, aren't they just steps? They don't even have the slightest bit of spiritual chi. Huang Zhoutian snorted coldly. As he took a step forward, he said, let alone the 9th step, even if it's the 100th step, I'll climb it for you. As soon as he finished speaking, he landed and successfully reached the 2nd step. It's nothing. Huang Zhoutian took 2 more steps forward. In just a few seconds, he reached the 4th stage. Some of the foreign cultivators couldn't help but widen their eyes. How could it be so easy? Could it be that this Huang Zhoutian could really step onto the 9th step? They were all pounding their chests and stamping their feet. Endless regret. If he was the one who took the initiative just now, wouldn't he be the one who reached the top? However, some cultivators from the Divine Prefecture who knew the power of the Wind Thunder platform sneered and were ready to watch a good show. 4 more steps and I'll be able to have dinner with the Moon Elf Princess. Huang Zhoutian's eyes flashed with excitement. He was having dinner with a beautiful woman, a princess of a boundless divine kingdom. If they were on good terms with him, they would have a supreme divine nation behind them. Who would dare to provoke them? Then, he raised his foot and took a step forward. Suddenly, Huang Zhoutian was stunned. This step was as heavy as 1,000 pounds. That's only 500 kilograms. Huang Zhoutian clenched his teeth. As an Earth King realm cultivator, his strength was more than 500 kilograms. Then, he gritted his teeth and took a step forward. Boom! All of a sudden, at this moment, a terrifying pressure instantly came from the 5th step of the Wind and Thunder Stage 9 step. Suddenly, Huang Zhoutian's body shook violently. What kind of power is this? His heart was in turmoil. Just as he was about to retract his foot, he realized that the foot that landed on the 5th step had become a bloody mess. Huang Zhoutian's face turned pale. He could feel the pain. Ah, my leg. Then, he lost his center of gravity and fell from the Wind Thunder platform. From the beginning to the end, he did not understand when his leg became a bloody mess. The defense of an Earth King realm was ineffective. Hiss, seeing this scene, the foreign cultivators gasped and broke out in a cold sweat. The cultivators in the Divine Prefecture city looked as if this was a common occurrence. For hundreds of years, those who reached the top of the Wind Thunder platform were at least in the Divine Emperor realm now, even if they were not great emperors. What qualifications did a mere Earth King realm cultivator have to directly reach the top of the 5th step? If they could sense the power and could not bear it, then they should give up decisively. If they knew the difficulty and went up, they would only end up like Huang Zhoutian. In the small building, the beautiful figure shook her head and ordered the guards beside her. Soon, there were soldiers carrying Huang Zhoutian, who was screaming on the ground, away. Following that, with Huang Zhoutian as an example, many people were afraid and did not dare to step forward. However, there were still people who could not resist the temptation and wanted to try. However, after they stepped onto the 4th step and sensed the powerful aura of the 5th step, their faces changed and they did not dare to step on it. They could only give up. Everyone had seen Huang Zhoutian's miserable state just now. Is there anyone else who dares to try? In the small building, Princess Moon Spirit looked at the people around her through the thin veil. Everyone was silent and did not dare to try. At this moment, a faint laughter sounded. Since you all don't dare to try, why don't I try? Everyone looked over. In the crowd, an elegant young man wearing a blue luxurious robe and holding a folding fan walked over. On his face, there was always an easygoing smile. It made people feel very close to him. This is the saint of the carefree sacred ground, Zhuge Yu. Sir Zhuge. Seeing the elegant young master walking over, the surrounding people were all shocked. Zhuge Yu was the saint of the carefree sacred ground. The carefree sacred ground was an emperor realm force. Moreover, it was a top emperor realm force with a real great emperor. So it's the saint of the carefree sacred ground. In the small building, Princess Moon Spirit's voice sounded. In that case, please give it a try, saint of the carefree sacred ground. Zhuge Yu smiled and waved the folding fan in his hand slightly. He walked toward the Wind Thunder 9 steps casually. That easygoing smile caused many female cultivators to scream. So handsome. Is there really a man more handsome than Sir Zhuge in this world? There shouldn't be, right? Hearing the female cultivator's words, Zhuge Yu's expression did not change as he walked away with a smile. He walked to the front of the Wind Thunder 9 steps and slowly closed his folding fan. Zhuge Yu's lips curled into a smile. I've heard of the Wind Thunder 9 steps of the Divine Land City. Since I'm here today, it would be a pity if I don't give it a try. As soon as his voice fell, he took a step forward. Everyone's eyes fell on Zhuge Yu. Even Princess Moon Spirit was looking forward to it. As the saint of the carefree sacred ground, how many steps could Zhuge Yu take? Under everyone's gazes, Zhuge Yu smiled and took a step forward. First step. Second step. Third step. Zhuge Yu's lips curled into a smile as he took one step after another. Soon, he stood on the fourth step, lifted his foot, and stepped toward the fifth step. Chapter 142. Instantly, everyone was on tenterhooks. No one had managed to cross the fifth stage. Could Zhuge Yu do it? Zhuge Yu stepped forward with a confident smile on his face. Boom. As expected, the power of the fifth stage exploded. However, Zhuge Yu was unmoved. He still took a step forward. As he took a step forward, the pressure of the fifth stage dissipated instantly. He's not affected at all. That's not right. Mr. Zhuge is a holy emperor, and so am I. Why is there such a huge gap between us? Those cultivators who had just failed were puzzled. How could Zhuge Yu pass 5 stages in a row when they were in the same realm? A cultivator from Divine Prefecture explained, the Tempest platform does not only test one's strength, but also one's talent and potential. Mr. Zhuge's talent and potential are far above yours. Naturally, he'll go further than you. Hearing that, the group of cultivators who had failed scratched their heads awkwardly. I see. He looked at Zhuge Yu again. He stopped at the fifth stage, and a glint flashed across his eyes. Immediately, he took a deep breath. Then, he took a step forward. Hiss, the sixth stage. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air when they saw this scene. Their eyes were filled with deep shock. I wonder if Mr. Zhuge can reach the seventh stage. At this moment, Zhuge Yu slowly lifted his foot, and beads of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. At this moment, he also felt the pressure. However, this pressure was not enough to stop him. He took a step forward. His foot landed on the seventh stage. Then, Zhuge Yu's entire body was trembling slightly. This Tempest platform is indeed something, but it's not a problem for me. The corner of Zhuge Yu's mouth lifted slightly, and his foot landed. Boom. In an instant, he felt endless pressure. Electric currents kept flashing all over his body. It's indeed the divine thunder path. Zhuge Yu's gaze landed on the highest point of the Tempest platform. Rumor had it that the ninth stage contained the comprehension of the divine thunder path. It's a pity that the ninth stage is not that easy to reach. Zhuge Yu sighed slightly. Although he was very eager to reach the ninth stage of the Tempest platform, he knew his limits. He could not reach the ninth stage. Sigh, he sighed. Zhuge Yu stepped onto the seventh step. The seventh step. Young Master Zhuge has reached the seventh step. Seeing this scene, the surrounding people widened their eyes. Their eyes were filled with deep disbelief. Inside the small building, the Moon Spirit Princess narrowed her eyes at this scene. Princess, maybe Zhuge Yu can do it. At this moment, an aged and gloomy voice sounded from beside him. In the small building, there was a white-haired old woman. She was sitting cross-legged with her eyes closed. Him. The Moon Spirit Princess paused for a moment. Perhaps. At this moment, the Wind Thunder Square was already filled with people. There were even more people than before. Everyone was excited when they heard that someone had reached the seventh step. After seeing that it was Zhuge Yu, he understood. After all, he was the holy son of the unfettered sacred ground. It was not too much for him to reach the seventh rank. However, the eighth and ninth levels were the most difficult. On the seventh step, Zhuge Yu had already lifted his foot and was about to step onto the eighth step. Everyone held their breaths in anticipation. However, on the seventh step, Zhuge Yu only lifted his foot slightly. After frowning, he put it down. Shaking his head, he turned around, picked up his folding fan and slowly walked down the steps. Did Zhuge Yu give up? Seeing this, everyone was stunned for a moment. They were all confused. It was so easy for Zhuge Yu to reach the 7th step. Why didn't he reach the 8th step? Could it be that the 8th step was really that terrifying? In the small building, the Moon Spirit Princess and the old woman were both stunned. Princess, it seems like Zhuge Yu is not good enough. The old woman sighed. Sigh, the Moon Spirit Princess sighed faintly. There was a hint of worry on her face. Zhuge Yu walked down from the Wind Thunder 9 steps step by step. He fanned himself with his folding fan and smiled at the small building. It seems that my talent is still not good enough. I have disappointed the princess. He tried the Wind Thunder 9 steps only because of the Wind Thunder 9 steps. It was not because of the Moon Spirit Princess. It's all right. The unfettered Holy Sun is already very strong. It's just a pity. The Moon Spirit Princess's bell-like voice came from the small building. Zhuge Yu smiled. Seeing that Zhuge Yu had failed, some of the people in the Wind Thunder Square who wanted to try hesitated. At this moment, there was a commotion from the crowd. Let me go over. I'll try. No, the two of you look really weird. For the princess's safety, I can't let you go over. Everyone looked over. They saw a group of soldiers blocking the two of them. One was indescribably ugly and the other was extremely fat. The fat man was trying to push the soldiers away and squeeze his way in. Damn! How can there be such ugly people in this world? They are nothing compared to the young Master Zhuge. But why do I feel that the fat man looks familiar? Seeing the two of them, the surrounding people had a weird look on their faces. Zhuge Yu also looked over. When he saw the fat man who was shouting, he raised his eyebrows. The Tianbao Saint. The two of them were naturally the Ning Tian and Zhu Yuanbo. When Zhuge Yu saw Zhu Yuanbo also saw him. Ancestral Master, I've found reinforcements. Zhu Yuanbo chuckled. What reinforcements? Ning Tian raised his eyebrows. Zhu Yuanbo took a deep breath and shouted, Zhuge Yu, come and save me. Otherwise, I'll give you the big one you bought from me half a month ago. His voice was deafening and everyone in the square could hear him clearly. However, before Zhu Yuanbo could finish his sentence, a green shadow flashed and appeared beside Zhu Yuanbo in an instant. Then, he covered Zhu Yuanbo's mouth with a murderous look in his eyes. Tianbao Saint, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Zhuge Yu looked at Zhu Yuanbo and said, Hee. Zhu Yuanbo smiled and looked at Ning Tian proudly. It was as if he was saying, Ancestral Master, reinforcements are here. Ning Tian was a little surprised and looked at Zhuge Yu meaningfully. It seemed that the Xiaoyaro Saint was not as simple as he looked. What good things could he buy from Zhu Yuanbo be? Zhuge Yu heaved a sigh of relief and looked at the soldiers beside him. This is the saint of the Tianbao Sanctum. We don't have to stop him, right? The saint of the Tianbao Sanctum? Hearing that, the group of soldiers was shocked and quickly bowed to Zhu Yuanbo. Sorry, we don't know the identity of the saint. Forget it. Just step aside. Zhu Yuanbo waved his hand and led Ning Tian to the Wind Thunder 9 steps platform. Chapter 143. So it's the Holy Son of the Heavenly Treasure Sacred Ground. Is that the most extravagant Holy Son? But why is he dressed so shabbily? On the Wind Thunder Square, a group of people were discussing. What they didn't know was that Zhu Yuanbo had sneaked out. If he was dressed so conspicuously, wouldn't he be discovered? Are they going to challenge the Wind Thunder 9 steps too? After all, he's the Holy Son of the Heavenly Treasure Sacred Ground. I'm looking forward to it. Seeing the two of them walking towards the Wind Thunder 9 steps, the group of people started discussing again. In the small building, the Moon Spirit Princess looked at the two of them with confusion. Master Nanyang, who are these two? The old woman shook her head. Princess, that's the Holy Son of the Heavenly Treasure Sacred Ground. As for the other one, I'm not sure. The Holy Son of the Heavenly Treasure Sacred Ground? Why is he getting fatter? The Moon Spirit Princess was shocked. She had seen Zhu Yuanbo a few years ago, but she didn't expect him to get fatter. However, You don't have to worry too much about them. Old Yu shook his head again. Even Zhuge Yu didn't succeed. These two don't stand a chance. The Moon Spirit Princess nodded. Her gaze passed through the veil and looked towards the Wind Thunder 9 steps. In front of the Wind Thunder 9 steps, Zhu Yuanbo looked at Ning Tian and chuckled. Ancestral Master, do you want to go first, or should I? You go first. Ning Tian said indifferently. His gaze landed on the Wind Thunder 9 steps. There was indeed the aura of wind and thunder on the 9th step. Unfortunately, one could only approach the aura of wind and thunder on the 9th step. Okay. Hearing Ning Tian's words, Zhu Yuanbo nodded. Then, he took a deep breath and walked towards the Wind Thunder 9 steps. Hee, Ancestral Master, don't look at me like this. I'm still confident in my cultivation aptitude. Zhu Yuanbo chuckled. Then, he took a step forward. 5 steps in a row. Zhu Yuanbo easily stepped onto the 5th step. Seeing this scene, a solemn look flashed across the crowd's eyes. As expected, none of the holy sons of Emperor Realm factions were easy to deal with. Then, under everyone's gaze, Zhu Yuanbo stepped onto the 7th step. F***CK. This fatty has already reached the 7th step. As expected of the heavenly treasure saint, everyone's eyes widened. Zhu Yuanbo felt uneasy. One more level and he would be able to eat with the Moon Spirit Princess. He took a deep breath. Then, he took a tentative step forward. Inside. Crack. His feet seemed to have been electrified. Zhu Yuanbo was stunned, but he didn't take it to heart. It was just a small electric current. Just this. Zhu Yuanbo smiled confidently. Then, he placed one foot on the 8th step. Seeing this scene, Ning Tian frowned slightly, vaguely feeling that something was wrong. Because he had the lightning calamity spirit vein in his body, he was especially sensitive to lightning and other powers. He could feel the lightning aura in the air. By the side, Zhuge Yu waved his fan with a smile on his face, as if he was ready to watch a good show. Boom. Suddenly, the lightning calamity surged. Lightning fell. It suddenly blasted on his body. After a flash of golden light, Zhu Yuanbo's entire body was instantly turned black. Crack. The protective gold ingot in his hand shattered into 2 halves and fell to the ground. Zhu Yuanbo was stunned for a moment. Then, he directly ran away and withdrew from the 8th step. What a joke. The gold ingot that was shattered just now was a protective gold ingot that could save one's life. A lightning strike shattered the protective gold ingot, and he was only halfway to the 8th step. If he was standing on the 8th step, wouldn't he be struck by lightning? Hiss. Seeing this scene, everyone finally understood why Zhuge Yu had given up just now. That attack just now, even a heavenly master might not be able to withstand it. It seems that no one can go to the 8th step. Not to mention the 9th step. The surrounding people sighed. In the small building, the Moon Spirit Princess also sighed faintly. Sure enough, no one can do it. But at this moment, a voice was heard. Look, that ugly man is going to go up. Hearing that, many people in the Wind Thunder Square looked toward the Wind Thunder platform. They saw that Ning Tian had already walked to the front of the Wind Thunder platform. He raised his head slightly and looked at the 9th step of the Wind Thunder platform. His eyes flashed with a touch of passion, and then, he took a step forward. Boom. When he took this step, Ning Tian's face instantly changed. It was as heavy as thousands of pounds, as if he was sinking into mud, as if Mount Tai was pressing down on him. What's going on? Ning Tian was shocked. This was only the 1st step. Why did he feel that his body couldn't move? His back was already wet with sweat. At this moment, the system's voice sounded. Host, this Wind Thunder platform seems to be opposite to those with the heavenly god constitution. Opposite? Ning Tian was stunned for a moment. Then, he suddenly reacted. Doesn't that mean that my 1st step is actually the 9th step? The system, yes, the host can now absorb the Divine Thunder Path comprehension method, but during the comprehension process, the host has to resist the pressure of the 9th step. Understood. Ning Tian nodded in his heart. Detected that the host is absorbing the Divine Thunder Path comprehension method. comprehending at 10 times the speed. As the voice sounded in his heart, the pressure of the 9th step began to attack. Chapter 144. Seeing that Ning Tian had stopped at the first step, the crowd was stunned. Then, they burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. This ugly man has to stop at the first step for so long. It is said that even a newborn baby can climb to the first step of the wind and thunder 9 step. I didn't expect that this guy can't even pass the first step. Ha ha. He's really ugly and trashy. The crowd burst into laughter. Even Zhuge Yu could not help but laugh. It was indeed unreasonable that he could not even pass the first step. You guys. Zhu Yuanbo gritted his teeth and said slowly, "What do you know? My friend is not ugly. Moreover, it's impossible for him to stop at the first step. Tianbao Saint, it's not that we don't respect you, but facts speak louder than words. Why do you have to lie to yourself and us?" Someone in the crowd retorted. "I will never lie to you. If I lie to you, I'll be struck by lightning." Zhu Yuanbo was a little anxious. Hearing that, the crowd shook their heads and laughed. Boom. At that moment, a bolt of lightning struck. Then, the originally cloudless sky was suddenly covered by dark clouds. It was as if a lightning dragon had appeared in the sky. Boom. Boom. Waves of angry thunder roared. F***ck. Zhu Yuanbo was shocked. It's over. Did my vow come into effect? This is lightning, wind and thunder changes. Legend has it that this will only happen when one reaches the 9th step. F***ck. How could this happen at the first step? Seeing that, the crowd rubbed their eyes. This guy is indeed at the first step. Why would this happen at the first step? In the small building, the old woman's expression changed slightly. A hint of doubt flashed across her eyes. Master Nanyang, this is? Princess Moon Spirit's eyes were filled with doubt. I'm not too sure about this either. The old woman shook her head. She was also puzzled. This is merely the first step. Why would there be such a phenomenon? At this moment, Ning Tian gritted his teeth as he felt his body continuously absorbing the aura of wind and thunder. This wind and thunder aura was the comprehension of the wind and thunder Tao. If it weren't for the fact that his body had been baptized by the lightning tribulation and had a huge lightning tribulation spiritual vein in his body, he wouldn't have been able to withstand it. Otherwise, he might not be able to withstand it. Comprehending the divine thunder Tao at 10 times the speed. Host, please hold on. Boom. Above the sky, lightning continued to fall. Boom. Then, the lightning in the dark clouds was like a lightning dragon, striking towards Ning Tian, who was in the first layer of the wind thunder step. Seeing this, the 199 lightning tribulation spiritual veins in Ning Tian's body began to circulate. The power of the lightning tribulation spiritual vein was enough to offset a portion of the lightning. Boom. Rumble. Then, the crowd saw bolt after bolt of lightning smashing onto Ning Tian's body. A beam of dazzling white light instantly illuminated tranquil sky. This is lightning. I'm afraid that the powerhouses of the heavenly venerate base star will all die inside, right? Everyone was shocked. The white light slowly dissipated. They saw that Ning Tian was still standing on the first step, but his skin and flesh were lacerated. Around his body, tiny lightning dragons could be vaguely seen. That was the lightning tribulation spiritual vein protecting him. He's still alive. Seeing this scene, the crowd was shocked beyond words. What a strong defense. Zhuge Yu squinted his eyes as a hint of shock flashed across his eyes. You've shocked the cultivators of the divine prefecture city. You've shocked the saint of the carefree sacred ground. You've shocked the moon spirit princess. Reward, lightning evasion pill. After consumption, you can resist a portion of the lightning. Reward, miracle medicine pill. After consumption, you can quickly recover from your injuries. The system's voice rang in Ning Tian's mind. He heaved a sigh of relief. The injuries on his body made him feel a little painful. He quickly said in his heart, "System, use the lightning evasion pill and miracle medicine pill." Using the lightning evasion pill and miracle medicine pill. Use successful. The system's voice faded. Ning Tian could clearly feel that the lightning had reduced his injuries by a lot, and the injuries on his body were constantly recovering. Boom! Boom! A few more bolts of lightning struck down. However, the damage to Ning Tian was greatly reduced. Divine Thunder Dao successfully comprehended. Current level of comprehension, first glimpse. The system's voice rang out. Ning Tian immediately dragged his heavy body and took a step forward. He had successfully stepped onto the second step. Although it was only the second step, it was the opposite for him. He had already passed the most difficult step, so how difficult could the next step be? Then, under the shocked gaze of the crowd, he took 7 steps in a row. He directly stepped onto the 8th step. Huh! Seeing this scene, the crowd was dumbfounded. Why did it feel like this guy was getting more and more relaxed? When he stepped onto the 8th step, Ning Tian lifted his leg and was about to step onto the 9th step. However, on second thought, he had already obtained the comprehension method of the Wind and Thunder Dao. Why should he step onto the 9th step? Moreover, there were too many people around. If he stepped onto the 9th step, it would cause unnecessary trouble. Stepping onto the 8th step was still reasonable, but stepping onto the 9th step was too shocking. Immediately, he turned around and walked down from the 8th step. However, this was already a huge shock to the crowd. This guy, after stopping at the first step, the other 7 steps were as simple as drinking water for him. Although he gave up on the 9th step, this was enough to shock the crowd. Damn! Suddenly, in the crowd, there was a cry of surprise. This guy has stepped onto the 8th step. Isn't he going to have a meal with the Moon Spirit Princess? It's over. This guy is so ugly. Can the Moon Spirit Princess really eat him? Chapter 145. Everyone who immediately understood what was going on began to wail miserably. Their eyes were filled with envy and jealousy as they looked at Ning Tian. Such an ugly man could actually have a meal with a beauty like the Moon Spirit Princess. How infuriating. This was simply a flower falling on cow dung. However, Ning Tian ignored the envy and jealousy of these people as if he didn't hear them. At this moment, the system notification sounded in Ning Tian's mind. You have shocked everyone. Rewarded with Wind and Thunder Dao Comprehension Point +1. Wind and Thunder Dao Comprehension Point can increase your Wind and Thunder Dao comprehension. Do you want to use it? Ning Tian said in his heart, use it. Using Wind and Thunder Dao Comprehension Point. Use successful. Current Wind and Thunder Dao attainments have reached a small success. In his body, the Thunder Calamity spiritual meridian instantly became active. Vaguely, when it flowed in his body, there were sparks and lightning. Phew! Ning Tian let out a long sigh of relief and was very satisfied. Then, he looked at Zhu Yuanbo. Fatty, let's go. Huh! Seeing that Ning Tian was about to leave, Zhu Yuanbo was stunned. He stared at Ning Tian with wide eyes. Zhu. Marshal Ning, are you leaving just like that? Zhu Yuanbo subconsciously blurted out the word Ancestral Master. After remembering that the Ancestral Master had told him not to expose his identity, he quickly changed his words. And Marshal Ning was Ning Tian's alias now. Marshal Ning. Around them, everyone in the Wind and Thunder Square was stunned on the spot with a strange expression. 3 question marks slowly appeared in their heads. How could he be called Marshal Ning with such an ugly appearance? Which one of the people present wasn't more handsome than him? Ning Tian was puzzled. Why don't you leave? What are you staying for? Zhu Yuanbo was speechless for a while and said angrily, Marshal Ning, you have reached the 8th step. Naturally, you have to have dinner with the Moon Spirit Princess. Have dinner? Ning Tian was startled, and then he put on a serious face. Why do I have to have dinner with her? Is she prettier than my wife? Zhu Yuanbo opened his mouth and choked on the words in his heart. No. Even 10 Moon Spirit Princesses couldn't compare to the Empress's peerless beauty. If you don't, then why would you eat? Ning Tian rolled his eyes and turned to leave. Let's go. Don't waste my time. I'm still waiting to go back and cultivate. He watched as the 2 of them turned to leave. The surrounding people were dumbfounded. He didn't even want to have dinner with the Moon Spirit Princess. If it were anyone else, they would have long fought over it. Was this person stupid? Or was there something wrong with his eyes? She was one of the 3 beauties of the divine land. His wife. Hee. How pretty could his wife be? Could it be that his wife was the #1 beauty in the sky spirit realm, the Empress of the Tianmo cult? What a joke. Wait. At this moment, a pleasant voice sounded from within the small building. Fellow Daoist, aren't you going to have dinner with Moon Spirit? I'm not free. Ning Tian did not even turn his head as he indifferently spat out 2 words. In the small building, the Moon Spirit Princess was stunned for a moment, as if she didn't expect Ning Tian to answer like this. Seeing that Ning Tian was about to leave, she hurriedly said, Fellow Daoist, when are you free? Depends on my mood. Ning Tian's indifferent words floated over from afar. Soon, the 2 of them disappeared. Only the dumbfounded crowd was left. The Moon Spirit Princess had personally invited him, but he actually said that he was not free? Princess, in the small building, the white-haired old woman had a strange expression. Master Nanyang, help me investigate this person. On the side, the Moon Spirit Princess regained her calm. Although she was a little shocked to be rejected, she was not flustered and exasperated. Instead, she was a little curious about Ning Tian. In the past, whether it was the saints of the sacred grounds or the princes of some large countries, they were all like bees, hovering around her. But now, this unprepossessing fellow had actually rejected her. This contrast made the Moon Spirit Princess a little dumbfounded. Okay. The old woman nodded. At this moment, in the sky, there was a fluctuation in the sky. The whole sky was covered by dark clouds again. What's going on? On the Wind Thunder Square, many people's expressions changed, looking at the sky in puzzlement. This aura, in the small building, the Moon Spirit Princess frowned slightly, looking at the sky through the thin veil, her red lips slightly opened. Third uncle, what's the matter? Huh? Hearing the Moon Spirit Princess's words, everyone was stunned. Third uncle? That was a supreme divine nation, a quasi-emperor expert. The Moon Spirit Princess landed. In the sky, waves of emperor aura came. A serious voice sounded. A middle-aged man emerged from the void. Moon Spirit, did anyone just set foot on the 9th step of the Wind Thunder platform? 9th step. The Moon Spirit Princess frowned, shook her head, and said softly, no one reached the top of the 9th step, but one person set foot on the 8th step. 8th step. The quasi-emperor's voice suddenly lost interest. A somewhat puzzled voice sounded. Strange. Why? I clearly sensed a strong reaction from the wind and lightning platform of 9 steps. The middle-aged man frowned, full of majesty between his brows. He looked at the 9th step. But he felt that it was very strange. There were indeed traces of no one setting foot on the 9th step. However, he clearly sensed the movement of the wind and thunder in the palace just now. But why? Forget it. The middle-aged man sighed, and his figure slowly disappeared. How could he know that for Ning Tian, who had the heavenly god body, the first step was exactly the 9th step? Therefore, it seemed that no one had set foot on it. Leaving the Wind Thunder Square, Ning Tian was satisfied. Without anyone knowing, he took away the comprehension of the Wind Thunder Way on the 9th step. Ancestral Master, where are we going now? Without outsiders, Zhu Yuanbo habitually called Ning Tian Ancestral Master. The main thing was that the current Ancestral Master, whose alias was Ning Shuai, was really not handsome. Go find your horse, and take a look at the Divine Land City. Ning Tian pondered for a while and said, Okay. Zhu Yuanbo felt sad when he thought of his horse. But Ancestral Master, why did you refuse the Moon Spirit Princess? Zhu Yuanbo looked at Ning Tian. He still couldn't figure out this question. Are you stupid? Are you crazy? Ning Tian rolled his eyes at him. You want to climb to the top of the 8th step and have a meal with me? How can it be so simple? You mean the Moon Spirit Princess is cheating? Zhu Yuanbo was puzzled. I don't know if she is cheating or not, but she must have other intentions. Ning Tian shook his head slightly. However, as for what she is thinking, I don't have time to play with her. Oh, I see. Zhu Yuanbo suddenly understood. He smiled and gave Ning Tian a thumbs up. You are indeed the Ancestral Master. You can even think of such a problem. I am really, stop flattering me. Hurry up and find your horse. Ning Tian rolled his eyes at him. Hee, okay. Zhu Yuanbo smiled. Then, the two walked toward the Divine Land City. Chapter 146. At night. The full moon hung high in the sky. The Divine Land City at night was still bustling with people and carriages. Lanterns were hung up, lighting up the entire city. Wind and rain in the room. Ning Tian sat cross-legged. Although the two still couldn't find the two missing horses during the day, they took the opportunity to understand the general situation of the Divine Land City. Divine Land City. The center of the city was a forbidden area. No outsiders were allowed to enter. That was the royal palace of the Divine Land. The Heavenly Treasure Auction would be held at the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion in the west of Divine Land City. This was the Heavenly Treasure Sacred Lands Development Force. I hope that the two herbs I want can be found in the auction tomorrow. I can't come here for nothing. A sigh sounded. However, it's not a wasted trip. At least, I got the wind and thunder Dao. On the bed, Ning Tian's lips curled up, his eyes shining. He raised his hand slightly, and a blue dragon swam between his fingers. This was the wind and thunder Dao. Using thunder to create everything, using wind to shape its nature. Divine Land City, forbidden area of the Royal Palace. Moon Reflection Pavilion. Moon Spirit Princess and the old woman sat in the main hall. Master Nanyang, have you found anything about Marshal Ning? Moon Spirit Princess asked. The old woman shook her head, no. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't find anything about Marshal Ning. There's no such person in any of the sects. It's like he appeared out of thin air. No. Moon Spirit Princess frowned. Could it be that he's from one of those hidden sects? That's impossible. The old woman denied it without thinking. She shook her head. Those hidden sects will only appear when the ancient road to godhood appears. At other times, those old guys won't let their disciples out. Is that so? Moon Spirit Princess frowned. Then that's it for now. Have you found his address? Yes, he lives in Wind and Rain Inn. Okay, I'll visit him personally when I have time. Moon Spirit Princess squinted her eyes. He's the only one who reached rank 8 in all these years. Since he can reach rank 8, he should be able to go to that place. It shouldn't be a problem. The old woman nodded. Yes. Oh right, Master Nanyang, where's that girl Yuqin? At this moment, Princess Moon Spirit thought of something. That girl. The old woman smiled and then shook her head helplessly. That girl, it's rare for her to leave the sect. Who knows where she went crazy? Master, you can't secretly speak ill of others. At this moment, a playful voice sounded from outside the pavilion. Then, a young girl slowly walked in. She was the girl who had stolen the 2 afterimage storm horses during the day. Junior apprentice sister Yuqin, have you been playing all day? The Moon Spirit Princess smiled at the young girl, her eyes filled with love. This was her youngest junior sister. Naturally, he had to pamper her well. Haha. I didn't play for a whole day. Yuqin chuckled and threw herself into the Moon Spirit Princess's arms. Senior sister Moon Spirit, I miss you so much. Senior brother and the others are so bad, forcing me to practice this and that every day. Yuqin's small face scrunched up, looking aggrieved. Good girl. The Moon Spirit Princess took her into her arms and chuckled. Don't worry, when I return to the sect, I will definitely help you beat them up. Hehe, senior sister is the best. Yuqin chuckled. Ah. Suddenly, Yuqin seemed to have discovered a secret. She exclaimed in surprise. Senior sister, I haven't seen you for a few months, but you seem to have grown a lot. You little girl, don't talk nonsense. A blush appeared on the Moon Spirit Princess's pretty face. Her eyes were filled with shame and anger as she rolled her eyes at Yuqin. I'm not talking nonsense. I clearly felt it. It was so hot and big. Yuqin gestured very seriously. Seeing this, the Moon Spirit Princess helplessly facepalmed. By the way, senior sister. At this moment, Yuqin seemed to have thought of something, and a sly look flashed in her eyes. I brought you a gift. A gift? The Moon Spirit Princess was stunned. Yes. Yu Qin nodded excitedly. Then, the storage ring on her finger flashed with a faint light. A jade pot appeared in her hand. Then, a fragrance wafted out. It smells so good. The Moon Spirit Princess's eyes flashed. Smelling this fragrance, even the old woman who was fasting couldn't help but salivate. Yu Qin, what is this? The Moon Spirit Princess couldn't help but ask. Hihi, it's just heavenly spirit mushroom horsemeat stew. Yu Qin smiled mysteriously. It seemed that she was very confident in her dish. Senior sister, this dish is definitely better than the ones made by your palace's chef. This is made with the meat of a Gale afterimage horse. It will definitely taste good. Gale afterimage horse. Hearing this, the Moon Spirit Princess was stunned for a moment and looked at her suspiciously. I remember, isn't this Gale afterimage horse quite rare? How did you get it? I hunted it. Yu Qin stammered and hurriedly evaded the question. The Moon Spirit Princess didn't pursue the matter. Instead, she teased, I didn't expect that a little girl like you would turn into a horse hunter. Hee. A sly look flashed in Yu Qin's eyes. Then, she urged, Senior Martial Sister and Master, quickly give it a try. Okay. The Moon Spirit Princess and the old woman both nodded. Then, they took the chopsticks handed to them by Yu Qin, gently picked up the horsemeat, and put it into their mouths. The aroma filled their nostrils. The meat was firm. The juices burst on the tip of their tongues. Not bad. The Moon Spirit Princess's eyes widened, and a trace of astonishment flashed in her beautiful eyes. This thing was even better than the dishes made by the supreme chefs of the Divine Kingdom. Not bad. The old woman nodded and praised, I think this horse should be a good one. By the way, senior sister, did you find a suitable candidate? At this moment, Yu Qin seemed to have thought of something and asked. I found one. Oh. What kind of person is he? The Moon Spirit Princess thought for a moment and said, an extremely ugly person. Ugly? Yu Qin was stunned. She seemed to have thought of something. It couldn't be those two people, could it? This was bad. The next day, the sun rose. The entire Divine Land city was once again bustling with noise and excitement. That was because today was the day of the Divine Treasure Auction. Many major forces from the celestial spirit realm had already gathered in Divine Land City. They were all here to try their luck at the Divine Treasure Auction. In the Rainstorm Tavern. Bang! Zhu Yuanbo rolled heavily from the bed to the ground. However, he was still indifferent and snoring loudly. Looking at Zhu Yuanbo, who was still sleeping after being kicked by him, he could not help but shake his head helplessly. This guy was too good at sleeping, wasn't he? Then, he squatted down and spoke into Zhu Yuanbo's ears. You found your horse. Why aren't you getting up? You found your horse. Where is it? Zhu Yuanbo suddenly woke up. He wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth and looked at Ning Tian in confusion. Ancestral Master, where is my storm shadow horse? Chapter 147. In my dream. Ning Tian said casually, then glanced at him. The Sky Treasure Auction is about to begin. Why aren't you getting up? Zhu Yuanbo was stunned for a moment before he got up in a daze. After the two of them were ready, they left the Windy Rain Tavern and walked towards the Sky Treasure Pavilion. Sky Treasure Pavilion. It was already packed with people. Many people were queuing up to enter the pavilion. As the Sky Treasure Auction was about to begin, more and more people were rushing towards the Sky Treasure Pavilion. Although there were many big and small auctions in the Divine Land City, they were still not as tempting as the Sky Treasure Auction. After all, the Sky Treasure Auction gathered all the treasures of the world. When Ning Tian and Zhu Yuanbo arrived at the Sky Treasure Pavilion, it was already packed with people. After being checked by the guards, the two of them finally entered the Sky Treasure Pavilion. The resplendent auction hall was already packed with people. Zhu Yuanbo brought Ning Tian to an inconspicuous corner. According to him, he did not want to be discovered by the manager of the Sky Treasure Pavilion. Ancestral Master, look at the first row. It's almost all the top forces in the Tianling region. Zhu Yuanbo said softly. Ning Tian looked over. He only saw a familiar person in the first row. It was the saint of the Xiaoyaro sacred ground, Zhuge Yu. At this moment, Zhu Yuanbao added, however, logically speaking, with your status, you should be seated in the first row. Ning Tian shook his head. There's no need to expose my identity. It was the same for him to sit there. His goal was to bid for something good, not to expose his identity. He had been hunted down by Emperor God experts twice. He did not want to be hunted down again. Okay, I understand. Zhu Yuanbo nodded. Then, he gave Ning Tian a brief introduction of the strength of the people in the first row. There were quite a lot of top forces here. Among them, only the carefree sacred ground, peerless divine nation, and sword celestial sect had great emperor experts. These forces were probably closer to the divine land. Therefore, Ning Tian had never heard of it. As for the Jade Lake sacred ground that he was familiar with, he had never participated in such auctions. However, the only thing that made Ning Tian feel slightly relieved was that, just as Luo Wuqing had said, the righteous faction did not dare to act rashly. No one from the Righteous Alliance appeared in the auction. As for the other large and small forces, there were also hundreds of them. As time passed, more and more people entered the auction venue. However, due to the sheer size of the auction venue, it was not a problem for it to accommodate more than 10,000 people. There was a lot of discussion in the surroundings. At this moment, as a beautiful figure walked in, the sounds of discussion gradually quieted down. The person who had come was naturally Princess Moon Spirit. At this moment, the old woman and Yuqin were following behind her. The reason why everyone was so quiet was mostly because the Moon Spirit Princess represented the ruler of the Kingdom of Gods today. This woman actually came too. Seeing the Moon Spirit Princess enter, Ning Tian could not help but frown. It would be best if this woman did not see him. Unfortunately, things did not go as he wished. When Ning Tian saw the Moon Spirit Princess, the Moon Spirit Princess also saw him. It could not be helped. His position was right in the center of the last row, where the lights were. In addition, with Ning Tian's unique appearance, it was impossible not to be noticed. Fortunately, the Moon Spirit Princess only glanced at Ning Tian and did not walk over. The Moon Spirit Princess landed in the center of the first row. As she sat down, it seemed as if she had announced the start of the auction. Soon, a woman in a red dress that outlined her curves slowly walked up to the auction stage from the side of the auction venue. Her mature and charming temperament made many male cultivators in the auction venue blush. They felt as if the primordial power in their bodies was constantly awakening. Everyone, sorry to keep you waiting. The woman's red lips opened slightly, and her charming voice was enough to make everyone lose their souls. Heavenly Venerable Realm. This woman is actually in the Heavenly Venerable Realm. Ning Tian narrowed his eyes and looked at the woman indifferently. He was not affected. This woman was not as beautiful as Luo Wuqing and not as charming as the Queen Mother of the West. Therefore, he could remain indifferent. Who is she? Ning Tian looked at Zhu Yuanbo, who was also blushing. She is the best auctioneer in our Sky Treasure Pavilion. Her name is Heavenly Charms. We all call her sister Heavenly Charms. Zhu Yuanbo chuckled and winked at Ning Tian. How is it, Ancestral Master? Are you tempted? However, Ning Tian ignored him and only looked at Heavenly Charms indifferently. This woman was just like her name. Not long, not long. Sister Heavenly Charms is hosting the auction. Naturally, we can wait. For Sister Mai, we can wait as long as we want. The group of cultivators exclaimed excitedly. Their burning eyes fell on Heavenly Charms as if they were wild beasts that wanted to pounce on her. Heavenly Charms covered her mouth and chuckled. She exuded endless charm with every movement. Many cultivators with weak mental fortitude widened their eyes in shock. Since everyone is here, Yi Zichen said. Heavenly Charms swept her beautiful eyes across the crowd and smiled. Then, I announce that the 328th Sky Treasure Pavilion auction will now begin. As soon as she finished speaking, the crowd was a little excited and expectant. Next, we will take out the first auction item. With that, Heavenly Charms waved her hand and a maid walked forward. The item was covered with a white cloth. It maintained a sense of mystery. The crowd began to look forward to it. Frost Moon Sword, a low-tier spiritual weapon. The starting price is 300,000 spirit coins. Each bid must be at least 10,000 spirit coins. Heavenly Charms rolled her eyes and said slowly, "A low-tier spiritual weapon. I didn't expect the first item to be a low-tier spiritual weapon." For a moment, the crowd was looking forward to the next item. How powerful would it be? Then, the bidding continued. I bid 310,000, 350,000, 400,000. In the end, the Frost Moon Sword was bought by a heavenly venerable at the price of 400,000 spirit coins. Following that, many more good things appeared. However, it was not tempting to Ning Tian at all. Thus, he simply watched the competition. Finally, on the fifth item, when the maidservant brought it up, although it was covered by a white cloth, he could vaguely guess what it was. Because the wind and thunder Tao in his body was already excited. Everyone. Heavenly Charm's lips curled into a beautiful smile as she said slowly, "Next, the fifth item. Earth Intermediate Martial Art, Wind and Thunder Divine Palm. The starting price is 1 million spirit coins. Each bid must be at least 50,000 spirit coins. Earth Intermediate Martial Art." Hearing this, many people in the auction were excited. Ning Tian's eyes flashed with a glimmer of light. It really is about the wind and thunder Tao. But, this 1 million spirit coins. Just as Ning Tian was in a dilemma, he thought of the storage ring that Luo Wuqing gave him before he left. He entered and took a look. He was instantly stunned. Damn, my wife, is she a rich woman? Chapter 148. In the storage ring. Ning Tian's consciousness was stunned inside. Looking at the flickering golden light in the entire space, he was dumbfounded. There were mountains of spirit coins, spirit weapons thrown on the ground, and techniques used as table footpads. Damn. It turns out that my wife is so rich. Ning Tian's eyes widened. His eyes were full of astonishment. System, help me count how many spirit coins there are here. Ning Tian said to the system. Checking in progress. The scanning light came out from Ning Tian's consciousness. Then, it scanned the entire storage ring. The number of spirit coins is about 1 billion. There are hundreds of weapons, techniques, and martial arts. Spirit coins, 1 billion. Even the weapons, techniques, and martial arts added up to 100. Damn. At this time, Ning Tian finally remembered. Once when he asked Luo Wuqing, she said that she was not interested in spirit coins. It turned out that it was not only because her strength was so high that she did not care about money, but more because she had countless spirit coins. After all, this was merely a storage ring. For such low-level things, Luo Wuqing had a drawer full of them. At this moment, he even felt that. If it weren't for his cheap wife who was not interested in money and did not like to leak the money, would the heavenly treasure Holy Land be the richest in the Tianling domain? Hiss, he took a breath of cold air. Ning Tian's consciousness withdrew from the storage ring. Ancestral Master, what's wrong? Looking at the side, Ning Tian's somewhat dull expression, Zhu Yuanbo lowered his voice and asked. No, nothing. Ning Tian shook his head, and the corners of his mouth raised slightly. With this huge sum of money, even in the face of those big forces, they still had the capital to compete. At this time, the price of the Earth rank Intermediate Martial Art, Wind Thunder Divine Palm, had already reached 1.25 million spirit coins. At present, it was a competition between two heavenly master-level forces. Humph. Scarface, do you really think that our Heavy Blade sect will lose to your Sky Thief sect in terms of wealth? The middle-aged man with a large saber glared at the person not far away and snorted coldly, 1,350,000 spirit coins. His voice fell heavily. Instantly, many people in the auction house were shocked. Oh my God. 1.35 million spirit coins. Unexpectedly, it increased by 100,000 spirit coins in one go. TCH, a mere 100,000? The man named Scar, I sneered. A sinister scar ran across his right eye. I was wondering how ruthless it would be. That's it. Is that it? 1.6 million. Today, I just want to win a smile from Miss Heavenly Charms. Whoosh. Everyone was in an uproar. 250,000 in one go. How tyrannical. Poochie. When the Heavenly Charms smiled, it was full of charm. He laughed. Sister Heavenly Charms' smile is so beautiful. Many of the surrounding male cultivators widened their eyes as they stared at the alluring figure. Suddenly, they felt their mouths go dry. If this was not the Sky Treasure Pavilion and Heavenly Charms was a heavenly venerable, they would have turned into wild beast. Sect leader Scar Eye, you must be joking. Heavenly Charms covered her mouth and chuckled. Her beautiful eyes wandered as she looked at the middle-aged man with a large saber. Sect leader Scar Eye has bid 1,600,000. I wonder if sect leader Willow Blade would like to follow the price. Forget it. If you want it, I'll give it to you. Humph. Willow Blade was silent for a moment. Then, he gritted his teeth, snorted coldly, and sat back in his seat. Apparently, he was going to give up. Hee. Scar Eye smiled proudly. Is there anyone else who would like to follow the price? Heavenly Charms looked at the auction house and asked. However, the auction hall was completely silent. Although the Wind Thunder Palm was a medium Earth-class martial technique, it had strict requirements. It required the power of wind and thunder. If one could not master it, he or she would not be able to unleash its full power. The price of 1,600,000 spirit coins was already the limit. Although Scar Eye felt the pinch, it was worth it to win a smile from the beauty. Seeing that everyone was silent, Heavenly Charms came to a conclusion. Then, the Wind Thunder Palm will be. Before she could finish her sentence, a faint voice rang out. 1,650,000 spirit coins. Hey! In the auction hall, a group of people looked over with doubtful gazes. Seeing this, Zhu Yuanbo quickly lowered his head. The people from the Sky Treasure Pavilion were still there. He did not want the people from the Sky Treasure Sanctum to find out that he had snuck out. However, his worries were obviously unnecessary. Everyone's eyes fell on Ning Tian. Hey, it's that ugly guy again. He dares to enter the auction house with such an ugly face. Looking at Ning Tian's ugly appearance, many people in the surroundings started to discuss spiritedly. Hearing this, Ning Tian frowned slightly. Ugly? In that case, Ning Tian said in his heart, System, fully activate the Divine Charm Physique. Fully activating the Divine Charm Physique. Successful activation. As the system's voice rang out, Ning Tian activated the Divine Charm Physique and charm appeared on his body. Everyone who looked at him was affected by the Divine Charm Physique. Hey! Why do I feel that this guy is a little more pleasing to the eye? Don't you think that his big face is like the moon in the sky? That stubble on his face is full of masculine charm, don't you think so? A man like this is a real handsome man. Some of the weaker people were mesmerized by the Divine Charm Physique. At this moment, Ning Tian, with his big face and stubble, was the most handsome man in the world in their hearts. Even the beautiful eyes of the Moon Spirit Princess flashed with a trace of confusion. This guy. Scarface gritted his teeth and a purple light flashed in his eyes. It was the light that was affected by the Divine Charm Physique. No matter how handsome this guy is, I can't let him steal my item. Scarface snorted and quickly said, I bid 1,700,000 spirit coins. 1,755,000. Soon, Ning Tian's voice rang out. 1,800,000. 1,855,000. You. Scarface gritted his teeth and said angrily, 1,900,000. 1,955,000. Next, no matter how much Scarface bid, Ning Tian kept up with the minimum of 50,000 spirit coins. After a while, the price of the Earth Intermediate Martial Art, Wind Thunder Divine Palm, had reached 2,100,000 spirit coins. Scarface gritted his teeth and glared at Ning Tian, seeing that you are more handsome, this Wind Thunder Divine Palm is yours. Hearing this, Ning Tian, with his big face and stubble, couldn't help but laugh. He had to admit that the Divine Charm Physique was really awesome. Touching his conscience, the current him was really a far cry from being handsome. However, The people who were affected by the divine charm physique felt that the current him was incomparably handsome. Just thinking about that scene made them want to laugh. Chapter 149. 2,100,000. Is there anyone else who wants to make a bid? If no one else wants to bid, this young master will get it. Heavenly Charms asked as she looked around. At the same time, she also had some doubts in her heart. As she was a heavenly venerable, she was not affected by the divine enchantment constitution. She could not understand why these people would say that Ning Tian was handsome. After Heavenly Charms finished speaking, this time, it was silent. No one made a sound. In that case, since no one is bidding, this Wind Thunder Divine Palm will be obtained by this young master. The corners of Heavenly Charms' mouth curled into a smile. Then, she waved her hand. The maid holding the Wind Thunder Divine Palm slowly walked toward Ning Tian. When she handed the Wind Thunder Divine Palm to Ning Tian, she also gave him a storage ring. This was the rule of the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. The Heavenly Treasure Pavilion followed the principle of paying and receiving the goods. They never went through backstage procedures. What Ning Tian had to do was to transfer the spirit coins into the storage ring given to him by the maid. Soon, the transaction was completed. Ning Tian returned the storage ring to the maid. The maid took it and even winked at him before she turned to leave. Ning Tian did not know whether to laugh or cry. This maid, if the effects of the divine charm physique were to subside and she recalled how she had winked at an incomparably ugly person, she would probably even have the heart to commit suicide, right? The transaction was completed. The auction continued. Following that, there were even more treasures. Among them, Ning Tian took a fancy to a few and spent a few million spirit coins to buy them. Anyway, a few million spirit coins was just a small amount of money. Just when Ning Tian was looking forward to the appearance of the two herbs he needed. Suddenly, he heard Heavenly Charms' charming voice on the auction stage. Everyone, the first half of the auction is over. In half an hour, we will start the second half. Huh! The first half. Ning Tian was stunned. Ancestral Master, the Heavenly Treasure auction has always been like this. Zhu Yuanbo chuckled and explained in a low voice. In the first half, it was all to promote the atmosphere. Only some of the better things were used. And all of these good things will be left for the second half to be used as the finale. There are such rules. Ning Tian was slightly shocked. Ancestral Master, do you see those small private rooms in the attic? Zhu Yuanbo asked again. A small private room. Ning Tian was stunned for a moment and looked in the direction he was pointing at. In this auction hall, there were originally small private rooms on the second floor, but each of them was blocked by a screen, so no one could see inside. Ancestral Master, those small private rooms will probably be filled with people soon. After all, the second half of the Sky Treasure auction is the most important, and those who have the right to sit here have to be at least the leader of an Emperor Realm faction. Zhu Yuanbo chuckled. Hearing this, Ning Tian nodded thoughtfully. The confusion in his heart was suddenly resolved. The Heavenly Treasure auction was the grandest auction in the Heavenly Spirit Realm. The strongest powerhouses who came were only at the Heavenly Venerable Realm. This was a little too degrading. Then, everyone sat in the auction hall and waited for the second half of the auction. At this moment, Princess Moon Spirit suddenly stood up. Everyone's eyes were on her. They saw her slowly walking towards Ning Tian. Looking at Ning Tian, she took a deep breath and summoned her courage. Fellow cultivator, are you free tonight? Tonight, is he free? Hearing this, the hearts of the crowd shuddered. Is Princess Moon Spirit so bold and unrestrained? Ah! At this moment, Princess Moon Spirit seemed to realize that she had said something wrong and quickly corrected herself. What I meant was, are you free tonight? Let's have a meal together. So it was a meal. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. They had to admit that they had thought wrongly just now. They were so scared that they thought that Princess Moon Spirit wanted to take the initiative to make a child with this guy. After saying this, Princess Moon Spirit looked at Ning Tian nervously. She had just seen Ning Tian use the Wind Thunder Divine Palm and thought of Third Imperial Uncle's words. She vaguely felt that this guy must have more secrets. While she was curious, She also believed that Ning Tian could help her set foot in that place. I'm not free. However, Ning Tian still shook his head lightly. Then when will you be free, fellow cultivator Ning Shuai? Princess Moon Spirit was still unwilling to give up. Her beautiful eyes stared at Ning Tian. Ning Tian thought for a moment and looked at Princess Moon Spirit seriously and said, when you're not free, I'll be free. The Moon Spirit Princess was stunned for a moment. She gave Ning Tian a resentful look before turning to leave. When she was not free, he would be free. Ning Tian just didn't want to talk to her. This made her, one of the three beauties of the Divine Land, fall into deep self-doubt. Was there a problem with Ning Shuai's taste, or was she really not good enough for him? Humph, Ning Shuai, just you wait. I don't believe that I can't handle you. Princess Moon Spirit was completely at odds with Ning Tian. He actually rejected Princess Moon Spirit. Seeing Ning Tian reject Princess Moon Spirit directly, the surrounding group of people were shocked. Some of the people who were previously in the Wind Thunder Square were even more shocked. This was because this was already the second time Ning Tian had rejected Princess Moon Spirit. Good heavens! What kind of person was this? Who exactly was he to reject Princess Moon Spirit twice in a row? While everyone was shocked and confused, the system's voice rang in Ning Tian's mind. You have shocked everyone in the Sky Treasure Pavilion. Reward, Replica Imposing Presence Card. Replica Imposing Presence Card. While hiding your aura, you can replicate the aura of the first person who perceived you. Replica Imposing Presence Card? Ning Tian was stunned for a moment. There was a flash of light in his eyes. Immediately, he kept the Replica Imposing Presence Card. Perhaps, he could use this Replica Imposing Presence Card later. He had a plan in his mind. However, it seemed that using the Imposing Presence Card here would not work. He would still be exposed. When the second half was about to begin, Zhu Yuanbo was still discovered by the people of the Sky Treasure Pavilion. He was directly called out by Heavenly Charm. In this regard, Ning Tian could only give him a sympathetic look. After a while, Zhu Yuanbo ran back again. However, Ning Tian clearly saw that his ears were obviously pinched red. At one glance, it was Heavenly Charm who did it. To be able to pinch the ears of the Saint of the Sky Treasure Sacred Ground, it seemed that Heavenly Charm's identity was not as simple as being the chief auctioneer. Hee, Ancestral Master, I'm back. Zhu Yuanbo chuckled. Then, he looked at Ning Tian mysteriously. Ancestral Master, I got something good. What is it? Ning Tian was puzzled. The private room on the second floor. The private room on the second floor? Ning Tian's eyes lit up. If it was in the private room, then he could use the Replica Imposing Presence Card at will. Chapter 150. Let's go. Bring me to the private room. Ning Tian said impatiently. All right. Zhu Yuanbo smiled and got up. He led Ning Tian to the private room quietly. This was Ning Tian's plan. There would definitely be Emperor God experts in the second half of the auction. If he wanted to bid for the treasures from them, it would not be just a matter of spirit coins. He would definitely be threatened. If he used the momentum duplication card to duplicate the momentum of the Emperor God experts, they would definitely be wary. To use the momentum duplication card, he naturally had to do it in a place that others could not see. Therefore, the private room that Zhu Yuanbo fought for at this time fulfilled this need. In the private room on the second floor, Ning Tian raised her head slightly and saw a few large words written in bold calligraphy on it. Heaven Room A. Ancestral Master, the private rooms on the second floor are divided into 5 rooms, A, B, C, D, and E. Zhu Yuanbo explained. Okay, let's go in. Ning Tian nodded and pushed the door open. The two of them walked in. The heaven room was quite spacious. It could accommodate a few people without a problem. What surprised Ning Tian was that the screen was actually a spiritual weapon. From the outside, it was blurry. From the inside, it could be seen clearly. If that was the case, that would be even better. Next, they just had to wait for the auction to begin. After a while, when Tian Mai walked up to the auction stage again, the atmosphere below was ignited again. Everyone, please be quiet. Tian Mai smiled and looked at the crowd. Next, We will invite a few distinguished guests. A few distinguished guests. Hearing this, the crowd was shocked. Could it be an emperor god expert? In the heaven room A, Ning Tian's eyes flashed. As expected, there would be emperor god expert. He wondered if there would be a great emperor. If there was a great emperor, that would be fun. Bidding for treasures from a great emperor. That would be an exciting scene. Just as the crowd was puzzled. Suddenly, in the heaven room B, an aura swept out. Bang! That was the aura of a great emperor. At the same time, the auras of the remaining 3 rooms in the heaven room suddenly shook. This was the pressure of a great emperor. Four great emperors. In an instant, everyone in the auction hall was stunned. His eyes were filled with shock. 4 great emperors had come to the Sky Treasure auction this time. One had to know that in the past auctions, the highest bidder was only a 4 to 6-star mortal emperor. But this time, it was a great emperor. Didn't this mean that there was something that even a martial monarch would be interested in? At this moment, under the pressure of the great emperor, no one dared to even breathe loudly. They could only wait silently for the great emperor's pressure to dissipate. After a while, the great emperor's pressure finally dissipated. Only then did everyone heave a sigh of relief. However, the shock in his eyes did not dissipate for a long time. All of them were curious. What was it that could move 4 great emperors at the same time? In the heaven room A, Ning Tian narrowed his eyes. In his heart, he was also curious. Beside him, Zhu Yuanbo was panicking. Oh no, oh no. Out of the 5 rooms in the heaven room, 4 of them are great emperors. What should we do? Why are you panicking? Ning Tian was already used to dealing with great emperors. Hence, he was not as panicked as Zhu Yuanbo. He smiled faintly and meaningfully. Who said that there aren't any great emperors in the heaven room A? Zhu Yuanbo was stunned. His eyes were filled with confusion. However, Ning Tian only smiled and did not explain. After the 4 great emperors had taken their seats, the auction hall became silent. Everyone felt a sense of restraint. Although they did not know the identities of the 4 great emperors. But at the very least, they were genuine great emperors. At this moment, a majestic voice came from the heaven room B. You don't have to worry about us. Come as you should. Hearing this voice, some cultivators in the Divine Land City were instantly excited. This was because the owner of this voice was none other than the sovereign of the Supreme Kingdom of God. At this moment, Tian Mai also cooperated to liven up the atmosphere. Hihi, everyone, don't be nervous. The great emperors will not interfere with us. Her laughter was charming and her eyes were seductive. With her charming words, the atmosphere gradually became livelier. As the chief auctioneer of the Sky Treasure Pavilion, Tian Mai naturally understood that if the atmosphere in the auction hall was not livelier, the item would not be sold. When the atmosphere in the auction hall became livelier, Tian Mai also started the auction. This Tian Mai is so powerful. Ning Tian clicked his tongue and sighed. With just a few words, she was able to bring back the originally dead atmosphere. This woman was not simple. Hee. Otherwise, how could Sister Tian Mai be the chief auctioneer of the Sky Treasure Pavilion? Zhu Yuanbao proudly raised his head and chuckled. What followed was indeed the second half of the auction. There was even an immortal artifact. However, Ning Tian did not choose to make a move. Because it was only a low-level immortal artifact. Moreover, it was a large saber. He had no use for it at all. The 4 great emperors of the sky ranks B, C, D, and E were all moved. A mere low-level immortal artifact was not worthy of their attention. In the end, the large saber immortal artifact was bought by an ordinary great emperor faction at the price of 8 million spirit coins. Everyone, next up is the 3rd auction item. This auction item is not ordinary. Tian Mai smiled mysteriously. Hearing her words, the experts of the surrounding factions widened their eyes. If Tian Mai said that it was not ordinary, then what exactly was it? Bring it up. Tian Mai waved her hand lightly. As soon as she finished speaking, a servant girl walked up from below the stage. The servant girl was wearing a pair of gloves that seemed to be used to ward off the cold. Even so, her custom-made gloves were still covered in frost. What a powerful chill. What exactly is inside? Feeling the cold air emitted from the item covered by the white cloth, many of the experts from the various factions felt their hearts tremble. This chill, could it be? In the Sky Rank A room, Ning Tian felt the chill and narrowed his eyes. He vaguely had an answer in his heart. Under everyone's gaze, Tian Mai's red lips parted slightly. Everyone, the third item is a divine herb that only matures once every 900 years, the 9 Phoenix Icegrass. As soon as she finished speaking, she gently pulled down the white cloth covering the item. A white herb appeared in front of everyone's eyes. There were only 9 leaves, but each leaf resembled the head of a phoenix. Vaguely, there was a chill emanating from it. It was the 9 Phoenix Icegrass that could only be found in extremely cold places. It finally appeared. Ning Tian's eyes flashed. He had to get the 9 Phoenix Icegrass no matter what. The atmosphere in the auction room had completely ignited. All the experts were looking at the 9 Phoenix Icegrass with burning eyes. Sister Tian Mai, what is the price of the 9 Phoenix Icegrass? At this moment, someone asked aloud. Tian Mai smiled. The 9 Phoenix Icegrass, 20 million spirit coins. Each increment must not be lower than 500,000. 20 million. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. This was more than twice the price of the divine artifact that had just reached the final price. At this moment, a domineering voice was heard. 30 million spirit coins. The Emperor wants the 9 Phoenix Icegrass. The voice came from the Sky Rank A room. The great Emperor had made his move. Hearing this, the experts could only give up, no matter how unwilling they were. No matter how rich they were, competing with the great Emperor was like courting death. At this moment, a faint voice was heard from the Sky Rank A room. 100 million spirit coins. Sorry, I want the 9 Phoenix Icegrass. Chapter 151. 100 million? Many people in the auction hall were shocked when they heard this. He had raised the price from 30 million to 100 million. That was a huge sum of money. Everyone looked at the Heaven Room A in shock. Could it be that there was a great emperor in there? In the Heaven Room A, Ning Tian's heart was beating wildly and he was nervous. Although he was not willing to compete with a great emperor, the 9 Phoenix Ice Chilling Grass was extremely important to him. Hence, he had to take a gamble. The reason why he had increased the price by 70 million was to intimidate the crowd. He wanted them to think that he was a great emperor and they would not dare to peek at his aura. The imposing aura card could not be chosen freely. It could only be copied from the first person who sensed his aura. What he wanted was for the great emperor to sense his aura. You have shocked the crowd. You have received a Divine Consciousness Voice Transmission Card. Divine Consciousness Voice Transmission Card? Ning Tian was stunned for a moment and kept it for the time being. 100 million. The crowd was shocked. Many of them had never seen so much money before. In the Heaven Room D. Zhuge Yu stood behind a man in a white robe with a solemn expression. The person who had called out the price was naturally the man in a white robe. The man in a white robe was Sacred Master Xiaoyao. He was a genuine great emperor. At this moment, he frowned slightly and looked at the Heaven Room A through the screen. Although he could not see through it, his aura could. Humph. An emperor's aura came out from the Heaven Room D. Sensing the aura, many people's faces change. On the auction stage, heavenly charms also revealed a helpless expression, even though this kind of behavior was not allowed by logic. However, the other party was a great emperor. Even if their heavenly treasure Sacred Master was here, they would have to be respectful. However, heavenly charms frowned slightly and looked at the Heaven Room A. She was confused. She had given Zhu Yuanbo the right to use the room earlier. Did he enter this room? In the Heaven Room A, sensing the terrifying aura, Zhu Yuanbo was trembling in fear. That was an Emperor realm expert. The patriarch was too impulsive. However, the corners of Ning Tian's lips curled up and his eyes sparkled. His goal had been achieved. System, use the replica momentum card. Using aura duplication card. Use successful. Detected carefree Sacred Master's Great Emperor aura. Replicating. Copy successful. Emperor's aura, 1 hour. As the system's voice fell, A powerful aura burst out from Ning Qian's body. Boom! The aura of a great emperor spread out from the sky room A. Feeling the powerful emperor aura, the faces of the experts from the various forces changed slightly. As expected, the person in the heaven room A was also a great monarch. In the heaven room B, Sacred Master Xiaoyaro frowned slightly. The 9 Phoenix Ice Chilling Grass was only useful to him as a collection. If he were to compete with a great emperor expert for it, it would be inappropriate. Not to mention, his goal was something else. Therefore, he simply sat back down. Since fellow Daoist wants it, then take it. As his voice fell, the aura of a great emperor dissipated in the heaven room B. Hearing this, the crowd sighed. It seemed that the great emperor in the heaven room B had decided to give up. In the heaven room B, Ning Qian heaved a sigh of relief as his eyes shone brightly. This time, the 9 Phoenix Ice Chilling Grass was finally in his hands, right? Zhu Yuanbo was dumbfounded. What great emperor? Why did the people outside and the great emperors all think that there was a great emperor here? Where was the great emperor? Earth monarch plus holy emperor equals a great emperor? At this moment, a woman's voice came from the heaven room C. 200 million. The voice was like a silver bell, gentle and pleasant. However, her words instantly stirred up the atmosphere of the entire auction venue. When he opened his mouth again, he offered another 200 million spirit coins. A stalk of divine herb was raised to 200 million spirit coins. This was simply unprecedented. Ning Qian frowned slightly, gritted his teeth, and said faintly, 300 million spirit coins. 400 million. However, the other party also followed with another 100 million. 500 million. Ning Qian frowned. 600 million. Silver bell-like laughter sounded. In an instant, it went from 100 million to 600 million. In the heaven room A, Ning Qian frowned. At this rate, even 1 billion spirit coins would not be enough. However, why did this laughter sound a little familiar? It seems to be her. Ning Qian reacted with a strange expression. Immediately, he gritted his teeth. He secretly said in his heart, "System, use the Divine Sense voice transmission card." Using the Divine Sense voice transmission card. Use successful. Immediately, Ning Qian took a deep breath and transmitted the message with his Divine Sense. In the heaven room C, a woman wearing a thin veil was waiting with a smile on her face for the voice from the heaven room A. Suddenly, a voice sounded in her mind. "Queen Mother of the West, give me face." Divine Sense voice transmission? The Queen Mother of the West was stunned for a moment, then sneered and retorted, "Why should I give face to you?" In the heaven room A, someone's face darkened as he gritted his teeth. "If you don't give me face, next time I'll wait for you to take a bath and summon you over." The Queen Mother of the West was stunned for a moment, and a strange expression appeared on her pretty face. Ancestor. Ancestor. Chapter 152. In the heaven room. The Queen Mother of the West had a shocked expression on her pretty face, and a hint of doubt flashed in her beautiful eyes. "Why is the ancestral master here? Saint Lord, what's wrong?" Yarokai Saintess's voice sounded from the side. "No, nothing." The Queen Mother of the West came back to her senses, and a playful smile appeared on her lips. She transmitted her voice through Divine Sense. "Ancestral Master, if I don't give you face, what are you going to do to me?" "I'll specifically choose to summon you at night when you're bathing." Ning Qian was silent for a moment. He gritted his teeth and secretly threatened her. Although the Great Emperor summoning card was gone, it could still be used as a means to threaten this woman. A silvery voice sounded in Ning Qian's mind. Then, the Queen Mother of the West's teasing voice sounded. "Really? Then I'll wait for the ancestral master to summon me. Why don't you tell me the time? I can just change into a few sexy ice silk underwear that I've kept for a long time, inside the heaven room." Ning Qian's old face darkened. In his mind, the naked body of the Queen Mother of the West appeared in a flash. He instantly felt uncomfortable. Damn it. This hateful woman. Zhu Yuanbo looked at Ning Qian's uncomfortable expression and couldn't help but ask, "Ancestral Master, what's wrong with you?" Ning Qian shook his head, took a deep breath, and transmitted his voice through divine sense. Then you wait for me. Hee. Don't. I'm afraid that Luo Wuqing will come to the jade pool to kill me. This 9 phoenix icegrass, I'll let you have it. The Queen Mother of the West chuckled, and the voice of divine sense gradually dissipated. Phew, Ning Tian heaved a sigh of relief. Without the Queen Mother of the West bidding, he finally won the 9 phoenix icegrass at a high price of 600 million spirit coins. He spent an extra 400 million spirit coins. Even if he had 1 billion spirit coins, he couldn't afford it. No, this money must be reimbursed by the Queen Mother of the West. After all, this woman is also a rich woman. Ning Tian murmured. He finally understood that these 2 women were both rich. Patriarch, I didn't expect you to be so rich. Zhu Yuanbu's eyes widened when he saw that Ning Tian had bought the 9 phoenix ice-chilling grass for 600 million spirit coins. It was as if he had seen the god of wealth. Patriarch, I have a man's supreme treasure here. As long as you have 10 million spirit coins, you can become a fighter among men. At this time, Zhu Yuanbu went back to his old business. He started to sell his good stuff to Ning Tian. However, Ning Tian couldn't be bothered with him. Did he look like someone who needed a man's treasure? What a joke. Super fierce. The auction continued. Heavenly Charms was grinning from ear to ear when she saw that this immortal medicine had been sold for a sky-high price of 600 million spirit coins. Her beautiful eyes flickered. With the promotion of 600 million spirit coins, the atmosphere in the auction venue was heated up. Following that, more and more items appeared in the auction. As for the medicinal herb that Ning Tian was still lacking, it had not appeared yet. Could it be that this thunder core fruit is so difficult to find? Ning Tian frowned slightly. There were all kinds of heavenly treasures in the heavenly treasure auction. However, the thunder core fruit was nowhere to be seen. Half an hour later, on the auction stage, Heavenly Charms hammered the hammer and auctioned off a fairy weapon. After she took a look at the stage, a solemn look flashed across her beautiful eyes. However, in the blink of an eye, her expression returned to normal. Heavenly Charms looked at the crowd below and opened her red lips slightly. She said slowly, "Ladies and gentlemen, the next item is the last item of the Heavenly Treasure Auction." The last item? Many powerful experts were shocked and looked forward to it. Is this the last item? Ning Tian murmured and frowned slightly. It seemed that it was unrealistic to find the thunder core fruit in the Heavenly Treasure Auction. However, this was the last item. This was probably the reason why the 4 great emperors were attracted here. Everyone's eyes fell on Heavenly Charms. Heavenly Charms turned around slightly and looked at the backstage of the auction house. She said softly, 7 people, please bring the item up. As soon as she finished speaking, there was a sound of swona. Everyone was stunned. What was that sound? They saw 6 men in black strenuously carrying a black and red coffin from the backstage. Behind them, there was a man in black playing a swona as he walked over slowly. Hearing this voice, the faces of some of the white-haired experts from the other factions turned ugly. He felt that the swona was trying to send him away. There were 7 people in the group. 6 of them carried the coffin and 1 of them played music. In the end, they slowly placed the black and red coffin on the auction stage. However, the sound of the swona did not stop. This is music Dao, the music of sealing. Hearing the sound of the swona, Ning Tian immediately recognized it. The music of sealing played by the swona probably had something to do with that strange coffin. After a while, the sound of the swona stopped. Sister Heavenly Charms, it's done. The man playing the swona put it down and smiled at Heavenly Charms. Thank you for your hard work. No need. The man waved his hand and looked at the leaders of the various forces. Everyone, if you need anything, you can contact the 7 of us. Remember, we're professionals in carrying coffins. Then, under the strange gazes of the leaders of the various forces, the 7 of them slowly left. The 7 of them left. Everyone's gazes landed on the coffin that was carried up by the group of 7. The coffin was black and red, and it emitted an extremely evil and eerie aura. Ancient runes could be vaguely seen on the coffin's lid. In short, Just looking at it made everyone feel as if their blood had been frozen. It was extremely uncomfortable. Even Heavenly Charms stayed far away from the black and red coffin. Heavenly Charms looked at the crowd and said slowly, "Everyone, this is our last auction item, the Kuei Yin soul-locking coffin." The Kuei Yin soul-locking coffin. As soon as she said that, the auras of several great emperors on the second floor of the auction house suddenly shook. Boom! If the great emperors had not restrained themselves, the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion would have collapsed and become a pile of ruins. As expected, the great emperors were all here for the Kuei Yin soul-locking coffin. What was the origin of this coffin that it could make the great emperors so excited? Everyone was shocked, and doubts arose spontaneously in their hearts. In the Heaven Room A, Ning Tian's gaze fell on the Kuei Yin soul-locking coffin, and he frowned slightly. Heavenly Charms squinted her beautiful eyes and looked at the Kuei Yin soul-locking coffin. We don't know what level this Kuei Yin soul-locking coffin is. However, after our investigation, we discovered that if I'm not mistaken, it was left behind from the ancient road to godhood, said Yi Zichen. As soon as she finished speaking. At this moment, the entire auction hall, which had been bustling with noise, fell into a deathly silence. Chapter 153. The leaders of the various forces looked at the wood soul-locking coffin with fervent gazes. Their hearts were beating wildly and they were shocked. They would never have thought that this Yin Lock soul coffin was actually left behind from the ancient road to godhood. That was the ancient road to godhood. It was the road that countless cultivators wanted to take the most after cultivating for their entire lives. However, a threshold had stopped countless people in front of it. That was a great emperor. Only a true great emperor had the qualification to step on the ancient road to godhood. The rest of the people could not even look up to it. No wonder the four martial monarchs were here just for the Kuei Yin soul-sealing coffin. This was because this Kuei Yin soul-locking coffin might contain some clues about the ancient road to godhood. Those who were still alive had either reached the deity realm and became a high and mighty deity realm expert. Otherwise, they would die on the ancient road without even leaving behind a corpse, and their souls would scatter. Even if there were great emperors who were lucky enough to leave their souls behind, they would not mention the ancient road to godhood as if they were afraid of it. Hence, no one knew what the ancient road to godhood was like. At this moment, the leaders of the various forces came to their senses. Even if the coffin was related to the ancient road to godhood, it was not up to them to interfere. The great emperors in the Heaven Room were eyeing the coffin covetously. The Heavenly Treasure Sanctum dug 1,000 feet into the ground in the dark forest to let the coffin reappear in the world, considering that this item might be helpful to great emperors. Hence, today, we are auctioning it in the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. The starting price is 100 million spirit coins and you can raise the price as you wish. Tian Mai said slowly. Everyone was shocked. The starting price was already 100 million spirit coins. In the Heaven Room A, Ning Tian could not help but sigh when he heard Tian Mai's words. The Heavenly Treasure Sanctum was indeed good at doing business. They definitely could not understand the ancient road to godhood, so they took it out to auction. In addition, the Heavenly Treasure Sanctum did not have any great emperors, only emperor gods. Even if they kept it, it would be useless. If it stayed in the sanctum, it would be at risk of being targeted by other great emperors. Digging 1,000 feet into the ground, such a big movement would have been noticed by others. Since such a hot potato was of no use to him, he might as well auction it off. This way, not only would he be able to avoid the risk, he would also be able to make a huge profit. However, if this kind of thing from the ancient road to godhood was shown to Luo Wuqing, would it have some effect on her cultivation base? Ning Tian's interest in the Yin Lock soul coffin was piqued. Heavenly Charm's voice was heard again. Everyone, a friendly reminder. This soul-locking coffin is extremely dangerous. Don't go near it. The quasi-emperor experts of our Heavenly Treasure Pavilion once tried to open it, but they were injured by the sinister winds within and have yet to recover. Hearing this, the surrounding people turned pale with fright. Even a quasi-emperor expert would be injured just by trying to open it. Strange. It was too strange. Then, let the auction begin. His voice faded. 200 million spirit coins. Sacred Master Xiaoyao's voice sounded from the heavenly room. As expected, a great emperor expert had made a move. The hearts of all the experts shook as they prepared to watch a good show. Next, it was the battle of wealth between the great emperors, 300 million. A voice sounded from the heavenly room. It was the great emperor who had just bought the 9 phoenix chilling grass with 600 million spirit coins. Everyone was looking forward to seeing how much money this great emperor would spend. The Empress of the West frowned slightly. This guy is here to join in the fun. He is really not afraid of death. Then, she sent a voice transmission with her spiritual consciousness. Ancestral Master, don't compete for this thing. The Empress of the West's serious voice sounded in Ning Tian's mind. He subconsciously replied with his spiritual consciousness. Why? The Empress of the West's voice sounded. Ancestral Master, I know your purpose. However, when one's strength reaches the great emperor level, this thing left behind from the ancient road to godhood is completely useless to one's strength. We all have our own purpose in bidding for this thing. But definitely not to break through to the divine realm. There is only one thing that is effective in breaking through to the divine realm. The guide to godhood. Although I don't know where you get your great emperor aura from, don't get yourself involved in this for something unnecessary. The Empress of the West put away her playfulness, and her tone was very serious. Hearing this, Ning Tian was silent for a while. All right, I will listen to you, Empress of the West. Hearing Ning Tian agree, the Empress of the West smiled. Her voice was full of temptation again. She could not help but tease, you are so obedient. Ancestral Master, come to the Jade Pool. There is a mysterious reward waiting for you. Ning Tian was speechless. He could not be bothered to respond to her. For the sake of a happy life with his wife in the future, he could not believe the Empress of the West's nonsense. Eating meat once or for every meal was a problem. However, Ning Tian chose the latter without hesitation. At this time, the bidding price of the Yinlock coffin had reached a high price of 600 million spirit coins. Even if Ning Tian did not listen to the Empress of the West, he had to give up. 600 million spirit coins had exceeded the amount of spirit coins he had left. 1 billion. At this time, the Empress of the West's indifferent voice sounded. 1 billion. In the heavenly room B, the sovereign of the divine nation's voice sounded. 5 billion. The Empress of the West continued to raise the price. Ning Tian could not help but sigh. Why were all the women he knew rich? Next, under the competition of the 4 great emperors, the Yinlock coffin reached a sky-high price of 2.5 billion spirit coins. 3 billion. At this time, the Empress of the West's indifferent voice sounded. 3 billion. In an instant, the various forces experts felt a little suffocated. 3 billion spirit coins. If it was given to them, it would bring many years of prosperity to their sect. Since the Jade Pool sacred leader wants it, then the emperor will not compete. At this time, the sovereign of the divine nation smiled and said. Although he was the sovereign of the divine nation, he also had the largest population among all the great emperors. Although he had a large treasury, he still had to take care of his citizens. It's the Jade Pool sacred leader. The second most beautiful woman in the Tianling region is here. At this time, the surrounding people looked at the heavenly room C with burning eyes. Faced with the sky-high price of 3 billion spirit coins, the sacred leader and the other great emperor hesitated for a while. In the end, they shook their heads and sighed, giving up. The Jade Pool sacred ground had been around for a long time and had a deep foundation. Competing with them would only be a waste of time. In the end, the Empress of the West won the Yinlock coffin for 3 billion spirit coins. In the heavenly room C, the Empress of the West's furrowed brows finally relaxed. She exhaled softly from her small mouth. Waves of light flowed in his eyes, flickering with a bright light. She muttered in her heart, with this Yinlock coffin, I should be able to suppress the true demon in the Jade Pool sacred ground. Chapter 154. As the last auction item was sold, the Sky Treasure auction came to a perfect end. Before the crowd could leave, Ning Tian pulled Zhu Yuanbo and left in a hurry. Firstly, he wanted to avoid the annoying Moon Spirit Princess. Secondly, The effect of the imposing presence card had been lost. If he did not leave now, when would he leave? Back at Storm Inn, Ning Tian went straight to his room and looked out of the window vigilantly. After confirming that there was no one suspicious, he heaved a sigh of relief. This is a good harvest. Although he had spent a few 100 million spirit coins, his wife was rich. It was not a big problem to squander money. I still need one more elixir pill to upgrade the heavenly god body. Thunder core fruit. Ning Tian frowned. He felt a headache coming. He had gotten the 9 phoenix ice grass, but he had no clue about the thunder core fruit. Sigh, I'll take my time to find it. He sighed. Immediately, he took out a sheepskin scroll. There were faint flashes of wind and thunder on it. It was the Earth Intermediate martial art, Tempest Palm. He sat cross-legged on the bed and took a deep breath. At the same time, he activated the Heavenly God Record and the Art of 3 Lifetimes and began to cultivate Tempest Palm, detecting host's absorption of Tempest Palm cultivation method, comprehending at 10 times the speed. In an instant, wind and thunder were constantly rumbling around Ning Tian. Storm Inn. 2 graceful figures appeared in front of the inn. In an instant, many guests widened their eyes in shock. What a beautiful lady! These 2 ladies are amazing. Although they were wearing a veil, there was a hazy beauty under the veil. The waiter immediately welcomed them with a smile. Dear guests, are you staying or having a meal? But I'd like to remind you that if you have a horse, please be careful. Horse. The Queen Mother of the West raised her eyebrows and said lightly, we're not having a meal or staying. We're looking for someone. Looking for someone? The waiter was stunned and looked at the 2 ladies in confusion. Dear guests, who are you looking for? The Queen Mother of the West thought for a while and said slowly, an extremely ugly person. Which one? The waiter was shocked and then pointed to a room on the 2nd floor. Then, the 2 women walked up to the 2nd floor. The diners were left dumbfounded. F***ck? These 2 beauties are actually looking for that guy. Seeing this scene, everyone was heartbroken. The cabbage had been eaten by the pig. 2nd floor. Inside the room. The wind and lightning around Ning Tian slowly dissipated. The system's voice sounded in his mind. Intermediate Earth rank martial art, Divine Wind Thunder Palm, successfully comprehended. Phew, Ning Tian let out a long sigh of relief. He finally succeeded in comprehending the Wind Thunder Divine Palm. Dong dong. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Ning Tian instantly became vigilant. Zhu Yuanbo said that he was going to sleep. With that guy's pig-like slumber, it was impossible for him to wake up now. What are you waiting for? Open the door. Outside the door, a woman's annoyed voice sounded. Hearing the familiar voice, Ning Tian was stunned. Queen Mother of the West. Then, he stood up and walked over to open the door. Outside the door, it was indeed the Queen Mother of the West and Yarokai Saintess. The Queen Mother of the West did not stand on ceremony and directly walked in with Yarokai Saintess. Why are you here? Ning Tian closed the door and asked. Take off the mask on your face first before talking to us. The Queen Mother of the West rolled her eyes. Hurry up and return my ancestor's handsome face. At the side, Yarokai Saintess also echoed, that's right, that's right. Those who love the ancestor strongly condemn him. Ning Tian touched his nose and immediately took off the ice silkworm mask. With the Queen Mother of the West here, he did not have to worry about exposing his identity. As soon as the ice silkworm mask was taken off, that handsome face that had nowhere to put it appeared again. Well, not bad. This face is still more comfortable to look at. The Queen Mother of the West patted Ning Tian's shoulder and smiled. Ancestor, Yarokai Saintess blushed and greeted Ning Tian. Yes. Ning Tian nodded and immediately looked at the Queen Mother of the West. Queen Mother of the West, what are you doing here? Hehe, ancestor, what do you think? The Queen Mother of the West looked at Ning Tian teasingly. That gaze was like a vicious wolf looking at a little sheep. Ancestor, if I force myself to do something shameful to you here, that woman Luo Wuqing shouldn't be able to sense it, right? Ning Tian was stunned for a moment, his heart filled with shock. Damn. This Queen Mother of the West actually wants to force herself on me. Cough cough. This kind of thing should not be expected, right? Hee hee. The Queen Mother of the West rolled her eyes at Ning Tian flirtatiously. Ancestor, I'm just teasing you. Ning Tian gritted his teeth and looked at the Queen Mother of the West. Queen Mother of the West, just you wait. When I'm stronger than you, I'll definitely spank your ass until it blossoms. Hee hee. Tilda, hearing that, the Queen Mother of the West was not angry at all. She even turned around, raised her butt, and winked at Ning Tian. Ancestor, I'll spank you now. Do you dare? I don't dare. The corner of Ning Tian's mouth lifted into a cold smile. Then, under Yarokai Saintus's shocked gaze, he took a step forward, stretched out his big hand, and viciously slapped at her voluptuous breast. Smack, smack, smack. A crisp sound rang out. Yarokai Saintus, who was standing at the side, was stunned. The Queen Mother of the West was also stunned. A hint of red instantly appeared behind her ears. She did not expect that Ning Tian would actually dare to do that. Ning Tian hit her 3 times and let go. What if this woman flew into a rage out of humiliation and wanted to kill him? However, he still had to hit her, and it was very satisfying. Moreover, the Queen Mother of the West had taken the initiative. How could he be afraid? A man should not be afraid. You shocked the Queen Mother of the West. You shocked Yarokai Saintus. Reward, Spiritual Energy Cultivation Base plus 300. The Queen Mother of the West's pretty face was slightly red. She did not fly into a rage out of humiliation as Ning Tian imagined. Instead, there was a hint of seduction on her pretty face. Ancestor, you hit me. You have to be responsible for me. I didn't do anything to you. Why don't you hit me too? Ning Tian was speechless. Oh, Ancestor, you want to, with me? The Queen Mother of the West licked her red lips. She looked at Ning Tian and then at the big bed beside her. At this moment, her seductive vixen physique was undoubtedly on display. At the side, Yarokai Saintus was blushing. For a moment, she did not know what to do. How did things turn out like this? Should she go out? Or stay here? Ah, so awkward. Yarokai Saintus gritted her teeth, not knowing what to do. Cough, cough. Ning Tian coughed dryly. Cough, well, let's get down to business. All right. In the end, he still chickened out. What if the Empress's wife killed him with a pair of scissors at night? Boring. The Queen Mother of the West looked at Ning Tian bitterly. Why did Ning Tian feel that this woman was serious? Ancestor, we came to find you. We only want one thing. The Queen Mother of the West became serious. What is it? Ning Tian asked. The root of the 9 phoenix icegrass, the Queen Mother of the West said lightly. Chapter 155. The root of the 9 phoenix ice chilling grass? Ning Tian was stunned for a moment, but he did not hesitate. Okay, here you go. For this 9 phoenix ice chilling grass, all he needed was the 9 leaves. The Queen Mother of the West also competed for the 9 phoenix ice chilling grass, so she needed it too. Immediately, he took out the 9 phoenix ice chilling grass from his storage ring. The whole room instantly became cold, and there was frost on the ground. He used a special spiritual weapon to cut off the root of the 9 phoenix ice chilling grass and put it in a jade bottle to retain its medicinal properties. Ning Tian handed the jade bottle to the Queen Mother of the West and said, Queen Mother of the West, you made me pay nearly 500 million spirit coins for nothing. Would you consider compensating me? Compensating? The Queen Mother of the West's beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of ridicule. Sure, but I don't have spirit coins. I can compensate you with your body. If one is not enough, there is also the Saintess of the Jade Lake Sacred Ground. Ah! Yarokai Saintess was stunned, and her pretty face instantly turned red. Haha, just kidding. The Queen Mother of the West chuckled, and then looked at Ning Tian. Of course there is no compensation. After all, your wife is a rich woman. She doesn't lack money. Immediately, the Queen Mother of the West leaned over and blew a breath of hot air beside Ning Tian's ear, making him feel numb. Okay, I blew a breath of divine air for you. That is the compensation. Haha. Ning Tian? What kind of compensation is this? I have no choice. The Queen Mother of the West spread her hands helplessly. You don't want any special compensation. I don't have any spirit coins, so I can only blow a breath of divine air for you. Then how about I ask you a question? Ning Tian looked at the Queen Mother of the West. Oh. The Queen Mother of the West squinted her beautiful eyes and gradually became serious. Ancestral Master, please go ahead. Do you know about the Thunder Heart Fruit? Thunder Heart Fruit? The Queen Mother of the West was stunned for a moment and nodded. I know a thing or two about the Thunder Heart Fruit. Hearing this, Ning Tian's eyes flashed with excitement. Was there finally a clue about the Thunder Heart Fruit? Immediately, he asked hurriedly, where is the Thunder Heart Fruit? It's in this divine prefecture city. However, you can't enter that place, and neither can I, Queen Mother of the West said slowly. Why? Ning Tian frowned and asked in confusion. That's because it's a forbidden area of the Supreme Divine Nation's royal family. The Queen Mother shrugged. Even if she was a great emperor, she couldn't just barge into someone else's forbidden grounds. If they weren't careful, they could worsen the relationship between the Supreme Divine Nation and the Jade Lake Sacred Ground. The forbidden area of the royal family of a Supreme Divine Nation? Hearing this, Ning Tian was stunned for a moment and suddenly thought of someone. That was the Moon Spirit Princess. I understand. Ning Tian nodded. Haha Tilda Ancestral Master, we're leaving. We'll probably stay in Divine Land City for the next few days. If there's anything, just come and find us. The Queen Mother of the West winked at Ning Tian before she turned and left. Goodbye, Patriarch Tilda Yarokai Saintus said with a blushing face and quickly followed after her. As soon as the two girls left, Ning Tian put on the ice silkworm mask again and frowned. How could he enter the forbidden area of the royal family through the Moon Spirit Princess? At this moment, after the Queen Mother of the West and her daughters left, in the inn, another person had arrived. Waiter, do you have a customer who doesn't look too good? A gentle voice was heard. It instantly attracted the attention of all the customers in the inn. All of them widened their eyes. Damn! It was the Moon Spirit Princess. The Moon Spirit Princess was looking for an ugly customer. Damn! It was that ugly Ning Shuai again. They were frustrated. Why did the two beauties go to Ning Shuai just now, and now, the Moon Spirit Princess went to him? If that guy was extremely handsome, then so be it. However, it was incomparably ugly. What was wrong with the beauties nowadays? Why did they all like to look for an extremely ugly person? Soon, the Moon Spirit Princess went up to the second floor under the guidance of the waiter. Standing in front of Ning Tian's door, the Moon Spirit Princess took a deep breath. She mustered up her courage and spoke softly. Ning Shuai, are you there? In the room, Ning Tian was still thinking about how to get the Moon Spirit Princess to come over when he heard a voice outside the door. His eyes lit up, and he immediately stood up. Speak of the devil and he will appear. Chapter 156. Outside the door. The Moon Spirit Princess gritted her teeth and grabbed the corner of her clothes. She was still a little nervous. Fellow Daoist Ning Shuai wouldn't reject him like before, right? At this moment, the wooden door made a creaking sound and was slowly pushed open. The Moon Spirit Princess raised her head to look. Ning Tian's extremely familiar ugly face appeared before her. She was stunned for a moment and frowned slightly. She couldn't help but mutter in her heart. Hey! This fellow Daoist Ning Shuai doesn't seem that ugly. On the contrary, he's ugly and handsome. She looked at Ning Shuai now and felt that although he was ugly, he had a personality. Ning Shuai. At this moment, the Moon Spirit Princess recovered from her daze and greeted Ning Tian. Ning Tian nodded and immediately stepped aside to let the Moon Spirit Princess in. Although it was just a small movement, the Moon Spirit Princess's eyes lit up. Ning Shuai was willing to talk to her. Could it be that her sincerity had touched him? One after entering the room, Ning Tian closed the door. The Moon Spirit Princess sniffed and asked curiously, "It smells so good. Ning Shuai, what brand of perfume did you use?" Perfume? Ning Tian was stunned. Then, his nose moved slightly and sniffed the room. There was indeed a faint fragrance. If he wasn't wrong, it should be the unique fragrance of the Queen Mother of the West and Yarokai Saintus. It was the unique fragrance of the Jasper Lake's nightfall potpourri. This fragrance was extremely fragrant and could be smelled from afar. However, Ning Tian still liked the faint jasmine fragrance on his wife's body. He could smell the faint jasmine fragrance when he hugged her to sleep. It was very comfortable. It was a necessary fragrance to relieve fatigue after exhaustion. Ning Tian shook his head and looked at the Moon Spirit Princess. "Princess, did you come here to discuss the fragrance of flowers with me?" "That's not it." The Moon Spirit Princess shook her head and earnestly looked at Ning Tian. "Fellow Daoist Ning Shuai, I came here because I have a request. I hope that fellow Daoist Ning Shuai can come with me to the forbidden area of the Imperial Palace, the Reflecting Moon Pavilion." Forbidden grounds of the Imperial Palace? Ning Tian narrowed his eyes. According to the Queen Mother of the West, the Thunder Core fruit was in the Divine Prefecture City, and it was in the forbidden area of the Imperial Palace. I wonder if fellow Daoist Ning Shuai is willing? Seeing that Ning Tian didn't reject her outright this time and instead fell into deep thought, Princess Moon Spirit's heart was filled with anticipation. Although the Moon Spirit Princess was a princess, she wasn't as unruly and willful as one would expect. If it wasn't for the importance of that matter to her, she wouldn't have bothered Ning Tian again and again. Ning Tian's eyes flashed. He glanced at Princess Moon Spirit and said, "In ancient times, Liu Bei visited Zhuge Liang's thatched cottage 3 times. Today, Princess Moon Spirit asked me 3 times. Fine, fine. Zhuge Liang?" The Moon Spirit Princess was startled. She was a little confused. Who is Zhuge Liang? Was it Zhuge Yu's predecessor? Someone from the Xiaoyaro sacred ground? Ning Tian shook his head. "As for who it was, Princess Moon Spirit, you don't need to know. You only need to know that I've already promised you." "Ah!" Princess Moon Spirit was stunned. Then, her beautiful eyes flashed with excitement. "Fellow cultivator Ning Shuai, you've finally agreed." Cough, "Yes. Seeing the princess begging so hard, I couldn't bear it, so I agreed." Ning Tian coughed dryly. He didn't do it for the Thunder Eyes fruit, but simply wanted to have a meal with the princess. Cough, cough. Great. Princess Moon Spirit didn't care why Ning Tian agreed. She only needed Ning Tian to agree. "Fellow cultivator Ning Shuai, why don't you come with me to the moon reflecting pavilion now?" Princess Moon Spirit's beautiful eyes flickered as she looked at Ning Tian. She couldn't wait to say this. "Okay, let's go." Ning Tian nodded. Princess Moon Spirit couldn't wait, but he couldn't wait either. If he couldn't raise his Sky God constitution to the intermediate minor success soon, he would be stuck at the peak Earth King stage. Then, the two got up and walked out of the room. They pushed the door open. They bumped into Zhu Yuanbo, who was out looking for food. "Zhu. Ning Shuai and Princess Moon Spirit?" Zhu Yuanbo was stunned for a moment, then his eyes flashed with excitement. "Ning Shuai, you've finally agreed to Princess Moon Spirit." "Tianbao Saint." Princess Moon Spirit greeted Zhu Yuanbo politely. Gulp. At this moment, Zhu Yuanbo's disappointing stomach made a sound of protest. Hihi, I'm hungry." Zhu Yuanbo scratched his head awkwardly. "Foodie, you just ate and you're hungry again." Ning Tian rolled his eyes at him. "It's a blessing to be able to eat." Zhu Yuanbao chuckled. "Phut." The Moon Spirit Princess covered her mouth and chuckled. She looked at Zhu Yuanbao and said, "Why don't you come with us? It just so happens that my junior sister is here. Her dishes are delicious, and she hunted a very rare ingredient. The dishes they make are even more delicious than the dishes made by me, the royal chef." "Really? I'll go." Zhu Yuanbo drooled and quickly nodded. "Princess Moon Spirit wants to invite me. How can I refuse?" Hee. Zhu Yuanbo had 3 good qualities. He was greedy, delicious, and lecherous. Cough cough. As the saint of the Tianbao sacred land, he had perfectly inherited this fine tradition. "Heavenly Treasure Saint, come along with us," said the Heavenly Treasure Saint. Princess Moon Spirit smiled. One more person was just one more pair of chopsticks. Whatever they wanted to discuss, they would naturally discuss it in private. Then, the 3 left the Windrain Inn and headed toward the Forbidden Palace in the center of Divine Land City. Forbidden Palace. Yingyu Pavilion. In the kitchen courtyard. Yu Qin was excitedly looking at the last fleeting shadow horse in the courtyard. Horse, you're so cute. As Yu Qin spoke, she slowly walked toward the fleeting shadow horse. A cold light flashed in her hand. It was a bull-slaughtering knife. Hiss. The fleeting shadow horse subconsciously retreated and let out a cry. That cry probably meant, "Can you not hold a knife when you praise me for being cute? I'm scared." Sigh, although you're cute, senior sister said that there are important guests coming. So, I can only kill you with tears in my eyes. Yu Qin sighed. Thinking of the delicious stewed horse meat with heavenly spirit mushrooms, her sad tears flowed from the corner of her mouth. Horse, I'm sorry. If you want to blame someone, blame those important guests. Yu Qin raised the knife. Then, the horse's miserable cry sounded in the courtyard. Hiss. A moment later, Princess Moon Spirit led the two into the Forbidden Palace. This was indeed the Forbidden Palace of Divine Land City. There were armored soldiers everywhere, and their strength was not weak. However, they did not interrogate them. After all, they were not qualified to stop Princess Moon Spirit. Soon, the three of them arrived in front of the Yingyu Pavilion. Zhu Yuanbo smelled the delicious aroma of meat from afar, and he couldn't stop drooling. Chapter 157. Yu Qin, that girl, she's done cooking so quickly. The Moon Spirit Princess was a little surprised. Yu Qin's efficiency seemed to be quite high. Ning Shuai, Tianbao Saint, let's go in. The Moon Spirit Princess pushed open the door of the Moon Reflection Pavilion and walked in. Naturally, Zhu Yuanbao eagerly followed behind. This aroma was definitely meat, and it had already aroused his appetite. Right now, he could eat an entire horse. Ning Tian stopped outside the Moon Reflection Pavilion for a while. After entering the forbidden area of the palace, he had been paying attention to the surroundings. There was no thunder heart fruit around. It seemed that the thunder heart fruit was still in the depths. After a while, he also followed. In the main hall of the Moon Reflection Pavilion, Yu Qin was humming a tune as she placed bowl after bowl of dishes on the table. On the table, there was stewed horse meat with heavenly mushrooms, roasted horse legs, and so on. This was simply a horse banquet. One could imagine how badly the fleeting shadow horse had died. Me. Just as Yu Qin was humming a tune, the door of the hall was pushed open. She subconsciously looked over. She saw the Moon Spirit Princess walking in from outside. Seeing this, Yu Qin's eyes lit up. As she walked over, she asked, "Senior sister, did you bring the distinguished guests you wanted to entertain?" Ah! Suddenly, her voice came to an abrupt halt. Her shocked eyes were looking at the two people behind the Moon Spirit Princess. Why are they here? Yu Qin felt that something was wrong. Suddenly, he felt a sense of guilt. In particular, when her eyes inadvertently glanced at the horse banquet on the table, she broke out in cold sweat and panicked even more. It's over. If senior sister knows that I've done something bad, she'll definitely spank my little butt like before. Yu Qin's little face immediately turned bitter. Vaguely, she could feel a burning pain coming from her little butt. Yu Qin, what's wrong? Seeing that something was wrong with Yu Qin, the Moon Spirit Princess could not help but feel puzzled. Ahaha, I'm fine. Although she said that she was fine, Yu Qin did not hide the sadness on her face. Seeing this, the Moon Spirit Princess shook her head. She could not understand the thoughts of a young girl. Soon after, she smiled at Ning Tian and Tianbao. Daoist Ning Shuai, Tianbao Holy Son, this is my junior sister, Yu Qin. Yu Qin, this is fellow Daoist Ning Shuai and the Heavenly Treasure Holy Son. They are both honored guests today. The Moon Spirit Princess even emphasized the word honored guest. She knew that her junior sister was naughty by nature, and she couldn't let her cause trouble. Yes. Got it. Yu Qin playfully stuck out her tongue. Junior sister? Ning Tian frowned and asked, could it be that the Moon Spirit Princess has joined another sect? Yes. The Moon Spirit Princess nodded. She didn't try to hide it. After all, it wasn't a secret. But as for the details, she didn't say, and Ning Tian didn't ask. Daoist Ning Shui, the reason why I'm treating you to a meal is because of a tradition of our divine kingdom. Moon Spirit Princess looked at the table full of dishes and smiled. Oh, custom? Ning Tian was puzzled. It's a custom. The Moon Spirit Princess nodded. Our divine kingdom has something important to ask of you, so we will set up a banquet. If you're willing to know a thing or two, you can come and eat at the table. If you're not willing, you can leave. At this point, the Moon Spirit Princess looked at Ning Tian nervously. Hee hee. Ning Tian smiled and walked toward the table. Since I'm here, how can I leave? Besides, the food is so fragrant. It'd be a waste not to eat it. Hearing this, the Moon Spirit Princess heaved a sigh of relief. Since Ning Shui was willing to eat this meal, then her important request shouldn't be a problem. The four of them sat at the table. Ning Tian and the Moon Spirit Princess also tacitly agreed not to say a word. If there was anything, the two of them could talk about it slowly after the meal. Zhu Yuanbo didn't stand on ceremony. He picked up his bowl and chopsticks, and like a reincarnated hungry ghost, he put a piece of meat into his mouth. The moment the meat entered his mouth, Zhu Yuanbo's eyes widened. There seemed to be a golden light in his eyes. What kind of divine dish is this? It's actually so delicious. I've eaten in the heavenly treasure sacred ground for more than 20 years, but I've never eaten such delicious food. Phut! The Moon Spirit Princess smiled and looked at Yuqin. It's made by my junior sister. Yuqin immediately raised her head proudly. How is it? Is the heavenly treasure saint satisfied? Satisfied, satisfied. Facing such delicious food, how could Zhu Yuanbo not be satisfied? He finished bowl after bowl of spirit rice. Oh my god! What is this? It's too delicious. Zhu Yuanbo was enjoying the food and couldn't help but ask, Moon Spirit Princess, what kind of meat is this? I've eaten all kinds of delicacies, but I've never eaten such delicious food. This? The Moon Spirit Princess was stunned for a moment. She frowned and fell into deep thought. Beside her, seeing this scene, Yuqin's hands were covered in cold sweat. She hurriedly said, this is horse meat from a short-legged horse. A short-legged horse? Zhu Yuanbo was stunned for a moment, and his expression gradually became lonely. You shouldn't have mentioned horses, just like how I shouldn't have lost my shadow windchaser horse. Shadow windchaser horse? At this moment, the Moon Spirit Princess finally remembered. This is made with the shadow windchaser horse. Huh. Hearing this, Zhu Yuanbo was stunned. F***ck. No way. Seeing Zhu Yuanbo's excited look, the Moon Spirit Princess was stunned for a moment and looked at Ning Tian with some confusion. Fellow Daoist Ning Shui, what is the heavenly treasure saint doing? This guy lost 2 shadow windchaser horses in the Divine Land City cult a few days ago. I'm afraid he missed them when he saw meat, Ning Tian explained slowly. Lost 2 shadow windchaser horses? The Moon Spirit Princess frowned slightly. She vaguely felt that something was wrong. Yuqin's heart thumped, and she knew that something was wrong. She suddenly had a thought. Ouch. My stomach hurts. Senior sister, you guys eat first. I'll go take care of it. With that, Yuqin was about to run away. But at this moment, it was Yuqin's guilty conscience that instantly made the Moon Spirit Princess think of something. Yuqin, come here. A voice sounded behind her. Yuqin pouted, her face bitter as she walked over with her head lowered. Tell me, does the shadow windchaser horse in this pot belong to the heavenly treasure saint? The Moon Spirit Princess stared at Yuqin with her beautiful eyes and asked. Is there a need to be so fierce? Yuqin muttered in a low voice. Still not telling the truth. I think you want to go into the rainforest secret realm to be grounded, right? A fierce light flashed in the Moon Spirit Princess's eyes. Grounded? No, no, no. Hearing that, Yuqin quickly shook her little head. I'll tell you the truth. The heavenly treasure saint's shadow windchaser horse is on the table. Chapter 158. On the table. Hearing this, Ning Tian and Zhu Yuanbo were stunned. Zhu Yuanbo shut himself up on the spot. It's over, it's over. He could almost see himself being beaten up by the elders when he returned to the heavenly treasure sacred land. Ning Tian couldn't help but laugh, but he had to admit that the horse meat was really delicious. Yu Qin, as a disciple of the ethereal sect, how dare you steal? The moon spirit princess gritted her teeth, her eyes flashing with anger. The ethereal sect. Hearing this, Ning Tian narrowed his eyes. The ethereal sect must be the sect that the moon spirit princess joined. However, the ethereal sect didn't seem to be famous in the entire heavenly spirit region. The information he knew was very little. Senior sister, I was wrong. Next time, I dare. Oh, no, I won't dare next time. Yu Qin pouted and said pitifully. It seems that you still don't know your mistake. The moon spirit princess narrowed her eyes. When Yu Qin saw the moon spirit princess squint her eyes out of habit, she knew that she couldn't keep her butt. Sure enough, the next moment, she was hugged by the moon spirit princess. Yu Qin didn't dare to struggle. The moon spirit princess was not only her senior sister, but she was also a holy emperor. She was only in the earth monarch realm, so she didn't have the strength to resist. Therefore, Yu Qin was like a fish on the chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered. She even closed her eyes. Just as the moon spirit princess wanted to spank Yu Qin's but like before, she found that she couldn't reach it. This little girl seemed to be developing much faster than he had imagined. However, she couldn't let this little girl go just like that. If she didn't teach her a lesson, she would turn the world upside down in the future. The moon spirit princess was silent for a moment, then looked at Ning Tian as if asking for help. Fellow Daoist Ning Shui, help. Huh. Ning Tian, who was looking at the autistic Zhu Yuanbo while eating horsemeat, was stunned and looked at the moon spirit princess in confusion. Beat her up. The moon spirit princess went straight to the point. Looking at Yu Qin's raised butt, Ning Tian fell silent. What's wrong with me today? How did he end up in a spanking frenzy? Just as he was about to decline, Yu Qin reacted. She gritted her teeth and glared at Ning Tian like a tiger eyeing its prey. Ugly man, how dare you? Dare! Ning Tian, who had originally intended to decline, grinned. Little girl, how dare you? As he spoke, Ning Tian walked over. He had originally planned to decline, but who asked this little girl to take the initiative to provoke him? Ancestral Master was never a coward. Hey, don't come over. Yu Qin's face was flushed red, her eyes filled with panic. However, Ning Tian was indifferent and walked straight over. In Yu Qin's eyes, the smile on his face, coupled with his ugly appearance, was simply the smile of a demon. Next. Ning Tian raised his hand. At this moment, Yu Qin also tightly closed her eyes. The big hand landed heavily. Pa. Ning Tian did not have the slightest bit of pity. He hit her as he should. A crisp sound rang out. Yu Qin secretly knew that something was wrong. Her little butt was probably crippled. Sure enough, a burning pain soon came. Princess Moon Spirit let go of Yu Qin. The little girl immediately threw herself into Moon Spirit's arms, burying her head in the softness and rubbing it with an aggrieved look. Woo woo. Senior sister, I was spanked by an ugly man. I can't get married. Woo woo. Hearing this, Princess Moon Spirit could only helplessly hug this little girl. Ning Tian felt that his hand was a little numb. Although he had spanked 2 women today, he had to admit that his own wife's spanking felt better. Cough cough. Yu Qin's eyes were red as she glared at Ning Tian. However, Ning Tian decisively chose to ignore her. Alright, you did something wrong first. Go and apologize to Tianbao Saint. Princess Moon Spirit patted Yu Qin's head. Hearing this, Yu Qin nodded and looked at Zhu Yuanbo. Tianbao Saint, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have stolen your horse, Yu Qin whispered. However, Zhu Yuanbo still looked absent-minded, as if he did not hear Yu Qin's words. Tianbao Saint, are you okay? I will try my best to compensate you for your loss. Princess Moon Spirit looked at Zhu Yuanbo and said very seriously. Woo woo. Suddenly, Zhu Yuanbo burst into tears, scaring everyone. He picked up his bowl and chopsticks and said, Let me tell you, you've hurt me. I'll definitely be beaten when I go back. He picked up a mouthful of horse meat and put it in his mouth, crying vaguely. You must compensate me for this loss. Do you know how sad I am when my horse died? Woo woo, Yuqin, help me get some rice. It's too little. It's not enough. Give me a big bowl. By the way, where were we just now? Zhu Yuanbo cried loudly as he ate 3 big bowls with tears in his eyes. Seeing this scene, the 3 of them had strange expressions, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Why didn't he feel the sadness that he should feel? Aren't you afraid that your elders will beat you up? Ning Tian looked at Zhu Yuanbo playfully. Yes. Zhu Yuanbo was stunned for a moment, then nodded and said seriously, so, I'm eating some horse meat now to boost my courage. After that, Zhu Yuanbo ate wildly. Looking at him eating wildly, Yuqin couldn't help but say, eat slowly, there's still horse meat for you in the kitchen. Woo woo. My horse. Hearing Yuqin's words, Zhu Yuanbo cried even harder, and the speed at which he picked up the meat with his chopsticks became even faster. Seeing this, Ning Tian and Princess Moon Spirit looked at each other and smiled helplessly. After the meal, Zhu Yuanbo still didn't give up. He strongly condemned Yuqin's horse stealing and asked her to tell him how she did it. Hee hee. It seems that there are still a few wind-chasing horses in the sacred ground. Zhu Yuanbo thought to himself. On the side, Princess Moon Spirit led Ning Tian to a study. Princess Moon Spirit, can you tell me now what you need me to help you with? Ning Tian looked at Princess Moon Spirit and asked. Yes. Princess Moon Spirit nodded, and a flash of light flashed in her beautiful eyes. She looked at Ning Tian with bright eyes. Fellow Daoist Ning Tian, I want you to help me compete for the throne. Huh? Compete for the throne? Ning Tian was stunned for a moment, then suddenly reacted, damn, you want to rebel. Rebel? This time, it was Princess Moon Spirit's turn to be stunned. She was stunned for a while before she reacted. Phut. Princess Moon Spirit smiled, revealing a beautiful smile. She slowly shook her head, fellow Daoist Ning Shui, you've misunderstood. I'm not rebelling. Then you are. Ning Tian was puzzled. This throne is not what you think it is. Princess Moon Spirit smiled and explained, this throne is called a prince inheriting the throne. Chapter 159. A prince inheriting the throne? Hearing the Moon Spirit Princess's words, Ning Tian was stunned for a moment. She must be talking about the same position as the crown prince. In short, she was talking about inheriting the throne of the kingdom of God and ruling the entire kingdom of God. You want to be an emperor? Ning Tian looked at her and frowned slightly. Of course. The Moon Spirit Princess raised her head, her beautiful eyes shining brightly. She said with some yearning, my ambition, and what I want, is not only to break through to the emperor realm, but also to become the empress of the kingdom of God. Let the kingdom of God prosper and its people live in peace. Speaking of this, the Moon Spirit Princess sounded excited. Let the kingdom of God prosper and its people live in peace. Ning Tian murmured to herself, but she only smiled. The road to becoming an emperor was extremely difficult. However, it was not bad that the Moon Spirit Princess had such thoughts. Ah, I've gone overboard. The Moon Spirit Princess seemed to have realized that her words were not very realistic, so she could not help but smile awkwardly. The battle of the royal family, Ning Tian frowned but did not think too much about it. He was just pondering. Could it be that the battle of the royal family of the kingdom of God could be assisted by outsiders? Wouldn't that be too hasty? With doubts, he looked at the Moon Spirit Princess and asked, Moon Spirit Princess, could it be that the battle of the royal family can be assisted by outsiders? The Moon Spirit Princess was startled and quickly shook her head. Of course not, Yi Zichen replied. The final battle can only be fought by the members of the royal family. No outsiders are allowed to interfere. Then why did the princess ask me to come here today? Hearing this, Ning Tian expressed his doubts. The final battle is still a long time away. I asked Ning Shui to come here to accompany me into the Supreme Secret Realm. The Moon Spirit Princess explained. Supreme Secret Realm? Hearing this, Ning Tian could not help but be startled. The Moon Spirit Princess nodded and slowly explained. The Supreme Secret Realm was set up by the first ancestor of the Supreme Divine Nation. It was specially set up for the disciples of the Divine Nation to cultivate. 2 days from now, the Supreme Secret Realm will open. There is something I urgently need inside. With it, even in the future battle for the throne, I am confident that I will be able to win. However, in order to obtain that item, one must pass through the lightning rain. The might of that lightning rain is on par with the 8th step of the Wind and Lightning Steps platform. I've been trying for years, but I can't get through. The Moon Spirit Princess shook her head helplessly. So that's why you're looking for someone who can reach rank 8. Ning Tian finally understood Princess Moon Spirit's purpose. Exactly. However, can outsiders enter? Yes, the Supreme Secret Zone is only for cultivation purposes. There are no secrets of the imperial family. Over the years, many people have brought their friends into it. It's just that outsiders are not allowed to touch the things inside. The Moon Spirit Princess explained. All right. Ning Tian looked at her. But before I agree, shouldn't you tell me what my reward is? Of course, Brother Ning Shuai can just say it. The Moon Spirit Princess didn't have much of a reaction. After all, there was no free lunch in the world. Reward must be given. Ning Tian pondered for a moment. His gaze fell on the Moon Spirit Princess, but he was thinking about whether the Thunder Heart fruit was an important existence in the imperial family or just an ordinary ornamental fruit. If it was something that could be obtained easily, wouldn't it be a huge loss for him to say it? To put it bluntly, he wanted to take the opportunity to extort a sum of money from the Moon Spirit Princess. If there were benefits, it would be a waste not to take it. Sensing Ning Tian's gaze, the Moon Spirit Princess was stunned for a moment. She seemed to have thought of something and her face turned red instantly. Brother Ning Shuai, please don't think about that kind of thing. It's impossible. Ning Tian? Ning Tian was dumbfounded. What's the matter? Looking at the Moon Spirit Princess's blushing face, he seemed to have understood something. This princess's mind was filled with perverted thoughts. He sighed and looked as if he expected better from her. Sigh, young people nowadays are either thinking about perverted thoughts or perverted thoughts. I'm still the more serious one. Hearing that, the Moon Spirit Princess's face turned red and hot. She gritted her teeth. Brother Ning Shuai, don't keep me in suspense. Just tell me what reward you want. Since you've said so, I'll be direct. Ning Tian looked straight at the Moon Spirit Princess and said calmly, the reward I want is very simple. I only want a Thunder Heart fruit. Thunder Heart fruit? The Moon Spirit Princess was stunned for a moment. A look of astonishment flashed across her eyes. She sighed. This reward can be considered simple. Brother Ning Shuai, you're really asking for too much. You've shocked the Moon Spirit Princess. Reward, Spirit Energy Cultivation Level plus 100. After hearing that, Ning Tian was stunned. Wasn't it just a Thunder Heart fruit? Why did it become an exorbitant demand in the Moon Spirit Princess's words? If the Moon Spirit Princess knew that he initially wanted a few billion spirit coins or a few heaven-tier martial arts, she would be even more astonished. This was probably the real exorbitant demand. Brother Ning Shuai, this Thunder Heart fruit tree only bears 10 thunder fruits in 1,000 years. If this isn't an exorbitant demand, what is it? The Moon Spirit Princess sighed and explained helplessly. However, if Ning Tian really wanted this, she would try her best to get it for Ning Tian. Then I'll have to trouble the Moon Spirit Princess. Ning Tian smiled and didn't change his mind. This Thunder Heart fruit was the last medicinal herb he needed. If he wanted it, he couldn't change his mind. Who cared about 10 fruits in 1,000 years? This Thunder Heart fruit was a must. The Moon Spirit Princess frowned slightly. After pondering for a while, she nodded. All right, since Brother Ning Shuai only wants this, I'll agree. How about adding a heaven-tier martial art and 10 billion spirit coins? Ning Tian chuckled. A few black lines appeared on the Moon Spirit Princess's forehead. Why don't you just take me, Brother Ning Shuai? This won't do. Ning Tian shook his head seriously. I'm afraid that when I sleep at night, the cabinet will move and my wife will stab me. Wife? The Moon Spirit Princess was stunned and couldn't help but be curious. Brother Ning Shuai, do you really have a wife? Of course. Ning Tian nodded and spread out his hands. Who doesn't have a wife these days? The moon spirit princess gritted her teeth. Why did she feel that this guy was asking for a beating? Then is your wife pretty? She calmed herself down and asked. Of course she's pretty. My wife is the Empress of the Tianmo cult. The moon spirit princess rolled her eyes. Another man immersed in his own world. Brother Ning Shuai, don't think too much. If the Empress of the Tianmo cult is your wife, then the legendary founder of the Tianmo cult is my husband. Chapter 160. Fat. Ning Tian, who was drinking tea, suddenly spat out a mouthful of tea when he heard this. Coincidentally, the tea sprayed on Princess Moon Spirit's body, and the tea instantly soaked her upper body's tulle. Pink. Ning Tian was stunned for a moment. Then, he coughed dryly and silently turned his head. Princess Moon Spirit was stunned for a moment, and then a blush quickly appeared on her pretty face. Then, a woman's shameful and angry scream sounded. Ah! After the scream, Princess Moon Spirit quickly reacted and hurriedly used her spirit energy to dry her dress, which covered the seductive scenery. Ahem, an accident, an accident. Ning Tian touched his nose awkwardly. Princess Moon Spirit gritted her silver teeth. Ahem, just now you said that the legendary patriarch of the Tianmo cult is your husband. What do you mean? Ning Tian began to change the topic. You can say that the Empress of the Tianmo cult is your wife, so why can't I make wild guesses? Princess Moon Spirit rolled her eyes and said in a bad mood. Could it be that you also admire the legendary patriarch of the Tianmo cult? Yes. Princess Moon Spirit nodded. However, it's not admiration, it should be worship. The legendary patriarch is not only handsome, but also has many legendary deeds. Each of them can make me reminisce for a long time. The legendary patriarch had caused a stir in the Tianling realm several times. He had already attracted the hearts of many girls in the Tianling realm. Yes, that's true. The patriarch of the Tianmo cult is indeed handsome, just like me. Ning Tian nodded seriously. Princess Moon Spirit was speechless. She had long realized that this fellow cultivator Ning Shuai was really shameless. From his name alone, one could tell that he was one of them. Well, fellow cultivator Ning Shuai, come to the Moon Reflection Pavilion to find me at noon tomorrow. Princess Moon Spirit said and handed a token to Ning Tian. This is the access token to the forbidden area of the palace. With it, you can enter and leave freely. Okay. Ning Tian took the token and put it away. After that, the two left the study. Yingyu Pavilion Hall. Yu Qin and Zhu Yuanbo were drinking wine, eating horsemeat, and chatting. How is it, heavenly treasure holy son? This horsemeat isn't bad, right? Yu Qin drank a few mouthfuls of wine, and her face was already red. Don't give me that. Zhu Yuanbo mumbled as he continued to gobble down the meat. Although they had lost their horses, the horsemeat was really fragrant. Junior sister Yu Qin, right? Help me add another bowl of rice. You're still eating. You've already eaten 8 big bowls. Yu Qin was shocked. What do you know? I'm turning sadness into appetite, Zhu Yuanbo said with a serious face. By the way, help me add some horsemeat soup on top of the rice. That way, the rice will be more fragrant. When Ning Tian and Princess Moon Spirit came out of the study, they saw the 2 drunk guys lying on the table. After all, the wine prepared by the Moon Spirit Princess was no ordinary wine. Instead, even cultivators would become intoxicated as if their spirits were drunk. Fatty Zhu, just you wait. When I steal a few more horses from you, come to the firmament territory to find me. I'll roast a whole horse for you, spicy horse legs. Yu Qin said drunkenly. Zhu Yuanbo was also a little drunk at this moment, and he only nodded. He completely did not notice that Yu Qin said that she would steal his horses again. Don't worry. At this moment, Yu Qin's face was red as she clenched her small fists and said confidently, I won't steal your horses for free. When the time comes, I'll make you a roasted horsewhip. Princess Moon Spirit, who was walking over, immediately blushed. This little girl really did not know her limits when she was drunk. You little girl, shut up. Princess Moon Spirit hurriedly walked over and covered Yu Qin's mouth. Who knew what she would say when she was drunk? The firmament territory? Hearing Yu Qin's words, Ning Tian was stunned for a moment, and a light flashed in his eyes. No wonder he had not heard of the ethereal sect in the Tianling domain. It turned out that the ethereal sect was not in the Tianling domain, but in the neighboring firmament territory. However, why would the Moon Spirit Princess join the ethereal sect in the faraway firmament territory? Although puzzled, Ning Tian did not ask. After all, the Moon Spirit Princess might not tell him even if he asked. Fatty, wake up. We have to go. He walked over and looked at the drunk Zhu Yuanbo and could not help but frown. Zhu Yuanbo grunted twice and simply started snoring. Looking at this scene, Ning Mo frowned slightly. Could it be that he had to carry this guy back? Although he could use spiritual power to solve it, it was very uncomfortable. Princess, do you have any empty rooms in the reflecting moon pavilion? This guy. Ning Tian looked at the Moon Spirit Princess and asked. Well, there are empty rooms, but I can't. The Moon Spirit Princess looked troubled. I live alone in the reflecting moon pavilion. If I stay overnight. Hearing this, Ning Tian nodded and did not say anything more. He turned around and looked at Zhu Yuanbo. This guy was as fat as a ball. A ball? Ning Tian's eyes flashed. He seemed to know how to make this guy go back. Immediately, he did as he thought. Princess Moon Spirit, we'll take our leave first. Hearing this, the Moon Spirit Princess turned around and was about to speak, but she was stunned when she saw the way Ning Tian left. Ning Tianjing treated Zhu Yuanbo like a ball and pushed him back. I have to say, this celestial saint is really like a ball. She could not help but sigh. Back at the Rainstorm Tavern, Ning Tian threw Zhu Yuanbo into his room and then returned to his own room. He locked the doors and windows to prevent the Queen Mother of the West from attacking at night. Phew, after everything was done, he breathed a sigh of relief. Immediately, he looked at the moonlight coming in from outside the window. He sat cross-legged, activated the moonlight spiritual qi absorption, and began to cultivate. At night in Divine Land City, the bright moon was in the sky, reflecting the lights of Divine Land City. Countless people were looking up at the moon. Tonight, the moon was beautiful. The forbidden grounds of the Imperial Palace. The Imperial Palace. Qin Haoran, the first prince of the Supreme Divine Kingdom, was looking up at the moon with his 108 beautiful wives. Good wine, beautiful women, and the afterglow of the moon. It could be said that he was incomparably handsome. Suddenly, his eyes turned cold. He seemed to have seen a strange phenomenon. He saw that the bright moon in the night sky suddenly shot out a ray of light and sprinkled on the ground. Seeing this scene, he was stunned for a moment. Immediately, he hurriedly shouted, "Call the Imperial Astronomer." Hearing this, the soldiers moved and ran out of the Imperial Palace. After a while, a white-haired old man, led by the soldiers, hurriedly ran over. First Prince, what's wrong? The white-haired old man panted and looked at Qin Haoran in confusion. Imperial Astronomer, look at the strange phenomenon in the sky. Qin Haoran's eyes were stern. He pointed at the night sky and hurriedly said, "Strange phenomenon?" The Imperial Astronomer was stunned for a moment. He looked at the sky, and his expression changed drastically. In the sky, the moonlight was spreading. Wisps of moonlight gathered and formed a bridge connecting the ground. It was incomparably holy. Chapter 161. This. The Imperial Astronomer's body trembled, and he began to stutter. This is the phenomenon of the divine moon. Could it be that the legend is true? The divine moon phenomenon is a legend. Ha ha ha. It seems like the thing hidden in the supreme secret realm will be mine in the end. Qin Haoran's eyes flashed. He had studied the history of the divine nation and learned that there was a legend in the divine nation. According to the legend, the emperor had left an item in the secret realm. The divine moon phenomenon was a sign that the item could be found. Ha ha ha. My foolish brothers and sisters still want to compete with me for the throne. What a joke. Qin Haoran snorted coldly, his eyes full of arrogance. Congratulations, husband. This is a cause for celebration, a cause for celebration. Congratulations, husband. All 108 wives congratulated Qin Haoran. First Prince, Now is the time. At this moment, the imperial astronomer seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly said to Qin Haoran. Qin Haoran frowned. Kneel, the imperial astronomer said. Impudent. Take him down. Qin Haoran was furious. A group of soldiers rushed over, wanting to take the imperial astronomer down. How dare he ask the first prince to kneel? It seemed that the imperial astronomer was tired of living. No, that's not what I meant. The imperial astronomer panicked and hurriedly shook his head. What I meant was that if the first prince is pious enough, he might be able to obtain the divine moon phenomenon and obtain the divine moon phenomenon. Oh! Qin Haoran waved his hand, and the soldiers stopped. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the imperial astronomer with interest. Are you serious? Yes, yes. For the sake of his life, the imperial astronomer could only nod hurriedly. Qin Haoran pondered for a moment. Must I kneel? Yes, kneeling is more pious. Qin Haoran was silent for a moment when he heard these words. Then, he slowly knelt down and faced the divine moon phenomenon. It's best if you kowtow 3 times. Qin Haoran gritted his teeth and did as he was told. Dong, dong, dong. Xiao Chen kowtowed 3 times in the direction of the divine moon mysterious phenomenon. Pious for a while. Qin Haoran stood up and looked at the imperial astronomer. If it's useless, you'll definitely lose your head. Yes, the imperial astronomer sweated inwardly. At this moment, the strange phenomenon in the night sky caused quite a number of people to be surprised. The pure and holy moonlight gathered together and shone in one direction. Many people were puzzled and wanted to take a look, but the strange phenomenon gradually disappeared. They could only sigh in pity. In Rainstorm Tavern, Ning Tian exhaled and opened his eyes. He finished absorbing the moonlight spirit energy. At this time, he did not know that his unintentional cultivation had caused such a huge uproar. Phew, he was now at the peak of the Earth King realm, and his spirit chi was overflowing. Everything was ready except for one thing, and that was the pill to upgrade the heaven-lifting godly physique. Rest. After muttering to himself, he decided to take a good rest first. The next day, Zhu Yuanbo pushed open the door and went to have breakfast with Ning Tian. Strange, why do I feel so much pain all over? It seems like there are many bruises. Zhu Yuanbo muttered. Oh. At the side, Ning Tian made an O sound and said indifferently, last night, someone wanted to beat you up. What? Someone actually dared to beat me up? Zhu Yuanbo turned pale with fright, and he was extremely anxious. Where is he? Where is that person? I'm going to kill him. Don't worry, I've already avenged you. Ning Tian held back his laughter and said indifferently. Really? Zhu Yuanbo was extremely touched. Ancestral Master, I know you're the best. This time, I don't want money for this divine pill. I'll give it to you as a gift. I don't want it. A black line appeared on Ning Tian's forehead. Sigh, what a pity. Ancestral Master, you're so weak. It's better to have 2 pills. Zhu Yuanbo shook his head. Hearing this, Ning Tian clenched his teeth. He really wanted to star him. You're the weak one. Your entire family is weak. After the meal, Ning Tian went to the forbidden area of the palace alone. Along the way, he heard people discussing the moonlight phenomenon from last night. From what they said, it was quite mysterious. This made Ning Tian feel that it was a pity. If he had known, he wouldn't have cultivated last night. Otherwise, he might have been able to see the magical moon phenomenon. Sigh, what a pity. The forbidden area of the palace. When Ning Tian arrived, he was quickly stopped by the guards of the forbidden area. Stop, unrelated people are not allowed to enter. The 2 guards looked at Ning Tian indifferently. This guy was extremely ugly, and the more they looked at him, the more suspicious they felt. Faced with their interrogation, Ning Tian couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense. He directly took out the entry pass given to him by Princess Moonspirit and showed it to the 2 guards. On the entry pass, the word 1 month was engraved. So you're a distinguished guest of Princess Moonspirit. Sorry for the offense, please. The attitude of the 2 guards immediately changed. They turned slightly to the side and made an inviting gesture. Ning Tian walked in. Facing such an ugly person, he attracted a lot of attention. They all knew that today was the day the supreme mystic realm opened. Was this guy the reinforcements invited by a prince or princess? They wanted to know which prince or princess had such a unique taste. Did they like ugly people? Just as everyone was puzzled. Suddenly, a voice sounded. That ugly guy has entered the moon reflection pavilion. As soon as those words came out, everyone was dumbfounded. F***ck. That ugly guy was actually invited by Princess Moon Spirit. Boo-hoo. It turns out that one of the 3 great beauties of China likes ugly people. I'll become ugly now and make Princess Moon Spirit fall in love with me. At this moment, in the moon reflection pavilion, Princess Moon Spirit and Yu Qin were waiting for Ning Tian to arrive in the courtyard. At this moment, there was a series of footsteps. Senior sister, the ugly bastard is here. Yu Qin looked over and said with pouting little mouth. She was still thinking about how Ning Tian spanked her yesterday. After being spanked by an ugly guy, she definitely wouldn't be able to get married. Ugly baddie? Ning Tian touched his nose. He thought that he wasn't ugly. Yu Qin, don't be rude. Princess Moon Spirit glared at Yu Qin and scolded. Then, she walked towards Ning Tian. Fellow Daoist Ning Shuai, the 1,000-year-old Thunderized fruit is still a few days away from ripening. Once it's done, I'll definitely give it to you. Okay. Ning Tian nodded and looked around. Princess, it's just you and me. How can we get to this airport? Airport? Yu Qin was confused. What's an airport? It means that your figure is especially good. Ning Tian coughed dryly and spouted nonsense in a serious manner. Really? Yu Qin's eyes widened, and her beautiful eyes flickered. Hehe, senior sister, this guy actually called me an airport. It seems that my figure is indeed very good. Chapter 162. Yu Qin straightened her back proudly. That flat land was unobstructed. Ning Tian coughed dryly. Wasn't it a little inappropriate to lie to a pitiful little girl like this? Lying was so scary. Fortunately, he was the one who lied. Okay, you have the best figure. On the side, Princess Moon Spirit held back her laughter and said. Yu Qin chuckled, her little face full of joy. Suddenly, she had a new question in her little head. She looked at Ning Tian and asked curiously, ugly big bad guy, then I'm an airport runway. What, senior sister? Well, about that. Ning Tian glanced at Princess Moon Spirit's arrogance and said seriously, we usually call this volleyball. Volleyball? What's a volleyball? Hearing this, Princess Moon Spirit and Yu Qin were both stunned. The 2 girls were curious. Why had they never heard of this term from Ning Shuai's mouth? Well, that's a secret. Ning Tianyi smiled, maintaining a sense of mystery. Yu Qin snorted. On the side, Princess Moon Spirit only smiled and didn't care too much. Fellow cultivator Ning Shuai, including you, the 3 of us will go together, Princess Moon Spirit said. Okay, when do we leave? Ning Tian asked. Now. The 3 of them packed up and left the moon reflection pavilion, walking toward the depths of the forbidden grounds of the Imperial Palace. According to Princess Moon Spirit, the Supreme Secret Territory was a secret territory and did not exist in the forbidden grounds of the Imperial Palace. They could only go to the Supreme Secret Territory through the teleportation pillar. The teleportation pillar was also very useful in the entire profound sky world. For example, teleportation between distant regions was also completed through the teleportation pillar. However, the consumption of the teleportation pillar was huge. Unless it was a last resort, it should not be used easily. In the Supreme Kingdom Plaza, many people had already gathered here. Among them were not only the princes and princesses, but also the sons of the ministers of the Divine Kingdom. The Supreme Secret Territory was used for the disciples of the Divine Kingdom to train. Wow, the Supreme Secret Territory has indeed produced many princes and princesses. With so many princes and princesses, the Supreme Secret Territory is going to be lively today. Many people sighed. As for why there were so many princes and princesses, it was all because the Lord of the Divine Nation had a very strong body and was extremely fertile. Look, it's the 36th prince. It's said that he's a little genius. F***ck. The baby in that woman's arms is the 130th prince. He's already here to participate in the trial of the supreme secret realm at such a young age? That's right. According to the rules of the divine nation, geniuses must be captured from a young age. Everyone was talking about it. At this moment, a beautiful figure walked over with two people following behind her. Wow! It's Princess Moon Spirit. Seeing the beautiful figure, many people widened their eyes filled with adoration. The Moon Spirit Princess was one of the more famous princes and princesses of the Divine Kingdom. Not only because of her strength, but also because she was one of the three great beauties of the Divine Land. Wait. The man following behind the princess. At this time, everyone realized that something was wrong. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the ugly Ning Tian with a serious expression on his face. F***ck. The princess actually brought such an ugly guy with her? Wow. He's still smiling at us. I'm going to vomit. Ret. The group of people couldn't stand it. You shocked everyone with your ugly appearance. Reward, ugly face plus 999, ugly face. When someone approaches and discusses your appearance, you will vomit and be speechless. 3 question marks slowly appeared in Ning Tian's mind. System, come out? See if I don't beat you to death. What do you mean by ugly face plus 999? He felt that if he didn't educate the system for 3 days, it would be a disaster. The system's desire to survive was strong. Host, don't worry. The ugly face is added to the ice silkworm face. Its effect is inversely proportional to the host's face. You can understand it as handsome face plus 999. Okay. Hearing this, Ning Tian nodded and let the system go. However, his ugliness didn't let the people around him go. F***ck. Why do I feel that this guy is even uglier? F***ck. TSK. I didn't expect Sister Moon Spirit to like this. At this moment, there was a sneer. A graceful woman walked over with a group of people. This is Princess Yumai. It's said that Princess Yumai is 100 million points away from being one of the 3 great beauties of the Divine Land. It seems that she has hostility towards Princess Moon Spirit. When the surrounding people saw this woman, they started discussing. Chapter 163. Yumai. The Moon Spirit Princess frowned slightly. TSK. Yumai led the crowd over and circled around the Moon Spirit Princess and the other 2. She looked at Ning Tian. TSK. I didn't expect my good sister to like this kind of trash. I'm really, Before Yumai could finish her sentence, she suddenly felt retching. She paused for a moment and looked at Ning Tian. This kind of ugly, no, I just didn't expect sister to like it, no, Thus, Yumai didn't even finish her sentence before she fell into a cycle of retching. Seeing this scene, everyone was astonished. Princess Yumai, your words make me want to vomit. Could it be that you're pregnant? Ning Tian looked at Yumai playfully and teased. What? The surrounding people's faces changed. If this unmarried palace master was pregnant, it would be a capital offense in the Divine Kingdom. Killing someone's heart. Everyone sighed. They didn't expect Ning Shuai's words to choke Princess Yumai to death. You're pregnant, Princess Yumai was astonished. She didn't understand why she wanted to vomit when she spoke. Humph. Forget it, let's go. Yumai coldly snorted and turned to leave. If she continued to vomit, it would be troublesome if others thought that she was pregnant. Originally, Yumai had brought a handsome man to show off in front of the Moon Spirit Princess. However, not only did she fail to show off, she was also suspected of being pregnant. It was really like trying to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. Let's go. The Moon Spirit Princess looked at the departing Yumai and said. She then led the 2 of them to the center of the Divine Kingdom's Grand Plaza. There was a huge ancient bronze pillar that reached the sky. This was the teleportation pillar of the Divine Kingdom. There were some ancient arrays carved on it. They were all teleportation arrays and could be said to be extremely rare. However, the cost of activating it once was extremely huge. Therefore, The divine kingdom could only be opened once. As time passed, more and more people arrived at the divine kingdom Grand Square. The Moon Spirit Princess also took advantage of this opportunity to inform Ning Tian about the people he needed to pay attention to. The princes and princesses were the ones he needed to pay attention to in this supreme mystic realm. However, there's one more person. If we meet him, we'll have to take a detour. The Moon Spirit Princess said slowly with a solemn face. Take a detour? Hearing this, Ning Tian frowned and asked, who is he? My royal brother, the first prince of the divine nation, Qin Haoran. Princess Moon Spirit's tone was dignified. This Qin Haoran had participated in countless divine kingdoms' wars and was also the first descendant of the divine kingdom's ruler. His strength was infinitely close to the Empyrean realm. Oh, in that case, isn't your name Qin Yuling? What a good name. Hearing that Ning Tian's focus was not on Qin Haoran, the Moon Spirit Princess was speechless. She sighed in her heart. Forget it, she would just have to be more careful when the time came. At this moment, the crowd was in an uproar. In the sky, there was a divine palanquin descending from the sky. Wow! Divine palanquin, this is the first prince, Qin Haoran, is here. Seeing this scene, countless people looked up, and some women's eyes were filled with light. As the divine palanquin descended, Qin Haoran walked out of the palanquin. His eyes were filled with pride. Wow! The first prince is so handsome. Some women screamed, their hearts were filled with love. Damn it, if only I had the first prince's spirit and strength, how good would that be? Countless men beat their chests and stomped their feet, looking up to him. Yeah, no matter how many times I see him, he's still quite handsome. Yu Qin's eyes flickered as she said very seriously. Indeed. Ning Tian nodded. This Qin Haoran is indeed very handsome, but is only 1% handsome. Yu Qin, the Moon Spirit Princess, both of them rolled their eyes at Ning Tian. This guy, he didn't have any self-awareness at all. The surrounding people sneered again and again. This guy, did he really think that he was handsome just because he was called Handsome Ning? Ridiculous. In today's spirit realm, apart from the saints of the various sacred grounds, only the legendary patriarch of the Tianmo cult, who had recently risen to fame, was more handsome than the first prince. If you were a legendary patriarch and said that you were more handsome than Qin Haoran, it would be fine. After all, it was the truth. But you, Handsome Ning, dared to say that. Ning Tian shook his head and muttered, nowadays, no one believes the truth. At this moment, countless people were flattering Qin Haoran, and Qin Haoran was enjoying the flattery. This should be what he had. It's said that the first prince has 108 wives. I'm so envious. At this moment, a voice entered Ning Tian's ears. F***CK. 108 wives. Was this guy's body okay? If he recommended him to Zhu Yuanbo, would he be able to earn tens of billions of spirit coins? But 108 wives was a little too much. I don't know how many wives are willing to let me have. Ning Tian muttered, his mind full of strange thoughts. However, having 108 wives really made him jealous. He glanced at the horse in the sedan, then looked at Yu Qin and whispered, Hey, airport, how about you steal Qin Haoran's horse? Chapter 164. Huh. Hearing Ning Tian's words, Yu Qin was stunned. Then, the little girl said with a serious face, that won't do. I, Yu Qin, am an inner disciple of the ethereal sect. How could I do such a thing? Hee. This isn't stealing, right? This is stealing a horse. Horse isn't in this word. Ning Tian chuckled. I think you're right. Yu Qin nodded, but immediately shook her head. No, don't tempt me. Even if I, Yu Qin, starve to death and jump off the cliff of the ethereal sect, I will never steal a horse. Never. I heard that the taste of a horse is very good. If it was made by Chef Yu Qin, I'm afraid, TSK, the world is missing such a dish. What a pity, what a pity. Ning Tian sighed from the side. It's a pity when you say that. Yu Qin frowned. I can still help you stop the Moon Spirit Princess. This time, I will definitely not spank you. Ning Tian whispered in her ear. Cough, I, Yu Qin, am afraid of being spanked. Yu Qin snorted proudly, wiped the saliva from the corner of her mouth, and coughed lightly. However, as you said, it's really a pity to lose such a dish. So, the corner of Ning Tian's mouth lifted slightly, and a playful look flashed in his eyes. Steal. I have to steal his horse. Yu Qin clenched her fist. Isn't that enough? Ning Tian smiled. If the Grand Elder of the Tianmo cult and the others knew about this, they would definitely cry to death. Why did the handsome ancestral master suddenly turn into a horse thief? There was still some time before the supreme secret realm opened. Qin Haoran sat at the front. At this moment, he suddenly called a soldier over. After giving a few orders, the soldier left. At this moment, on the divine square, two people's eyes suddenly lit up. Yu Qin, go steal his horse. Roger, I'll go now. Yu Qin chuckled and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Good heavens, so fast. Zhu Yuanbu's horse didn't die in vain. Seeing Yu Qin disappear in the blink of an eye, Ning Tian was a little surprised. What Yu Qin executed should be a movement technique of the ethereal sect. This speed was even faster than Ning Tian's swimming dragon steps. However, after all, this swimming dragon steps was only a profound rank movement technique, and there was still room for improvement. It would be great if I could swindle Yu Qin's movement technique. Ning Tian mumbled. He was looking forward to it. Would Yu Qin, this little girl, be able to steal Qin Haoran's treasure? After a while, a beautiful figure appeared. It was a sneaky figure. Airport. How is it? Ning Tian leaned over and patted Yu Qin's shoulder. Ah. Yu Qin was shocked. When she saw that it was Ning Tian, she patted her small chest and breathed a sigh of relief. So it's you, the ugly big bad guy. You scared me to death. Hearing this, Ning Tian couldn't help but laugh. Yu Qin almost had a guilty conscience written all over her face. He really didn't know how she had the guts to steal a horse. How is it? Ning Tian looked at her and asked. Yu Qin's small face was full of pride, and her tone was very smug. With this lady taking action, is there a horse that I can't steal? Hearing this, Ning Tian was relieved. Hehe, this is a good horse. Stewing a horse meat hot pot will definitely be very nutritious. Ning Tian said with a smile. That's true. Yu Qin's saliva was about to fall to the ground. She wiped it off. Don't say any more. When we come out of the supreme secret realm, this lady will personally stew horse meat hot pot. Just as the two of them were immersed in their imagination of the horsemeat fire kingdom, there was a commotion in the crowd. A group of soldiers rushed over, each of their foreheads dripping with cold sweat. The soldier who ran to the front looked panicked and shouted, "Not good, not good. First Prince, your horse is gone." What? Hearing this, everyone in the kingdom of God's Square was astonished. The mother of the divine kingdom was gone. That was a god emperor powerhouse. How could it be gone just like that? Everyone was shocked, and some princes and princesses revealed sad expressions. Impudent. In the center of the divine kingdom square, Qin Haoran's face changed and he flew into a rage. He glared at the soldier. Mother is a god emperor powerhouse. How can she be gone just like that? You dare to spread rumors? Die for me. Qin Haoran roared, and spiritual energy surged out continuously. A huge aura instantly enveloped the soldier. With a slap, the soldier instantly died tragically. What a powerful aura! Is this the strength of the first prince? As expected of a peak holy emperor powerhouse who is infinitely close to the heavenly venerate realm. Seeing this scene, many people in the surroundings sucked in a breath of cold air, and their faces were filled with shock. Tell me, what is going on? Qin Haoran took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. His cold eyes landed on the other soldiers. First Prince, he is right, your horse is gone. A soldier swallowed his saliva. Die. What he got in return was a merciless slap. Tell me, what is going on? First Prince, your horse is gone, it's really gone, boom. Tell me. First Prince, we are not lying to you, your horse, boom. Horse, boom, 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 boom. In the blink of an eye, the entire Divine Kingdom Grand Square was bombarded by waves of terrifying spiritual energy. If the Divine Kingdom Square was not made of special stones, Qin Haoran would have punched a hole in it. TSK. Not far away, Ning Tian took out an apple from his storage ring and bit on it, looking like he was enjoying the show. Good fellow. This Qin Haoran actually used an earth-rank martial art to kill that soldier. TSK. Too miserable. On the side, Yu Qin looked guilty. If anyone says anything, my horse is gone. I will kill his entire family. Qin Haoran was going crazy. He could not be blamed. After all, having more than 10 people pointing at his nose and saying that his horse was gone, how could he not be angry? He even wondered if there was something wrong with these soldiers' brains. Even if they wanted to die, they could not do this, right? You tell me, what is going on? Qin Haoran took a deep breath, looked at the last soldier, and asked in a deep voice. The soldier trembled. He had seen the miserable state of those soldiers just now. At this time, he was afraid of saying the wrong thing. Suddenly, he had an idea. First Prince, your horse is gone. Hee. I am so smart. Adding the word God in front of the word horse, wouldn't the first prince understand? Just as the soldier was excited, a pressure enveloped him. Chapter 165. The soldier's expression changed as he felt the terrifying pressure. He was puzzled. First Prince, I don't mean what you think I mean. I mean that your horse is gone. Me. Of course I know that, but I don't want to hear the word horse anymore. Qin Haoran's expression was cold as he raised his hand and punched out. Boom. The powerful pressure and shocking palm wind instantly enveloped the soldier. Damn. Serves you right for losing your horse. The soldier was crushed by the palm wind in his resentment. Qin Haoran gritted his teeth as a cold glint flashed in his eyes. He looked at the crowd in the Kingdom of God's Grand Square and said indifferently, "Who stole my horse? Hand it over now and I'll let you die a quick death. If I find out who it was, I'll make you beg for death." Qin Haoran's cold gaze wandered around the crowd in the Kingdom of God's Grand Square. The threat in his words made many people's expressions change. It turned out that the first prince's horse was gone, and he was referring to the horse in his carriage. They thought that he was referring to the mother of God's kingdom. However, who was so bold as to steal the first prince's horse? The crowd began to discuss. Who is so bold? Who dares to steal the first prince's horse? They're really not afraid of death. Who would steal a horse for a decent person? That's right. Did you steal a horse? If I didn't steal it, why would I steal it? That's right. Who would be so wicked as to steal a horse? Someone who stole a horse. Despicable. Many people in the Kingdom of God's Grand Square were discussing, but no one admitted to stealing his horse. Qin Haoran's heart burned with anger as he gritted his teeth. Seeing this scene, Ning Tian was still calmly chewing on an apple. He wasn't the one who stole the horse, so there was no need to panic. As for Yu Qin, she had already silently hid behind the Moon Spirit Princess. The Moon Spirit Princess was helpless when she saw Yu Qin's reaction. Needless to say, this little girl must have stolen the first prince's horse. However, the Moon Spirit Princess could only dotingly pat Yu Qin's head. He couldn't possibly hand over his junior sister, right? Moreover, when she saw Qin Haoran's flustered and exasperated look, she could not help but secretly laugh in her heart. If it weren't for her identity, she would have clapped her hands and cheered. After a long time, no one stepped forward. Qin Haoran's expression became somewhat unsightly as he let out a heavy snort. "Horse thief, just you wait. If I find you, I'll make sure you die a horrible death." As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his sleeve and sat back down. There was a lot of discussion on the Divine Kingdom Square. Boom! Right at this moment, an explosion resounded in the sky. Then, a terrifying Emperor God's aura swept across the sky. Many people did not even dare to breathe loudly. Their gazes were filled with reverence as they looked at the sky. There was a faint shadow there. That was a God Emperor expert. The Moon Spirit Princess and Yu Qin looked at the figure in the sky with longing in their eyes. That was a God Emperor expert. The first step that countless people yearned for. Suddenly, Yu Qin's eyes inadvertently glanced over. She saw Ning Tian leisurely eating an apple as if the person in front of him was not a God Emperor expert. Ugly bastard, don't you respect a God Emperor expert? Yu Qin was a little confused. Ning Tian rubbed his nose and could not help but think to himself, do I need to respect this plaything? He thought for a while, but still chewed on the apple as he muttered, respect, I'm too respectful. Perfunctory. Yu Qin could not help but roll her eyes at Ning Tian. This fellow was simply too arrogant. However, what Yu Qin didn't know was that Ning Tianju had interacted with Emperor-level experts several times already. In fact, the Empress was even his pillow. How could he respect a mere God Emperor expert? In the sky, a figure emerged from the void. It was the middle-aged man who had appeared on the Wind Lightning Stage 9 that day, the third prince of the Divine Kingdom, Qin Feng. Under countless respectful gazes, Qin Feng descended from the sky and landed in front of the towering transmission pillar. Greetings, Third Prince Qin. Greetings, Third Prince Qin. On the Divine Kingdom Grand Plaza, everyone bowed to Qin Feng, their eyes full of respect. A quasi-emperor. That was a realm that countless people could only dream of. No need for formalities. Qin Feng said indifferently. He raised his hand slightly, and a gentle force floated everyone up. This made many people even more shocked by the power of a God Emperor expert. Is everyone here? Qin Feng's inquisitive gaze fell on Qin Haoran. Qin Haoran casually glanced at the plaza, then looked at Qin Feng and said slowly, Third uncle, almost everyone is here. We can open the supreme secret realm. Qin Feng nodded and said indifferently, bring the origin crystal up for me. Then, a series of loud noises rang out. Rumble. Rumble. The ground of the entire Divine Kingdom Grand Square trembled along with the sound. Everyone was curious and looked in the direction of the sound. Several hundred soldiers were seen pushing a wheelbarrow over. Inside the wheelbarrow were many pieces of black stones. So many origin crystals are needed. Seeing this scene, Ning Tian was slightly surprised. The origin crystal was a special mineral that contained a large amount of spiritual energy. Because it was produced in small quantities, it was especially rare and precious. From afar, there were at least a few thousand origin crystals. He did not expect that activating the transfer pillar would require so many origin crystals. No wonder it was said that activating the transfer pillar once would cost a lot. Now it seemed that the consumption was indeed huge. Rumble. Cart after cart of origin crystals were placed in front of the transfer pillar. When the last cart of origin crystals came to a stop, Qin Feng's expression turned solemn. He suddenly slapped the transfer pillar. Rumble. The transfer pillar let out a series of loud noises like the tolling of a bell. Then, rays of golden light appeared on the surface of the bronze pillar. A powerful suction force burst out, and thousands of origin crystals turned into bits of energy and were sucked into the transfer pillar. In an instant, 2/3 of the ancient words and symbols on the transfer pillar were lit up. When all of the ancient words and symbols on the teleportation pillar were lit up, the entire teleportation pillar would begin to operate. Thousands of origin crystal stones are still not enough. This consumption is truly extraordinary. Seeing this scene, Ning Tian could not help but think to himself. Seeing that only 2/3 of the origin crystals were lit up, Qin Feng was not surprised. It seemed that everything was within his expectations. He took a step forward, and the aura of a 2-star God Emperor spread out. Endless spiritual energy like a river of stars gathered toward the transfer pillar. Chapter 166. In the blink of an eye, Qin Feng slowly retracted his spiritual energy. The teleportation pillar glowed with golden light as all the ancient characters and runes lit up, emitting an ancient aura. Boom. Boom. Then, as the teleportation pillar was activated, a thick bronze door appeared in front of everyone. Open this door and enter the secret realm. Qin Feng looked at everyone and said calmly, there are no rules in the supreme secret realm, nor are there any victories or defeats. You just need to become stronger inside. Oh right, the secret realm lasts for 2 days. Once the time is up, you will be teleported back to the kingdom of God's Grand Plaza. Do you all understand? Qin Feng, we understand. Hearing Qin Feng's words, everyone replied in a deep voice, their tone filled with indescribable excitement. Then, let's go in. As soon as Qin Feng finished speaking, he waved his hand, and the bronze door opened. Inside, there was a white glow, incomparably mysterious. Looking at the door, everyone's eyes were filled with excitement. After a year, could they finally enter the supreme secret realm again? A cold snort sounded. Qin Haoran slowly stood up and led his followers toward the bronze door. Soon, he disappeared in the white light. Then, with Qin Haoran taking the lead, more and more people walked toward the bronze door. Ning Shuai, Yu Qin, let's go in too. Moon Spirit Princess glanced at the two beside her and said. Ning Tian and Yu Qin nodded and walked toward the bronze door. After stepping in, a white light appeared in front of their eyes. Then, their bodies felt like space was changing. This is the power left behind by a great emperor, the power to change space. When Ning Tian opened his eyes again, there was a dazzling white light in front of him that was slightly dazzling. Where is this? Ning Tian was puzzled. This should be the supreme secret realm. Yu Qin's voice sounded from the side. Hey! Why is your hair fluttering? Suddenly, Ning Tian saw Yu Qin's hair fluttering in the wind. Fluttering? It should be the wind. Yu Qin muttered disapprovingly. Wind? Ning Tian was stunned. Suddenly, he felt like he stepped on air. F***ck. That's not right. Right now, we are falling from the sky. Now, they were actually 1,000 meters in the air. In another 100 million points, he would be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun. Yu Qin's face was deathly pale. She looked at the ground below and instantly began to tremble. Can you fly? No way. Although the two of them were very strong, they were still at the peak of the Earth King realm. What was even more embarrassing was that in the profound sky world, only Saint Emperors had the ability to fly. It's over. Ugly bastard, we won't fall to our deaths, right? I'm afraid of heights. Wait, that's not right. What are you doing? Why are you adjusting your posture? Are you planning to land on your face? Yu Qin's somewhat panicked voice rang out. Ning Tian rolled his eyes. My face is invincible. If I don't use my face to hit the ground, what do I use? Boom. In the sky, a beautiful figure flew over. Don't panic, I'm here to save you. The Moon Spirit Princess flew over, grabbed the two of them, and flew towards the ground. F***ck, Princess, you grabbed my butt. In the sky, as Ning Tian had struggled to adjust his posture, the Moon Spirit Princess's casual grab actually landed on his buttock. Ah, sorry. The Moon Spirit Princess was stunned and subconsciously let go of her hand. F***ck. A miserable cry instantly rang out from the sky. Following that, Ning Tian's face landed heavily on the ground, and even smashed a large hole in the ground. Oh, it's over. Seeing this scene, Yu Qin spread out her hands. Senior sister, don't tell me that ugly bastard fell to his death. No, it can't be. The Moon Spirit Princess was stunned for a moment. Although it's only 1,000 meters high, it should be an Earth King realm cultivator who can't fall to his death. I've never heard of it before, senior sister, of course you haven't heard of it. Because those who fall have already died. Yu Qin said. Then let's hurry down and take a look. As her voice fell, the Moon Spirit Princess hurriedly increased her flying speed. The speed of free fall was indeed fast. When the Moon Spirit Princess landed on the ground with Yu Qin, they already saw a human-shaped hole in the ground. It's over. The ugly bastard is most likely dead. Looking at the human-shaped hole, Yu Qin clicked her tongue and sighed. This, the Moon Spirit Princess sighed and blamed herself. Fellow Daoist Ning Shuai, don't worry. I know you don't have a wife. When the Supreme Secret Realm is over, I'll definitely burn a few beautiful paper wives for you. Senior sister, a few is too much. Just burn one for him. This guy definitely can't do it. If there are a few more, I'm afraid his body won't be good down there. On the side, Yu Qin muttered. What you said makes sense. The Moon Spirit Princess pondered for a moment and nodded. Pa. At this moment, a hand stretched out from the hole, and Ning Tian appeared in front of the two. Who said I can't do it? Why, Have you two tried it before? Do you want to try? You. Hearing this, the two girls blushed. Bah. Stinky hooligan. Ah bah, a toad wants to eat swan meat, shameless. Yuqin's face was red as she spat. Fellow Daoist Ning Shui, you're okay? That was 1,000 miles high in the sky. The Moon Spirit Princess glanced at Ning Tian and found that he was actually fine. She couldn't help but be a little puzzled. Of course, I landed on my face. Ning Tian said. If it wasn't for the fact that his face had hit the ground, he would have been seriously injured. Face on the ground, your face is too hard. Hearing this, the Moon Spirit Princess and Yuqin were stunned for a moment, and a hint of astonishment flashed in their eyes. You shocked the Moon Spirit Princess. You shocked Yuqin. Reward, mastery of taming beast voice has leveled up. Currently able to tame 4th rank beast. The system's beautiful voice sounded in his mind. Taming 4th rank beasts. That was equivalent to a human Earth King realm powerhouse. Ning Tian touched his face. It seemed that the fall was quite worth it. Is this the supreme secret realm? Ning Tian looked around. They were now in a deep mountain forest. Yes. This is the supreme secret realm. You should be able to feel that the spiritual energy here is obviously denser than the outside. The Moon Spirit Princess nodded and explained. That's true. Ning Tian slightly sensed that the spiritual energy around him was far denser than the outside world. It was indeed a good place to cultivate. Hey, what's that? Suddenly, Ning Tian saw a stone statue and frowned. This stone statue didn't seem to be a human. Chapter 167. He looked over and saw a stone statue standing there. The stone statue was completely black, and one could vaguely make out the shape of a human. However, there was a pair of strange demon horns on its head. Hearing Ning Tian's words, the Moon Spirit Princess and Yuqin were stunned for a moment. Then, they looked at where Ning Tian was pointing. I understand. Could this be a little dragon? Ning Tian looked at the stone statue and couldn't help but ponder for a moment. Phut, the Moon Spirit Princess couldn't help but laugh and shook her head. What little dragon? This is a demon. Demon. Ning Tian was stunned for a moment. Why didn't he know that there were demons in this world? He thought that there were only humans and monsters. The system silently complained. Host, your original body was just a small character. You accepted his memories, so naturally, there are things that he doesn't know. Ah, that's true. Yes, this is a statue of a demon general that was killed by the primogenitor of my divine nation. The Moon Spirit Princess said slowly. Demon general? What's a demon general? Ning Tian scratched his head. Demon general. The Moon Spirit Princess was stunned for a moment. After thinking for a moment, she said, it's probably equivalent to a god emperor. As for whether it's a quasi-emperor or a mortal emperor, I don't know. A demon general is actually equivalent to a god emperor. Hearing this, Ning Tian was a little surprised. However, what's a demon? When Ning Tian asked this question, she slowly asked. The Moon Spirit Princess and Yuqin had strange expressions as they glanced at Ning Tian. Daoist Ning Shui, although I don't know your identity, seeing that you're with the Tianbao Saint, you must have some background. However, you actually said that you don't know about the demon race. This makes me a little confused. The Moon Spirit Princess was a little confused. That's right. To the side, Yuqin also muttered in agreement, from what you're saying, I'm starting to doubt if you're still someone from the profound sky world. Ning Tian rubbed his nose and said, so, can you tell me now? Yuqin rolled her eyes at him. Ugly bastard, listen carefully. The profound sky world does not only have the human race. It is a world where tens of thousands of races exist. Among them, there are 3 clans that are the strongest. Human clan, demon clan, and devil clan. Pay attention. The demon clan I'm talking about is not demonic beasts, but the demon clan that can transform between human and beast. Of course, these are only the 3 largest and most powerful races in the profound sky world. There are countless smaller races scattered around. However, before the Dark Rebellion, there were many other races that I couldn't name that were also very powerful. But after the Dark Rebellion, the strength of those races weakened day by day. Now, only these 3 races are left. And as the human race grew stronger day by day, the demon race and demon race also put away their previous unscrupulousness and gradually withdrew from the human race's territory. For example, the heavenly spirit realm is completely under the control of the human race. However, a large part of the reason is that the heavenly spirit realm is the smallest among the 9 realms. Speaking of this, Yu Qin's small face was a little depressed. I really envy the heavenly spirit realm. It's not like the firmament territory at all. Those demon clans are really annoying. When she was in the Misty sect, she had to carry out many sect missions because of the demon clan's invasion. Human clan, demon clan, and devil clan, I see. Hearing Yu Qin's explanation, Ning Tian came to a sudden realization. Her understanding of this world increased quite a bit. Then, what is the Dark Rebellion? At this moment, he thought of something and could not help but look at Yu Qin and ask. According to Yu Qin, before the Dark Rebellion, the human clan, demon clan, and devil clan were not the strongest. There were also other races that were very powerful. However, after the Dark Rebellion, gradually, only the human clan, demon clan, and devil clan were left. Then, what is this so-called dark chaos? Hearing this, Yu Qin was stunned for a moment. She frowned and shook her head. I don't know. That's all the records in the ancient book. After all, the Dark Rebellion was too long ago. It was 1,000,000 years ago. Beside her, Princess Moon Spirit also said. 1,000,000 years. Ning Tian was slightly shocked. The Dark Rebellion had been going on for 1,000,000 years. Even if it was something in the ancient book, it might not be all true. Let's go. The Dark Rebellion was too long ago. It's not something we can discuss. Princess Moon Spirit shook her head. Now, her mind was on the next goal. As soon as she finished speaking, Princess Moon Spirit took the lead and walked in a direction. The other 2 followed. Ning Tian came here only to help Princess Moon Spirit get what she wanted, the Thunderheart fruit. Immediately, under Princess Moon Spirit's familiar guidance, the 3 of them walked toward their goal. The place Princess Moon Spirit wanted to go was the Thunderlight Cliff in the Supreme Secret Area. Including this time, she had come to the Supreme Secret Area a total of 3 times. The first 2 times, she returned without success in front of the Thunderlight Cliff. However, she came to a conclusion. That was, if she wanted to obtain the things in the Thunderlight Cliff, she had to be able to withstand the huge thunder and lightning. The power of the thunder and lightning was about the same as the 8th step of the Wind Thunder platform. Therefore, she was looking for someone who could set foot on the 8th step in the Wind Thunder Square. Thunder Light Cliff. On the cliff, there were faint flashes of thunder and lightning. Before they got close, they could feel the violent thunder and lightning. A few hundred meters away from the Thunder Light Cliff, 3 figures appeared. Brother Ning Shuai, this is already the furthest we can go. Princess Moon Spirit looked at the Thunder Light Cliff with a flash of excitement in her eyes. Hearing this, Ning Tian looked over. Within 100 meters of the Thunder Light Cliff, there was some black scorched earth, and there was a faint smell of burnt earth. In the air, there were even faint crackling sounds. Small bolts of lightning flickered with a cold light. This place was once created by my ancestors' attack. Although it's only 100 meters wide now, it's because this place has been transformed into a secret area. Moreover, nearly 100,000 years have passed. Therefore, there's only this much power left. The Moon Spirit Princess explained. Yes, so, what do I have to do? Ning Tian nodded and asked again. Do you see that purple lightning ball on the Thunder Light Cliff? Princess Moon Spirit pointed to a place on the Thunder Light Cliff. Ning Tian looked over and indeed saw the Thunder Light Cliff. On the cliff, there was a purple light flickering, and the surroundings were filled with purple lightning. This kind of purple lightning was much more powerful than ordinary lightning. Brother Ning Shuai, you just have to pass through this scorched earth minefield and take the thing in the ball of light. However, it's not easy to pass through this scorched earth minefield. Brother Ning Shuai, you must be careful. Princess Moon Spirit's beautiful eyes were filled with concern as she looked at Ning Tian and reminded him. Chapter 168. Pass through this scorched earth minefield and obtain the item on the Thunderlight Cliff? Hearing this, Ning Tian's eyes flashed. Just this scorched earth minefield alone was enough to make a holy emperor suffer a little, not to mention the purple lightning on the Thunderlight Cliff that was even more terrifying than these lightning bolt. No wonder the Moon Spirit Princess failed twice. It was not without reason. Entering the scorched earth minefield with one's physical body and facing the purple lightning head-on? Yu Qin felt pain all over just thinking about it. Suddenly, a sly look flashed in her eyes. Ugly big bad guy, if you were electrocuted, do you think you can achieve the effect of plastic surgery through electrotherapy? Ning Tian, Moon Spirit Princess, after being stunned for a moment, both of them did not know whether to laugh or cry. Just how much did this girl care about Ning Tian's looks? What, if I become handsome, do you still want to marry me? Ning Tian could not help but tease. TSK. Yu Qin rolled her eyes and snorted, if you can really become handsome, what's wrong with marrying you? Haha, I can't afford it. Ning Tian laughed and waved his hand. Right what? Right. What are you talking about, why can't I understand? Yu Qin scratched her head, somewhat confused. Hearing this, Ning Tian just smiled and did not explain anything. If this girl knew that he was mocking her for being young, wouldn't she chase him to the ends of the earth? Moon Spirit Princess, if there are no other requests, then I'll go. Ning Tian said and prepared to move. Wait. Suddenly, the Moon Spirit Princess stopped him. Ning Tian turned his head and looked at her. Just do your best. Even if you don't succeed, I will still give you the Thunder Heart Fruit that I promised you. The Moon Spirit Princess said softly. Hearing this, Ning Tian was stunned for a moment and just smiled. I don't like to owe people favors. Since I promised, then let's do it first. The Moon Spirit Princess was stunned. She didn't know what to do. Ning Tian did not say anything. He turned around and prepared to enter the scorched earth minefield. Pu. Right at that moment, a sneer was heard. Yu Mai walked over with 4 feminine and beautiful men behind her. She looked at Yu Ling with ridicule and then looked at Ning Tian. Oh, isn't this my good sister and her ugliness? It was a pity. Before he could finish, he retched again. She gritted her teeth and looked at Ning Tian. She thought to herself, this guy must be disgusting. I've already taken all the necessary precautions. How could I be pregnant? Moon Demon ignored Ning Tian and coldly harumphed as she looked at the Moon Spirit Princess. My good sister, are you still thinking about the things inside Thunderlight Cliff? You found such an ugly, Yu Mai finally understood that as long as the word ugly was mentioned, she would retch, so she might as well change the words. If you're looking for such a person, why don't you let me help you find a few more? Yu Mai chuckled. Look, how about the 4 young masters behind me? Aren't they very handsome? Their skills are top-notch. They will definitely serve you well, hey. As her voice fell, the 4 people behind Yu Mai raised their chests proudly. Duck. Ning Tian was stunned for a moment. He glanced at the 4 of them and couldn't help but frown. These 4 people were even more effeminate than Yin San from the Shadow Demon sect. They were so feminine that they even had rouge on their faces. This, even Yu Qin, who cared about appearances, couldn't bring herself to like the 4 of them. She even felt a trace of disgust. They're just a few sissies. Ning Tian smiled indifferently. Sissies. Hearing this, the surrounding people were stunned. You're the sissies. Annoying. I'm not a sissies. How dare you? That's right. Sister Yu Mai, look at him. Hearing the word sissies, the 4 of them immediately exploded and hurriedly said to Yu Mai. How dare you? You're the ugly, You dare to talk about my manservant. Yu Mai's beautiful eyes were filled with anger as she walked towards Ning Tian. She pointed at his nose and scolded, why don't you take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror? Look at yourself, slap. Before he could finish his words, a crisp sound of a slap rang out. A fiery red palm print instantly appeared on Yu Mai's face. She felt a burning pain. Everyone was stunned. You dare to hit me? Yu Mai covered her face in disbelief. Why can't I hit you? Ning Tian spread out his hands with an innocent face. You Mai felt like she was about to explode. I'm the 63rd princess of the kingdom of gods. And you're just a lowly slave. Slap. Another crisp sound of a slap rang out. This was great. Yu Mai felt a burning pain on both sides of her face. Yu Mai was about to curse again. But suddenly, she saw Ning Tian looking at her indifferently. His eyes were incomparably cold and contained a faint killing intent. It was as if he came from hell. Everyone around him was stunned. Suddenly, Ning Tian looked at the Moon Spirit Princess and asked, "Princess, can I kill someone?" Kill someone. Hearing this, the surrounding people were incomparably shocked. Kill someone? He wanted to kill Princess Yu Mai in this supreme secret realm? What guts? This. The Moon Spirit Princess was stunned for a moment before shaking her head. If you kill someone in the supreme secret realm, you will be hunted down endlessly by the kingdom of gods. Chase. Ning Tian pondered for a moment. Although behind him was the huge Tianmo cult, in theory, he wasn't afraid of the kingdom of gods. However, it wasn't worth it to incur the enmity of the kingdom of gods for a mere Yu Mai. This Yu Mai wasn't worthy. After all, he clearly understood that the Tianmo cult now had the Righteous Tao Alliance as an enemy. If he attracted the hostility of a kingdom of gods that also had a great emperor, then the gains wouldn't make up for the losses. Facing two great emperors, Luo Wuqing might not be able to deal with them. Therefore, he couldn't bring about endless trouble for a moment of pleasure. Forget it. Consider yourself lucky. Ning Tian indifferently glanced at Yu Mai, his eyes flashing with killing intent. Yu Mai was stunned for a moment, thinking that Ning Tian had been intimidated by the endless pursuit. She immediately snorted coldly, "Come on, why don't you continue to hit me? Why don't you dare?" Ning Tian shouted out in a beautiful language. F***ck. She had never seen such a strange request in her life. "Then, I'll satisfy you." Following that, there was a series of violent beating sound. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of fists hitting flesh made the surrounding people tremble with fear. This fellow Daoist Ning Shui is so ruthless. A moment later, Yu Mai was beaten into a pig's head. Chapter 169. Hiss. Seeing this scene, Moon Spirit and Yu Qin were somewhat astonished. Fellow Daoist Ning Shui really didn't care about the fairer sex at all. You shocked Princess Moon Spirit. You shocked Yu Qin. Reward. Music Dao talent, Transcending Lightning Tribulation Tune. Transcending Lightning Tribulation Tune. Using the music Dao to play, it can absorb the divine lightning Dao rhyme of the lightning tribulation. In his mind, the system's voice sounded. Ning Tian stopped beating her up. At this time, Princess Yu Mai had been beaten into a pig's head. It was simply too horrible to look at. TSK, I didn't expect that ugly baddie to be so ruthless to a woman. At the side, Yu Qin sighed. She thought that Ning Tian was like those men who only thought with their lower body and couldn't move when they saw a woman. She didn't expect that Ning Tian would be so decisive. He directly went up and beat her up. Why can't I do it? Do I have to give in to her just because she's a woman? Ning Tian felt that this was very strange. She wasn't his wife, why couldn't he beat her up? Of course, if his wife did something bad, he would still beat her up. He had to have a fierce fight. However, the place of the fight could be on a soft bed. After all, the bed was soft and wouldn't be easy to get hurt in a fight. Cough cough. He was also trying to save money on the Tianmo cult's medical expenses. Yes, that's right. You actually dare to hit Sister Yu Mai. At this moment, the four effeminate-looking men finally reacted. They all looked at Ning Tian with ugly expressions. "Oh, I almost forgot about you guys when you didn't speak." Ning Tian looked at the four of them and a cold light flashed in his eyes. "Since you guys like to be sissy, why don't I let you be a little more thorough?" With that, Ning Tian walked towards the four of them with a smirk on his face. What are you doing? Don't come over. Don't come over." The four of them were a little panicked. However, they were only Earth King 1-star, how could they be a match for Ning Tian? Ning Tian turned into an afterimage. Flames flickered in his hand, he punched out with a flame tyrant fist. In just one move, The 4 of them were beaten to the ground. This guy's strength is not bad. Seeing this, Yuqin frowned and snorted, "It's only a 10th of mine." Ah. Following that, a miserable scream. Accompanying the scream was the sound of a man's egg breaking in fear and a woman's blushing face. Crack. The Moon Spirit Princess and Yuqin both blushed and silently averted their gazes. This fellow Daoist Ning was actually an egg-shattering killer. Screams could be heard. Uyysus, Uyeyus. They didn't use Yin Uut. Although Ning Tian didn't kill them, she could make them suffer a fate worse than death. After casually dealing with the 5 of them, Ning Tian looked at the Moon Spirit Princess and Yuqin and smiled. "I'm going. Be careful. If you can't do it, come back." The Moon Spirit Princess nodded and looked at Ning Tian worriedly. Even she was a little puzzled as to why she was worried about fellow Daoist Ning Shuai. This fellow Daoist Ning Shuai was obviously extremely ugly, but why did he always vaguely attract her? Could it be that she really liked ugly people? The Moon Spirit Princess shook her head and looked at the scorched earth minefield. Ning Tian had already slowly walked into it. When Ning Tian stepped into the scorched earth minefield, he could feel that the air was filled with traces of thunder intent. If this thunder intent entered a cultivator's body, it would probably cause harm. However, a mere thunder intent couldn't cause any harm to Ning Tian. Don't forget, he had mastered the divine thunder Dao. As Ning Tian walked deeper and deeper, his body was constantly attacked by lightning. "Senior sister, the ugly big bad guy seems to be very relaxed." Yuqin looked at her body and looked inside. Seeing Ning Tian walking in the scorched earth minefield as if he was taking a stroll, she couldn't help but be a little surprised. That's just before. The Moon Spirit Princess wasn't as relaxed as Yuqin. Instead, she was a little nervous. She had tried the scorched earth minefield twice, and she could also walk to Ning Tian's position. However, when she reached the center of the scorched earth minefield, she couldn't move an inch. That was because that place contained the power of a powerful primogenitor's attack. The thunder tribulation there was the most ferocious. "Next is the real test," the Moon Spirit Princess murmured. She looked at the figure in the scorched earth minefield with a worried gaze. The closer to the center, the more violent the lightning became. Under the 2 women's gazes, Ning Tian stepped into the center of the scorched earth minefield. Suddenly, Yuqin let out a puzzled voice. Her small mouth opened slightly. Why did he stop? Could it be that he can't go in? On the side, the Moon Spirit Princess gritted her teeth and remained silent. Her palms were sweating nervously. Seeing Ning Tian stop in place, she hesitated. She knew very well how terrifying the thunder tribulation in the middle was. The slightest carelessness could cause serious injuries. Serious injuries didn't matter, but the violent lightning would remain in the body. That was the most fatal thing. She sighed faintly and was about to open her mouth to call Ning Tian back. But suddenly, the 2 women realized that although this guy didn't continue to move forward, he sat down. What is the ugly big bad guy doing? Yuqin was stunned. The Moon Spirit Princess was also puzzled. At the center of the scorched earth minefield, wind and clouds surged here, and lightning filled the air. The air was filled with violent lightning. Ning Tian sat cross-legged and asked the system in his mind, "System, is there really divine thunder Daoist rhyme left behind by the ancestor?" The reason why he stopped here was because the system just notified him that there was divine thunder Daoist rhyme left behind by the ancestor. The system, of course. The host can sense and absorb the thunder tribulation by using the music Dao talent. Okay, I understand. Ning Tian nodded. Immediately after, he took out the immortal slashing zither from his storage ring and placed it on his lap. What is he doing? He's still in the mood to play the zither. Seeing this scene, Yuqin was stunned. No, I'm afraid it's not that simple. The Moon Spirit Princess shook her head as a glint flashed across her beautiful eyes. Her gaze fell on the immortal slashing zither on Ning Tian's lap. Bursts of music Dao rhyme flowed on the immortal slashing zither. It was extremely extraordinary. It's an immortal tool. The Moon Spirit Princess was a little surprised. Immortal tool? A hint of astonishment flashed across Yu Qin's eyes. TSK, I didn't expect the ugly big bad guy to be so rich. But what is he trying to do? Just watch. The moon spirit princess said. Her beautiful eyes flashed as she looked at Ning Tian and muttered to herself, Cultivator Ning Tian, you seem to be getting more and more extraordinary. Chapter 170. In the Scorched Earth Minefield. Ning Tian took a deep breath and placed his hand on the immortal slashing guzheng. Clang. Guzheng music began to play. Ning Tian said in his heart, System, activate Lightning Tribulation Song. Activating Music Dao Talent, Lightning Tribulation Song. Activation successful. As the system's voice fell, a music score appeared in front of Ning Tian, guiding him to play. Clang, clang, clang. The guzheng music soon spread throughout the entire Scorched Earth minefield. In the blink of an eye, the surrounding thunder and lightning became violent. This heavenly music, hearing the celestial music, Princess Moonspirit and Yu Qin were both stunned. They were deeply immersed in the music of the zither. What a powerful music Dao! I didn't expect Ning Shuai's music Dao talent to be so strong. Princess Moon Spirit sighed in her heart. His music Dao attainment was even stronger than some of the musicians in her divine nation. Compared to Ning Tian's guzheng music, the music played by those great musicians was simply a mess. Boom! At this moment, the heavenly music of the guzheng was heard. The entire Scorched Earth minefield was filled with violent lightning intent, and the dark clouds between heaven and earth changed color. Boom! Boom! In the sky, it was as if divine lightning had descended, and a terrifying aura spread out from the center of the Scorched Earth minefield. This is... Princess Moonspirit and Yu Qin were both stunned, and their eyes flashed with astonishment. Why was there such an enormous lightning will appearing all of a sudden? Boom! At this moment, a thunderous roar exploded. Lightning exploded, and the lightning intent in the Scorched Earth minefield vaguely began to condense at this moment. In the sky, 100-meter-long lightning dragon formed by lightning tribulation circled in the dark clouds. That's the dragon race? Princess Moon Spirit was stunned. No, this is lightning tribulation, and within it, there's the aura of our Wushang primogenitor. She suddenly reacted and looked at Ning Tian in shock. Her voice was filled with disbelief. He can actually activate the divine lightning Daoist rhyme left behind by our Wushang primogenitor. Roar. The lightning tribulation dragon covered the clouds and the sun, constantly moving in and out of the dark clouds. As the guzheng music continued to play, more and more lightning will appeared in the surroundings, surging towards the lightning calamity dragon in the sky. Soon, after continuously absorbing the lightning will, the lightning tribulation dragon grew from 100 meters to 1,000 meters. Roar. It was as if the entire supreme mystic realm could hear his roar. This, at that moment, the Moon Spirit Princess and Yu Qin were both shocked speechless. Don't ask. The shocking reward will be postponed. The two women didn't expect that fellow Daoist Ning Shuai would cause such a huge commotion after entering the Scorched Earth minefield. Accompanied by the celestial music of the zither, the lightning dragon gradually grew larger. At this moment, the commotion in the Scorched Earth minefield had attracted many people from the Supreme Secret Realm. Supreme Secret Realm, Yellow Springs Waterfall. Zhuge Yu carried the 132nd prince, and there were a few people beside him. Boom! Suddenly, the sound of thunder could be heard. Roar. Following that, a furious roar rang out as a gigantic figure appeared in the sky. That is, Zhuge Yu's pupils shrank as a glint flashed across his eyes. Woo woo. Ah woo woo. At that moment, the 132nd prince in his arms was frightened by the sound of thunder and began to cry loudly. Ah! Young Master Zhuge, the 132nd prince poop. A maid beside him hurriedly said. Pooped. Zhuge Yu's expression changed as he instantly smelled a pungent fragrance. His face instantly darkened. Prepare a new set of clothes for me. I want to go and take a look. Zhuge Yu took a deep breath and said in a deep voice. Yes. On the other side. Qin Haoran, who was preparing to search for the legendary item in the mystic moon realm, suddenly heard a thunderous roar and was stunned. He looked up at the sky and saw dark clouds covering the sun in the distance. He could vaguely see a lightning dragon circling. That is, Qin Haoran's expression darkened as a hint of seriousness flashed across his eyes. This lightning tribulation is so powerful. Could it be related to the legendary item in the mystic moon realm? Qin Haoran pondered. After pondering for a moment, he waved at his subordinates and said calmly, "Let's go and take a look." "Yes, First Prince." Lightning Cliff. More and more people came to the vicinity of Lightning Cliff. They could not help but feel confused when they saw the figure in the scorched earth. F***CK. Why do I see that ugly guy everywhere I go? Could it be that he's the one who caused the lightning tribulation? At this moment, the crowd that saw this scene were all astonished. The unfettered saint and the first prince are here too. At that moment, a voice rang out. As expected, Zhuge Yu and Qin Haoran came to the vicinity of Lightning Cliff. Zhuge Yu had some connections with the royal family of the Divine Kingdom. That was why he could carry the 132nd prince into the mystic moon realm. At that moment, Zhuge Yu and Qin Haoran were looking at the huge lightning dragon in the sky with a serious expression. "Senior sister, a lot of people are attracted here. Won't they disturb the ugly baddie?" Seeing more and more people around them, Yu Qin frowned. Although she did not know what Ning Tian was going to do, she could tell that he could not be disturbed. Chapter 171. Don't worry. The Moon Spirit Princess shook her head and said, "The lightning tribulation in this scorched earth minefield is much stronger than before. If these people don't want to die, they won't go in." Her gaze was fixed on Ning Tian the entire time. She was a little confused. What exactly is fellow Daoist Ning Shui doing? Using the Tao of entertainment to control the lightning dragon. That's not easy. Zhuge Yu waved his fan and looked serious. This person looked extremely ugly, but his talent was not as good as his. Lightning dragon? Could it be that the lightning dragon is the legendary treasure of Mystic Moon? Qin Haoran thought for a while and his eyes lit up. If it was really the legendary treasure of Mystic Moon, then don't blame him for being ruthless. Boom. Boom. At that moment, the lightning tribulation surged. The sound of thunder could be heard continuously. Roar. At that moment, the lightning dragon in the dark clouds roared and charged towards Ning Tian, who was playing the heavenly music in the scorched earth minefield. Roar. The sound of the lightning tribulation could be heard continuously. It was like a monstrous divine might, causing many people's expressions to change greatly. What a terrifying lightning tribulation. That ugly guy is still playing the guzheng. He doesn't know what's good for him. Everyone was discussing among themselves as they looked at Ning Tian with disdain. In their eyes, Ning Tian's actions were no different from seeking his own death. "I've fed it enough." However, Ning Tian's eyes shone brightly and a smile appeared on her lips. He played the guzheng just now to gather all the lightning will and capture it all in one fell swoop, passing the lightning tribulation with one song. As he activated his Tao of entertainment talent, Ning Tian's aura changed and he was like a great musician. The heavenly music continued and the people around him were shocked. They were intoxicated by it. Clang. Clang tilde clang. Ning Tian's fingers moved faster and faster. The guzheng heavenly music was unpredictable and excited. Boom. At that moment, the Tao of entertainment exploded. The guzheng music vaguely formed a huge dragon of the Tao of music. Damn. Using music to take form, this is F***king. This fellow's talent in the Tao of entertainment is probably infinitely close to perfection. Countless people around the Thunder Light Cliff were extremely shocked when they saw the huge entertainment dragon that appeared behind Ning Tian accompanied by the celestial zither music. In his heart, it was as if thousands of alpacas were galloping madly in his heart. How could this unassuming guy be so strong? However, they had forgotten an ancient saying. One could not judge a book by its cover. Roar. The dragon of music Tao let out a furious roar, but what came out was music theory that was full of murderous intent. This fellow Daoist Ning Shui's talent is so great. Princess Moon Spirit's eyes were filled with shock. TSK, I didn't expect the ugly baddie to have such talent. Yu Qin shook her head and sighed. Qin Haoran and Zhuge Yu were also slightly shocked. They looked up at the sky and saw the two dragons that were fighting non-stop. Roar. The Dragon of Thunder Tribulation and the Dragon of Entertainment were fighting non-stop. From the beginning to the end, the Dragon of Entertainment had the upper hand. As it continued to fight, the Dragon of Thunder Tribulation became smaller and smaller along with the music of the zither. In just a few minutes, the Dragon of Thunder Tribulation that was originally 1,000 meters long was consumed by the music to only a few hundred meters long. Moreover, it was still constantly changing. Seeing this scene, everyone around the Thunder Light Cliff was a little puzzled. Could it be that this guy is refining the Dragon of Thunder Tribulation? He wants to absorb the divine thunder Daoist rhyme left behind by the ancestor of Thunder Tribulation. Qin Haoran's eyes were full of seriousness as he could not help but guess. What? Refining the Dragon of Thunder Tribulation? He wants to absorb the divine thunder Daoist rhyme left behind by the ancestor of Thunder Tribulation. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. The Moon Spirit Princess and Yu Qin were also a little shocked. They did not expect that fellow Daoist Ning Shuai's goal was actually the divine thunder Daoist rhyme left behind by the ancestor of Thunder Tribulation. Could it be that, as the third imperial uncle said, he has actually stepped onto the 9th step? At this time, the Moon Spirit Princess thought of Qin Feng's words again. But he had clearly only stepped onto the 8th step. Thousands of doubts in her heart, the Moon Spirit Princess shook her head and could only continue to look at Ning Tian. Absorbing the divine thunder Daoist rhyme left behind by the ancestor of Thunder Tribulation was indeed a little shocking. However, there were also people with bad intentions who wanted to cause trouble, but before they could get close, they were seriously injured by the violent lightning in the scorched earth lightning area. Seeing this, even if they wanted to snatch it, they could only choose to watch at this moment. Boom! Dozens of minutes later, the Dragon of Music Dao swallowed the Dragon of Thunder Tribulation that was only dozens of meters long. And it was also in an instant that Ning Tian's hand fell on the zither strings, and the music stopped. A song of Thunder Tribulation, and the music disappeared at the end of the song. Congratulations to the host for absorbing the divine thunder Daoist rhyme. The Tao of Wind and Thunder has reached another level. Current attainments in the Tao of Wind and Thunder have reached a higher level. Can master powerful lightning attacks. Lightning swam around Ning Tian's body. The system's voice sounded again. You shocked the first prince of the divine kingdom, Qin Haoran. You shocked the Moon Spirit Princess. You shocked Yu Qin. You shocked the unfettered sacred ground's holy son, Zhuge Yu. You shocked everyone. Advanced achievement achieved. A song of Thunder Tribulation shocked everyone. Reward, Heavenly Venerate Trial Card. Heavenly Venerate Trial Card. After use, obtain the strength of a Heavenly Venerate. Duration, 2 days. After use, this card is invalid. Chapter 172. Heavenly Venerate Trial Card. Hearing that, Ning Tian was stunned. He didn't expect that the reward for achieving an achievement would be so good. At the very least, the duration of the Heavenly Venerate Trial Card was 2 days. However, since there was a Heavenly Venerate Trial Card, would there be a Great Emperor Trial Card? As if it knew what Ning Tian was thinking, the system's answer quickly sounded in his mind. System, as long as the host achieves a higher shocking achievement, the reward will naturally be generous. Understood. The corner of Ning Tian's mouth lifted slightly, and he nodded secretly. The song dissipated, and the heavenly music ended. At this time, the surrounding people who were in shock slowly came back to their senses, and they all looked at Ning Tian in astonishment. They didn't expect this ordinary-looking guy to have such attainments in the Tao of Entertainment. TSK. This guy is something. The princes and princesses of the peerless divine kingdoms shook their heads inwardly. At this moment, the thunder tribulation dissipated, and countless divine thunder Daoist rhymes gathered toward Ning Tian. Seeing this scene, the princes and princesses were envious. Suddenly, they came to their senses and thought of something. That's not right. Isn't this divine thunder attainment the ancestors'? How could it be taken away by an outsider? The group of people gritted their teeth. This should have belonged to them, but now it was taken away by an outsider. Most importantly, they couldn't do anything about it. There were still remnants of lightning will in the scorched earth lightning area. They could only grit their teeth and watch Ning Tian absorb the divine thunder Daoist rhymes with a satisfied face. There was only one word to describe their feelings. F***ck. Hihi, I'm satisfied. Ning Tian grinned. The attainments left by other great emperors were so fragrant. Soon after, his gaze looked towards a certain area of the lightning light cliff. There, purple lightning flashed, and there was a faint light ball. It contained exactly what the moon spirit princess wanted. Ning Tian used the swimming dragon steps and stepped on the swimming dragon. In a flash, he arrived at the bottom of Thunder Cliff. Immediately, he leaped and approached the edge of the cliff. In an instant, the purple lightning was as sharp as a snake. However, Ning Tian didn't even look at the purple lightning. The divine thunder way in his body circulated, and the lightning around him turned into a lightning dragon that roared at the snake-like purple lightning. Purple lightning was startled and immediately dived into the crack in the cliff. As the purple lightning dissipated, Ning Tian reached out his hand and successfully obtained the item within. It was an ancient sheepskin scroll. High-level Earth-class technique, heavenly thunder art. So, Princess Moon Spirit also wants to cultivate the divine thunder Dao. Ning Tian muttered. He was not interested in this cultivation technique. It was fine if it was of a low level, but his way of wind and thunder did not require the assistance of this sky thunder technique. Princess Moon Spirit, I've helped you get what you wanted. Ning Tian smiled, turned around, and jumped down from the Thunder Light Cliff. But at this moment, at the bottom of Thunder Light Cliff, there was a sudden explosion. Then, a bright luster appeared and slowly flew out from the abyss below the lightning cliff. That is. What is that? Seeing the luster flying out from the abyss of Thunder Light Cliff, the surrounding people were stunned, and a hint of doubt flashed in their eyes. Seeing this, Qin Haoran's eyes flashed, and his entire body quietly circulated the spiritual energy. Could this be the legendary secret realm item of Mystic Moon? Everyone looked at the luster that emerged from the abyss of Thunder Light Cliff. It's been tens of thousands of years. Finally, someone can awaken the Emperor soul that this old man left behind in the supreme secret realm. An old voice emerged from the ball of light. Then, the ball of light dissipated, and a white-haired old man's remnant soul appeared in front of everyone. This old man looks so familiar. I seem to have seen him there before. It seems to be on the portrait in the Supreme Hall, F***ck. Isn't this our ancestor, the Supreme Primogenitor? Supreme Primogenitor. Seeing this scene, the group of princes and princesses of the Supreme Kingdom all changed their expressions slightly. Their eyes were filled with reverence as they slowly knelt down. Greetings, Supreme Primogenitor. Greetings, Supreme Primogenitor. I didn't expect that there would be a remnant soul of the Supreme Primogenitor here. Qin Haoran looked at the white-haired old man with a burning gaze and slowly knelt down on one knee. If the Supreme Primogenitor's remnant soul had survived until now, then he must have left behind something good. Supreme Primogenitor. Ning Tian looked at the remnant soul in front of him strangely and could not help but complain in his heart, why is there another one who is not completely dead yet? Why don't you kneel when you see the Supreme Primogenitor? The Supreme Primogenitor looked at Ning Tian and asked faintly. Kneel? Ning Tian glanced at him. It had been 100,000 years, and this guy had no power at all. What was there to be afraid of? I'm not kneeling. Ning Tian said faintly. What a joke. He did not even kneel on the washboard of the Empress. You, a remnant soul that had been dead for 100,000 years, and you want me to kneel? Dream on. The Supreme Primogenitor was stunned for a moment, and a look of displeasure flashed across his eyes. His gaze swept across Ning Tian's body, and suddenly he was stunned. This kid has the aura of a Supreme Emperor on him. The Supreme Primogenitor's solemn gaze fell on Ning Tian's chest. That was the formation that Luo Wuqing had planted for him. Naturally, there was a powerful Supreme Emperor aura left behind. I didn't expect that this kid has a Supreme Emperor behind him. Immediately, the Supreme Primogenitor was relieved. It seemed that their Supreme Kingdom was getting stronger and stronger. Cough cough. Forget it, forget it. Since you're the one who woke me up, I won't pursue it. The supreme primogenitor coughed dryly and shook his head. When did I wake you up? Ning Tian expressed his doubts. You don't know? I left a sentence in the Mystic Moon legendary classic. Sweep away the lightning tribulation and summon my remnant soul. The supreme primogenitor explained. What Mystic Moon legendary classic? Ning Tian was dumbfounded. He had just absorbed the divine lightning Dao rhymes. How did he awaken the remnant soul of a supreme emperor? So, that's the meaning of that sentence. Not far away, Qin Haoran came to a realization. He had seen such a sentence in the Mystic Moon legendary classic before, but he had been unable to comprehend it. So, that was the meaning. Since you've awakened my remnant soul, young man, I see that you're a 1 in a million martial arts genius. I'll rely on you to maintain world peace. I have a secret manual here. The supreme primogenitor looked at Ning Tian with a smile and slowly spoke. However, before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Ning Tian. Stop, stop. Ning Tian looked at the supreme primogenitor impatiently. Why was this guy's line so familiar? Young man, what's wrong? The supreme primogenitor looked at Ning Tian. You old man, you wouldn't cheat me, right? Ning Tian looked at the supreme primogenitor suspiciously. How could there be such a good thing as a gift of martial arts on their first meeting? However, the supreme primogenitor only smiled and said, Young man, don't worry. How could I cheat the descendant of my supreme kingdom? This is a middle-grade heaven-class palm technique, supreme chaos palm. I'll give it to you. The future of the supreme kingdom will be in your hands. Chapter 173. Mid-heaven tear palm technique? Hearing these words, Ning Tian's eyes lit up. Did Wushang primogenitor mistake him for a descendant of the divine kingdom? Cough cough. Rest assured, primogenitor. With this supreme primordial chaos palm, I'll definitely protect our divine kingdom. Ning Tian coughed dryly, patted his chest, and promised. Since he admitted his mistake, he would make the best of it. Ah! Hearing this, the surrounding princes and princesses were stunned. This guy didn't seem to be a descendant of the divine kingdom, right? F***ck. Shameless. Then, Ning Tian's sneaky voice sounded. When the time comes, I'll burn a few beautiful paper figurines for you. Cough. Stop, stop. Wushang primogenitor put his hand by his mouth and coughed dryly. Am I that kind of person? Really, burning a few is too wasteful. You young people just like to waste. Remember, just burn one. My body isn't too good, you know. Cough cough, I know. Ning Tian gave him a look in response. These two, the surrounding people couldn't help but be stunned. I didn't expect Wushang primogenitor to be such a person. Yu Qin felt that the image of Wushang primogenitor collapsed in her heart. Alright, I didn't expect that although this descendant of yours looks a little ugly, he knows how to be a person. Wushang primogenitor nodded in satisfaction and opened his hand slightly. His soul energy turned into an incomplete book and slowly handed it to Ning Tian. This is our divine kingdom's secret treasure, a mid-heaven tier martial art, supreme primordial chaos palm. Thank you. Ning Tian received it. Wushang primogenitor's soul slowly dissipated. It's actually the supreme primordial chaos palm. I thought it was lost. I didn't expect that this kid actually obtained the supreme primordial chaos palm. I'm envious. The group of princes and princesses of the divine kingdoms looked at Ning Tian enviously. No. Isn't this our divine kingdom's inheritance? This kid is an outsider, how did he get it? At this moment, they reacted. Primogenitor, this kid isn't a descendant of our divine nation, Qin Haoran said sternly as he pointed at Ning Tian. Ah! What? Wushang primogenitor was taken aback and looked at the smiling Ning Tian. F***ck. You little thief. How dare you lie to this primogenitor? I don't care, you have to burn the beauty paper doll that you promised me. As soon as he finished speaking, the last bit of his soul power slowly dissipated. Even if Ning Tian was a fake, he didn't have the power to do anything. He could only fight for his own interests. detected that the host has absorbed the mid-grade heaven-tier martial art, Supreme Primordial Chaos Palm, comprehending it at 10 times the speed. While Ning Tian was comprehending, a few pairs of eyes immediately glanced at him. That was the Supreme Primeval Chaos Palm. If they could learn it, it would be a great leap in their strength. Most importantly, this was the Wushang primogenitor's famous consummate skill. There might be other comprehensions of the Wushang primogenitor hidden in it. At this moment, as the Wushang primogenitor's remnant soul dissipated, the terrifying lightning intent around the scorched earth gradually dissipated. In an instant, those ferocious eyes looked at Ning Tian. Kid, hand over the Supreme Primordial Chaos Palm. Qin Haoran glared at Ning Tian fiercely. When the divine moon phenomenon appeared, he had already kowtowed 3 times to it. But why did the treasure of the mystic realm belong to this ugly guy? *CK sooner or later, he would chop off that imperial astronomer's dog head. Hand it over. In your dreams. Ning Tian looked at Qin Haoran as if he was looking at a fool. Would you be willing to spit out what you had eaten? Then don't blame me for being impolite. Qin Haoran's eyes flashed fiercely. The surrounding princes and princesses were also glaring at him. Ah, senior sister, what should we do? The ugly baddie has become the target of public criticism. Yu Qin was a little worried when she saw this scene from the side. There were hundreds of people present, and most of them were Earth King realm experts. With Qin Haoran, who was at the peak of the Holy Emperor realm, how could Ning Tian be their match? The Moon Spirit Princess's face was a little ugly. In this situation, her words were useless. Now, the best way was to get Ning Shuai to hand over the Supreme Primordial Chaos Palm. Ning Shuai, you should hand it over. Otherwise, even I can't protect you. The Moon Spirit Princess looked at Ning Tian with her beautiful eyes. Her voice was filled with helplessness and worry. It's okay. They can't do anything to me. Ning Tian only shook his head. Can't do anything to you? Qin Haoran sneered. He could clearly sense that Ning Tian's strength was only at the peak of the Earth King realm, and he was at the peak of the Holy Emperor realm. Ning Cho, hurry up and hand it over. Hand it over. Hand over the Supreme Primordial Chaos Palm, Ning Cho. These princes and princesses were all criticizing Ning Cho, and Ning Tian's mouth twitched. At this moment, Qin Haoran walked over. His aura surged, and his clothes fluttered in the wind. I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. Qin Haoran said coldly. Then, his figure disappeared. In the blink of an eye, he appeared beside Ning Tian and struck out with his palm. His aura surged, and he moved. The Crown Prince is so fast. Seeing this scene, the princes and princesses were shocked. His strength is indeed above mine. The Moon Spirit Princess murmured, her eyes filled with seriousness. It's over. The ugly big bad guy is going to be beaten up. Yu Qin exclaimed, not daring to look at the next scene. Facing the palm, Ning Tian was calm. He said in his heart, System, activate the Heavenly Venerate Trial card. Using the Heavenly Venerate Trial card. Heavenly Venerate Trial card, successful use. Obtained 1 star of the Heavenly Venerate realm. Countdown, 2 days. Supreme Primordial Chaos Palm successfully comprehended. With the successful activation of the Heavenly Venerate Trial card, the Supreme Primordial Chaos Palm was also successfully comprehended at this moment. Boom. Then, spiritual energy exploded on Ning Tian's body. His aura was vast. Kid, hand it over. Qin Haoran rushed in front of him, the corners of his mouth raised into a sinister smile. Around them, many princes and princesses were gloating. The Moon Spirit Princess bit her red lips, her palms full of sweat. Yu Qin covered her eyes with her hands, but there was a gap, secretly peeking. Under everyone's gaze. Ning Tian just waved his palm very casually and spat out a word, get lost. Boom. In an instant, a terrifying pressure instantly enveloped Qin Haoran. The complacency on his face came to an abrupt end, and his body flew out in an instant. *CK. Heavenly Venerate Realm Powerhouse. Boom. Qin Haoran's body was like a cannonball, instantly blasted away and embedded into the cliff of Thunder Light Cliff. The entire Thunder Light Cliff collapsed in an instant, directly burying Qin Haoran in it. Everything happened too suddenly, in the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint. Before everyone could react, they were all stunned on the spot. Chapter 174. By the time they reacted, Qin Haoran had already been crushed by the rubble. Sky. Empyrean realm. Seeing Ning Tian casually send Qin Haoran flying with a palm, the group of princes and princesses were immediately dumbfounded. This ordinary-looking guy was actually a Empyrean realm powerhouse. His Empyrean realm. Seeing this scene, Princess Moonspirit and Yu Qin both covered their small mouths, their faces full of shock. It turned out that fellow Daoist Ning Shuai was so strong, Yu shocked everyone, rewarded with spiritual qi cultivation plus 100. Ning Tian was a little excited in his heart. He did not expect this supreme primordial chaos palm to be so strong. Just now, he only used 10% of his strength, and Qin Haoran was sent flying. It seemed that there were still many treasures in this supreme secret realm. Should he take advantage of this opportunity to take all the treasures in the supreme secret realm in one fell swoop? In his mind, once he had an idea, he wanted to realize it. Taking advantage of this opportunity to plunder the supreme divine kingdom's cultivation mystic realm, this should not be too much, right? Immediately, he looked fiercely at the group of princes and princesses and smiled coldly. Just now, you guys called Ning Cho very happily, right? No, no. The group of princes and princesses revealed a smile that was uglier than crying. Oh, is that so? Ning Tian smiled. Life and death were unpredictable. In a blink of an eye, he turned into an afterimage and flashed beside the group of princes and princesses. Following that, waves of screams, accompanied by the sound of fists hitting flesh, rang out. A few minutes later, all the princes and princesses who called Ning Cho were beaten until their noses were bruised and their faces were swollen, like a big pig head. Seeing this scene, for some reason, Yumai felt a trace of comfort in her heart. Even if it was a pig head, she also wanted to be the most beautiful one among the pig heads. Still dare to call me Ning Cho? Ning Tian looked coldly at the group of princes and princesses. Ouch, we don't dare, we don't dare. Amidst the wailing, the group of princes and princesses hurriedly shook their heads. Everyone, call me handsome Ning 1,000 times, or else. Ning Tian's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. Yes, handsome Ning. Handsome Ning. In the end, under Ning Tian's pressure, the group of princes and princesses went against their conscience and said these words. Most importantly, looking at Ning Tian's incomparably ugly face, they were really afraid of being struck by lightning if they called him handsome. That went against his conscience. Fellow Daoist Ning Shuai, seeing the princes and princesses crying for Ning Tian, handsome Ning, Princess Moonspirit and Yu Qin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After 1,000 times, the group of princes and princesses seemed to have become numb. Let's go. Take me to all the secret treasures in the Supreme Mystery Land. Ning Tian narrowed his eyes and ordered the princes and princesses. Ah! Handsome Ning, what are you doing? The princes and princesses were stunned. Hehe, of course, I'm going to raid your supreme secret realm. Ning Tian laughed. Huh! Hearing this, the princes and princesses were dumbfounded. Their faces were filled with anger. This was too much, too shameless. She had never seen such a shameless person before. Thief Ning. The princes and princesses cursed in their hearts. This guy, not only did he cheat the Wushang ancestor, but now he actually wanted to rob their supreme secret realm of their treasures. Handsome Ning, you can't. A prince stepped forward angrily, but before he could finish speaking, he was sent flying by a punch. After a 360-degree rotation in the air, he fell unconscious on the ground. Is there anyone else who is dissatisfied? Ning Tian looked at the princes and princesses indifferently. The princes and princesses, damn it. Of course we are dissatisfied, but if you have the guts, put down your fist. Since no one is dissatisfied, then hurry up and find it for me. Then, even if the princes and princesses were dissatisfied, they could only take Ning Tian to various places in the secret realm to look for opportunities. After all, his heavenly venerable strength was there, and no one was a match for him. As a result, voices came out one after another from the supreme secret realm. Handsome Ning, there's a profound grade martial art here. Coming. Handsome Ning, there's a treasure here. Treasure. It's too trashy, no. Handsome Ning, there seems to be an opportunity here. Where is it? I'm coming. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Even Qin Haoran was forced to join the team to search for opportunities in the supreme secret realm for Ning Tian. Seeing the thing that they longed for being eaten by Ning Tian in one bite, they gnashed their teeth in anger. These 2 days, these princes and princesses had been beaten up quite a bit. It was simply miserable. Finally, on the last day, the door of the supreme secret realm opened. These princes and princesses were so excited that tears of excitement flowed out of their eyes. Although they didn't get anything in the secret realm, they were extremely excited to be able to leave now. Sob sob. We've finally escaped from Handsome Ning's clutches. In the Divine Kingdom's plaza. Today was the day the supreme secret realm opened. Many ministers and generals of the Divine Kingdom came to the plaza, all of them looking forward to it. In the previous supreme secret realms, there would always be more outstanding princes or princesses who obtained some better opportunities. And this time, who would be able to stand out? I think it must be the first prince, Qin Haoran. The imperial astronomer snorted. With the first prince's strength, he will definitely obtain the most powerful opportunity in the supreme secret realm. That might not be the case. After all, in the supreme secret realm, fate is greater than strength. I think the Moon Spirit Princess should be a good choice. Aren't you going to consider the 132nd prince? A minister said in an extremely serious manner. Get lost. How old is the 132nd prince? How can a mere baby obtain such a powerful opportunity? In the Divine Kingdom's plaza, countless people discussed animatedly. Boom. At this moment, the teleportation pillar emitted a series of rumbling sounds that went on for a long time. Following that, waves of golden light appeared on its surface. At this moment, the ancient words and runes were all lit up. Boom. Following that, a teleportation portal opened. One by one, figures charged out from within as though they had gone mad. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect the princes and princesses to be so excited. I'm sure they must be very happy in there. There must be a lot of opportunities and a lot of gains. Ha ha. The princes and princesses of our divine kingdom are so powerful. Seeing the princes and princesses rushing out of the teleportation portal with excitement on their faces, the ministers and generals laughed from the bottom of their hearts. But suddenly, someone noticed that something was wrong. Why were these princes and princesses all bruised and swollen faces? F***CK. The 77th prince is beaten into a pig's head. The 52nd princess is also beaten into a pig's head. Why does this pig's head look so familiar? F***CK. He is the first prince, Qin Haoran. Following that, waves of terrified voices spread throughout the entire Divine Kingdom's plaza. The ministers and generals were instantly dumbfounded. Why did these princes and princesses all become pigs' heads after entering the Supreme Secret Realm for 2 days? You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.